everyone, Dave here, and like all geeks, I tend to obsess over the things I like. And like many geeks, I tend to like a lot of different things. And at any given moment, I could be obsessing over any one of them. Sometimes it's a song I keep listening to over and over, sometimes it's a TV show I feel the sudden urge to rewatch straight through from season 1. Sometimes it's a flavor of ice cream that is the only thing that'll satisfy my taste buds at this moment. Well, right now, I'm geeking out over Get a Horse.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Now, this may have come up once or twice, but I'm a bit of a Disney fan.
Disney World!
Disney World!
Walt Disney World. Walt Disney World.
One of Geek Vision's resident Disney guys.
Guys, it's Mickey! God, I miss Disneyland.
Yes, thank you for that. But it's not always easy being a Disney fan. As non-fans are quick to point out, Disney has become the all-encompassing, inescapable empire infiltrating every piece of our lives and slapping meaningless mouse ears on everything. But it wasn't always this way. At least the mouse ears weren't always meaningless. It's almost shockingly unthinkable now, but once upon a time, Mickey was a character. A hastily created character to fill in for the loss of Oswald, but a character nonetheless. He had goals and ambitions, he engaged in slapstick shenanigans, he even had an attitude. He wasn't always polite, and sometimes others even suffered in the name of his goals. In fact, sometimes he was a straight-up jerk. Not always, but sometimes. Remember the time he tortured farm animals just to play music, or the time he threw Minnie out of a plane because she wouldn't kiss him? Not that I would know anything about Mickey being a jerk.
Really? You're bringing back the me yelling at you gag for this show, too? Way to drive a joke into the fucking ground, Cancel!
But over the years, Mickey stopped being a character and started being a symbol. At best a mascot, at worst a logo, softened to his blandest form so he could represent the family-friendly, non-threatening corporate overlord. And in the general consciousness, Mickey's not funny or interesting, he's just there. And his presence may be comforting because we grew up with him, but we're not seeing any personality. And sure, once in a while there's an attempt to let Mickey have some personality again, such as the excellent new shorts on Disney Channel, but these always seem to be framed in such a way to reassure us that it's not the real Mickey! Look, it's super stylized animation! It's not even Mickey's regular voice actor! It's all a hypothetical what-if cartoon! Don't worry, the real Mickey is still this bland thing with no opinions or remotely controversial attributes. So for those of us who long for the days when Mickey had even a modicum of substance, it was a massive victory when Get a Horse was not only made, but was attached to a movie that everybody saw. Now if you're watching this, I'm assuming you saw Frozen in theaters and as such saw Get a Horse attached to it. But if not, please go track it down and watch right now because I will be going over the short in depth and I don't want to be the one to ruin any surprises for you. Like most things involving Mickey Mouse and Disney, this short was hyped up based on the nostalgia factor. Oh, it's a 1930s style cartoon, and we're so committed to the style that Mickey's voice will consist entirely of archive recordings of this guy with a mustache playing Mickey. Yes, it's a glorious tribute to an age that we're all way too young to actually remember, but we here tell it was the best age for Disney cartoons. But the short soon becomes more than a mere walk down memory lane, as Pete threatens to knock Mickey into next week.
I'm gonna knock you right into next week!
Or next century, that works too. And then the film turns into a rollicking battle between the hero stuck in the 3D world and the villain holding the damsel in their 2D home. And the slapstick gags fly fast and furious until Mickey makes it home. And everybody celebrates. Even Oswald makes a cameo. This was totally worth trading this guy to NBC. The short instantly became popular among Disney fans, but of course artistic taste is subjective, so if something becomes popular, there's probably going to be a backlash. While fans of the short see it as a celebration of the classic Disney cartoons, some people see it as an insult. They say that the black and white opening isn't an homage, it's a mockery.
Hey kids, look how lame this old-timey stuff is. Don't worry, here's some totally rad CGI.
And I do see where they're coming from, but that's not what I got out of the short at all. I mean, yes, on some level it definitely is about the juxtaposition of the old and the new, but you could just as easily read it as a thesis on why old is always better. Pete and his newfangled automobile are trying to force their way around the old-fashioned horse-drawn carriage, honking their mantra.
Make way for the future!
And soon Mickey gets trapped in the scary, fast-paced 3D world and spends all of his effort trying to return to black and white familiarity. And in the end, Pete's punishment is being stuck by himself in this scary new world, while everybody tells him to be a little more old-fashioned in his thinking.
Get a horse!
Say what you will about the different mediums, but the story of this short is definitely not about CGI being the solution to boring old hand-drawn black and white. If anything, it is about going back to what made hand-drawn black and white work in order to save CGI from being boring. The only reason the frenetic wackiness even happens in the short is because it's born out of something that's not hip, modern Disney at all, something from the distant past. I'm not talking about the surface-level details, like making Mickey's eyes black, or using the voices of dead people, even if those are nice touches for us nerds. I'm talking about the core of a cartoon, making the characters fun, giving them clear goals and attitudes that might not be 100% sweethearted and inoffensive. For me, this film wasn't about one medium being better than the other medium. It was about celebrating things that make cartoons work, no matter what the medium. A colorful cartoon made by animators on a computer and a black and white cartoon made by animators with ink and paint can both be fantastic, as long as you're using the medium in service of the story. And this used the convergence of the mediums to tell a story about whether or not conflicts in technology actually matter. If you think it threw one medium under the bus in favor of another, well, fair enough, that's what you got out of it. But what I got out of it was a celebration of the past and the future, and the joys of learning from the best pieces of the past without being slavishly devoted to the past in order to build a more exciting future. And if you're really so concerned about respecting the purity of the old cartoons, if you're so convinced Walt would totally hate this, Walt would not have been a slave to nostalgia. Walt didn't like doing the same thing twice. Sure, nostalgia was a heavily used tool in his career, and he would often revisit old characters, but he always wanted to put a new spin on everything he did. This might not be the exact spin he would have done, but trying to bridge into current technological mediums is far more true to Walt's spirit than worshipping the past and condemning the present. Is the short perfect? No. Does it get some details wrong in replicating the 1930s style? Sure. Was it a commercially calculated part of a corporate mandate to attempt to rejuvenate a character that they refused to let into the public domain? Probably. But it showed a side of Mickey that hasn't been shown in decades, at least not in any massively seen mainstream setting. And I, for one, consider that a step in the right direction. But enough about what I thought. What did you think? Am I completely off base here, or do you see where I'm coming from? Let me know in the comments what you thought about Get a Horse, and until my next obsession rears its head, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and with the news arising that Christian Bale is attached to the latest and most Sorkin-y of Steve Jobs biopics, I found myself revisiting the first biopic released after the legendary computer man's death. Oh no, not that one. I'm talking about the one that takes itself the least seriously and yet is the most honest. Not honest about the details of the man's life, but honest about itself to be sure. Today, I'm geeking out over iSteve.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Famously written in only 3 days using minimal Wikipedia research and shot in another 5 days, iSteve was the first feature film from comedy video website Funny or Die, and despite being a parody, it proudly boasts its first Steve Jobs movie status as its primary selling point. Now, just to be clear, I personally am not a Steve Jobs worshiper or a Steve Jobs hater. Yes, I'm editing this video on Final Cut Pro 7 on a MacBook Pro, but I made this in MS Paint, and I'm way prouder of that. Steve Jobs was a hugely influential person, for better or for worse, and I think he certainly deserves at least some of the credit he gets, if not necessarily all of it. But as we'll see in a moment, Steve Jobs is ostensibly the subject of this movie, but he's not really the target of the joke. The cult around him is a bit of a target, but the primary target is the biopic genre itself. Let's go through the Oscar bait biopic checklist. The self-importance.
After all, you know what Socrates said about an unexamined life.
The public figure's secret dark side and internal torment. the forbidden or lost love, the melodramatic overacting and weight put on mundane events.
Just a lamp, I know, but it got me to thinking. Imagine a movie made entirely by computers.
The origins of iconography and slogans we associate with the person.
These will make you think different.
How everybody else they meet either doesn't understand them or sees great things in them. Turning historical figures into over-the-top cartoon villains. Eras faked through broad caricatures.
We'll hear more about the real movie Argo when we return.
Shoehorned in biblical motifs.
Last night I had a good one. Dreamt about the Garden of Eden. Yeah, it was the most beautiful trees and bushes I had ever seen.
Events claimed to have importance without demonstrations or explanations about why they're important.
I know that you made this computer, and this computer changes everything.
Yep, they're all here, all in their least subtle and most delightful naked glory. And all the story beats are here. The early spark, the rise, the pride, the fall, the rebirth. All here, sometimes intentionally without any sort of motivation or progression from point A to point B.
Oh, Steve, are you back now?
Yes, Susan, I am.
Also, this movie uses midichlorians as a plot point way better than the prequels did. I am not making that up. Let's top it off with awkwardly blocked scenes and very well-known details intentionally portrayed incorrectly. Some of them little forgivable things, like a slightly different word choice from reality.
Hello, I'm an Apple. And I'm a Microsoft.
And some of them major mistakes that even someone who did absolutely no research would catch.
We even opened stores of our own to meet the demand. You might have been to one, they're called Best Buys.
Oh, some of them had their basic most roots in historical fact. You know how in real life Steve Jobs hired John Scully away from Pepsi, and they had a good partnership for a few years, but tensions were rising, and one thing led to another, and Jobs was booted from the company? Here it's part of an evil plot by Commodore, yes, that Commodore, to sabotage Apple, preying on Steve's weakness for sugary soda. Scully's a mole who never actually worked at Pepsi, is hired and immediately fires Steve to fulfill the cartoon villain plot. And it all goes down in about 24 hours. In essence, this film is trying just hard enough to make it look like it's trying way too hard at the same time as not trying at all. And I think it works. The film has a great comedic ensemble. Justin Long is, very appropriately, cast as Steve Jobs, and his performance is almost absurdly earnest, whether he's playing the kind, lonely, misunderstood genius, or the angry, world-conquering misunderstood genius. And he yells at a fake Justin Long, which is awesome.
I don't think anyone here wants to get a Jamba Juice with Justin. Raise your hand if you want to get a Jamba Juice with the bee pollen and all the fixins with this little smarmy piece of shit.
Sadly, Bill Gates is not played by John Hodgman, but fortunately he is played by Dr. Venture himself, the always fantastic James Urbaniak, who brings a sniveling worminess to Bill Gates that highlights the stereotype of the Apple-Microsoft rivalry, the slick, hip rebel versus the dorky imperialist. Michaela Watkins plays Melinda in the middle of a love triangle with the two tech titans, the cliché underwritten girl next door with hints of the cliché underwritten femme fatale. And Jorge Garcia is absolutely hilarious as a ridiculously pathetic and clingy Steve Wozniak. On one level parodying the public's dismissiveness towards the real Wozniak in the face of Jobs worship, but on a simpler level, just good old-fashioned butt monkeying.
Hey, can I go sit over there now?
You thought Justin was being earnest? This movie convinced me that if I ever meet Jorge Garcia, I need to give him a hug. There's also a handful of cameos comedy nerds might recognize, such as Paul Rust and John Ross Bowie. But despite the comedic pedigree, the film is not quite a gag-a-minute Zucker Brothers-style spoof. In some scenes, the only joke is the constantly ignored presence of Wozniak. In other scenes, there's no actual jokes at all, it's played completely straight, but with the subtlety removed, letting the ridiculousness speak for itself. Now, it's possible that you're thinking, Dave, I already have a biopic parody. It's called Walk Hard, and it actually is a gag-a-minute Zucker Brothers-style spoof. Justin Long even has a cameo in it. And Funny or Die themselves released that fake trailer for Weird, the Al Yankovic story. Between the two of those, hasn't every joke about the biopic formula already been made? Well, almost. As much as I enjoy watching iSteve, the film itself isn't the brilliant part. The story behind the film is the brilliant part. iSteve might not be the funniest biopic parody, but the process that begat it is without a doubt the best biopic satire. I might even go so far as to call it performance art, if I wanted to make it sound important yet inaccessible. But I'd rather make it sound accessible, so let me break it down. It wasn't long after the death of Steve Jobs that production began on the Ashton Kutcher biopic. And I don't want to defame anyone involved in the production of the film. I'm sure there were some noble intentions in there, but it kind of felt like the vultures swooping in for the fresh meat. Let's cash in now before he's been dead long enough for people to not care about him again. I know that's a cynical way of looking at it, and I would love to be wrong about their motivations, but let's face it, it's really hard to see the movie Jobs as anything other than a cash in on the man's death. And in rushing to make their movie first, with deliberate disregard for making their movie best, Funny or Die managed to shine a light on the crass commercialization of the memory of influential people. This film may not be crammed with jokes, but the entire film is a joke. An expertly crafted joke at the expense of the makers of Jobs. Get the details wrong, anachronistic props, underdeveloped screenplay? Who cares? People will see it because it's about a dead guy they're required to love, and because we got to it first. But you didn't get to it first, Jobs. Funny or Die sniped it away from you. Oh, you might have the first legitimate movie about Steve Jobs, but if the critics are to be believed, even that's questionable. At the very least, iSteve is a masterful work of trolling, as evident from the TV spot where they take pride in the negative reviews the movie received from tech publications who take Steve Jobs very seriously. They trolled Apple fanboys, they trolled Hollywood, and if you make it to the end of the credits, they flat out admit that they trolled you. This is a work of complete fabrication and fiction being passed off as the story of a man's life. In other words, it's a biopic. They finish with their final word on the oversaturation of Steve Jobs' worship by saying that there's a less profitable, perhaps, but more interesting movie to be made in the story of the Commodore Company. And they admit that they're not the ones to make it. iSteve is available on DVD, and unfortunately there's not really any bonus features. I would love some behind-the-scenes material, even fake behind-the-scenes material, treating it like a real biopic, but given the rush production, the lack is understandable. The description on the back of the box is a fun read, though. You should check that out. As of this recording, iSteve is also on Netflix Instant, so you can have a double feature of iSteve and Jobs and decide for yourself which film is more sincere. If you actually do that, get back to me with your findings. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here. 2014 has been a rough year for a lot of us. Seems like every day there was more bad news. I myself spent most of the year unemployed and dealing with various personal heartbreaks. But despite all the stress and sadness, there was a bright spot. For all the misery that 2014 brought us, it also brought us one very, very happy thing. The return of Homestar Runner. Everybody loves the Homestar Runner. Or at the very least, everybody loves the Strong Bad or the Cheat or the Trogdor. The Homestar Runniverse dominated web entertainment in the pre-YouTube days, making fans out of everyone from Joss Whedon to They Might Be Giants. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who took their long-overdue return from hiatus as a prompt to go back and revisit every single link on the entire site, re-exploring the entire comedy universe that stemmed from email typos, inside jokes, and collective nostalgia. And so, in honor of Decemberween, or Januween if you're watching on YouTube, I'm celebrating some of my favorite creations of the Brothers Chaps. And while the entire website is full of brilliance, there is one page in particular that I've probably spent more time on than any other. And that's why today, I'm geeking out over Peasant's Quest.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Dateline 2004. My Homestar Runner obsession was at its height. Every Monday morning, I would dash off to the computer and see if there was a new cartoon. It was July 19th, and I saw a new short about a Videlectrix game, a clear parody of King's Quest and similar Sierra titles. Two of my obsessions converging? It's not my birthday. It's like 2.5 weeks after my birthday. At first, I thought it was just a fake commercial sketch. After all, it was funny enough as a joke, and it was filled with clearly fake statistics. And while they mentioned one real game, they also mentioned one fake one. But at the end, it actually gave a release month. That's awfully bold for a fake commercial. 2 weeks later, my brother and I logged onto the site. The game was there. The game was real. A full-fledged Sierra parody game available to play for free. We were ecstatic, and we spent the morning playing it until we beat it. What blew our minds was how accurately the game captured the feel of its parody target. Exploring peasantry and looking for ridiculous puzzle solutions felt almost exactly like exploring Daventry and looking for ridiculous puzzle solutions. Except without the mind-numbing frustration. All of the good parts of the Sierra game experience were there, or at least comical representations of them were, and the game successfully managed to capture our nostalgia for those early quests. Oh, that's right. Now I'm nostalgic for a thing that made me nostalgic for another thing. I am Internet Incarnate! The game has all of the conventions of early Sierra, from the stealing random crap from every room you enter to the token arcade-style minigame, and of course the conventions are riffed on affectionately yet bluntly. Like an actual Sierra game, some of the funniest stuff comes out of the plethora of really, really stupid ways to die. The final punchline of the game drives this home more than anything. They also riff on the overly complicated, illogical puzzles of early games, mainly by including puzzle solutions you'd absolutely never think of without the over-the-top hints. Or in some cases, without the game trailer. And of course they riff on the early graphic style, its inconsistent effectiveness, and the old artist's tendency to include details that seem far more important than they actually are. But even beyond the nostalgia, it's a damn funny game. Yes, the jokes might have more meaning if you already have knowledge of early Sierra, but even if you don't, the game presents the style accurately enough that you can still get the joke. And like everything Homestar, it's full of inside jokes, obscure references, and Easter eggs. That said, I don't know how many people who didn't appreciate the nostalgia got far enough to appreciate the other jokes. I knew at least a few people who were so confused by the gameplay experience that they gave up before they even managed to smell like a peasant. But surely there was someone out there who had never played a King's Quest game before but still managed to get the hang of it easily enough. People talk a lot about movies that work equally well as parodies of a genre and as examples of the genre, and Peasant's Quest absolutely fits that description. Except for the movie part. It's the game. The Peasant's Quest movie is just a trailer, and it's pure spoof. Pure spoof that has Dr. Krieger from Archer in it. But the Peasant's Quest game, while on the short side, is a legitimate adventure gaming experience. And while it's a gently snarky take, it has the potential to be someone's entry point into the genre as a whole. So if you play Peasant's Quest and are curious about the source material, check out the King's Quest series. It may not be as self-aware, but it'll feel familiar to you. Just be sure to take advantage of multiple save slots. They were crueler about dead ends back then. So, have you played Peasant's Quest? Or were you more of the action-y Stinkoman type? Share your thoughts in the comments, and in 2 weeks, we'll be talking about the reason you all went to the site in the first place, us females. So until then, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and I want to talk about one of my favorite characters in all of television. He's a crazy one-percenter with a heart of gold and a mind of something unpredictable. He's a sitcom boss, a sitcom father figure, and a sitcom wacky neighbor all rolled into one, played by one of the finest character actors of our time. Right now, I'm geeking out over Jimmy James.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
NewsRadio was one of the shining stars of the multi-camera sitcom format, and it had one of the most perfect comedic ensembles in television history. With a cast that includes legends like Dave Foley and Phil Hartman, it's hard to pick just one standout. Even actors you might not like otherwise were put to good use here. I could probably do an episode on each and every NewsRadio character, and maybe I will someday, don't hold me to that. But right now my focus is on Jimmy James. The eccentric, uber-rich Jimmy James was the owner of WNYX, among many, many, many other properties. The character was played masterfully by the great Stephen Root, whom you may know from everything. One of the marks of a great ensemble is that you can put any two characters in a scene together and they'll have an interesting and unique relationship. And Jimmy certainly has fun relationships with everyone else in the cast. If I went into full detail on the nuances of each individual interaction, this video would be longer than my Fantasmic review, but in the briefest, broadest strokes, Jimmy is like an adopted father to Beth.
How much do I pay you?
Not enough.
It will be corrected.
He's like a cool older brother or college buddy to Joe.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, let's not get dirty, okay, Joe?
He's like a school teacher to Matthew, disappointed that he's not living up to his potential.
That's right, that is me with a mustache.
Oh, well, mine's gotta look a little better than that.
Matthew, that's what he would have said.
He's like a withholding authority figure to Lisa, who respects and likes her, but she never seems to get the exact approval she's seeking.
You know, you have not made things easy for me, Mr. James.
You know, you are the only person I have met who has achieved more of his life goals than I have.
Probably the most mutual relationships where he rarely displayed any sort of upper hand were with the two anchors, Catherine and Bill. Bill McNeil, in particular, treated Jimmy as a peer to his face, being one of the few characters to address him on a first-name basis. But behind his back, Bill often treated him like the man. But Bill's duplicitous nature is a subject for another time. And then there's Dave. From the beginning, the relationship between Jimmy and Dave Nelson was one of the central driving forces of the series. At first, Dave doesn't know how to deal with Jimmy. After all, Dave was new, and Jimmy's unpredictability is rather intimidating.
Well, I wanted to let you know that I understand now that what you put me through today was a test.
Could be. Or it could be I'm just making it all up as I go along.
Well, which is it?
You'll never know.
But once Dave gets to know him a little better, as well as anyone can anyway, he spends much of the series looking up to Jimmy as a mentor, perhaps because he has no idea how else to categorize him. Jimmy feels comfortable in his mentoring role, even if his advice often confuses more than it helps.
Dave, there is a saying, I cried because I had no desk until I met a man who had no feet. And the no feet guy explained that there was such a thing as a budget and WNYX was way over it. The end. You ever hear that story? And I support fire safety, but you see those sprinklers up there? They're not hooked up to anything. When I was in school, there was this kid, right? He wanted to play football more than anything. The kid ate like a wild animal every day. I mean, he pumped iron all night long, and after 2 months, he got a hernia. Makes you think, huh?
I really don't think I get the point.
That kid's name was Richard Nixon.
Richard Milhouse Nixon?
What the hell's his middle name got to do with anything? Dave, the point of the story is... let's see, hernia, wild animal, Nixon... Oh, hell, it's in there somewhere.
But then, Jimmy doesn't even need to be conscious to give Dave confusing advice.
Now, I know that if you're awake, you would probably say something like, well, son, why milk the cow when you got a fridge full of steaks? And I would probably say, that makes absolutely no sense, sir. And I'm sure you would say, oh, well, it sure sounded like it made sense when that guy Chuck Connors said it in that movie Chinatown. And I would be forced to say, well, sir, Chuck Connors wasn't in the movie Chinatown. And I'm sure you would come back with, well, Dave, if I wanted to have this conversation, I'd have hired that guy Siskel Ebert to do your job. And I would say, sir, Siskel and Ebert are two guys. And I'm sure you would then come back with, Dave, just because the man is fat is no reason to make fun of him.
It would be easy to chalk up his eccentricities to his life of luxury being so far removed from the common man, except he actually spends most of his time surrounded by the relatively common man at WNYX, and let's face it, the NewsRadio universe is one where reality is dictated by the insane. The most paranoid or illogical person in the room is quite often the correct one. So, Jimmy's wisdom actually is wise in this universe.
Dave, I don't know whether you've noticed, but most stuff I do is weirder than hell.
That's a very good point, sir.
The man was aloof and quite often scatterbrained, but he still had a brilliant business mind. Jimmy James is a businessman to the end. He loves money, but it's hard to call him greedy. He's extremely passionate about money, yes, and he demands that money and commerce are treated with respect.
Advertising pays our bills, all right? Advertising pays your salary. Advertising is what made this country great.
Okay, maybe I missed.
What was the Constitution of the United States?
Document.
No, it is an advertisement for liberty. When, in the course of human events, I'm telling you, that's right up there with put a tiger in your tank and where's the beef? I'm sorry, I gotta get some air. Hell, if it wasn't for advertising, you know what you two be doing, huh? You two'd be giving out Sesame Street tote bags during PBS pledge breaks, except they wouldn't say Sesame Street on them. No, they wouldn't say that. They said that would be... Advertising! That's right! Hell, if you two had your way, they probably wouldn't even be any Sesame Street, would they? Would there?
Dave.
Just reading some ads, not involved at all.
Yeah, that's right. There'd be no Ernie, would there? No, there'd be no Bert. Bye-bye. Bye-bye to Grover. Bye-bye to Cookie Monster. No, there'd be no Snuffleupagus, would there? Forget that trash can, because there ain't no Oscar the Grouch. Not to mention Kermit the damn Frog.
Really, money is like an obsessive hobby for him. He can't walk away from a good deal, not because he actually needs what's being traded, but because he craves the victory.
It's not just about the almighty dollar. It's also about the plucky little dime and the omniscient nickel and the ferocious quarter.
I think this is a time to remember the most important things are the ones money cannot buy.
I'm sorry, what?
Well done, Bill.
Bill, I'm going to jump to the end and work my way backwards. Do you like Ernie and Bert?
He is quite literally the man who has everything. So what does a character like that want? Well, companionship. This was displayed most prominently every time he returned to his fabled wife search. He pursued various women at various points in the series, including Dave's mom.
Wait, so your mom's still married to that guy?
My dad?
Yeah. Well, you let me know.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But it never quite worked out for good.
Wait a minute, 555, that's one of those fake telephone numbers.
And on occasion, the reason it didn't work out is because the woman came between him and the WNYX staff. And anytime that happened, he ultimately chose WNYX. For a man who owns so many businesses, Jimmy spent a lot of time at WNYX, and it certainly wasn't out of any particular love for the radio format.
Radio, bauxite smelting, it's all the same, really.
Yes, he sometimes came off as cold, and you could definitely debate which he cared about more, money or people.
Well, greed has never been one of your vices, sir.
I'm sorry, what?
Greed is good, money's everything. I love Big Bird. Please make the call.
Hey, it's Mitt Romney's campaign slogan. That would have been hilarious if I released this video in October 2012. But deep down, he loved the staff of WNYX, and that's why he spent more time there than any of his other numerous companies. But he won't admit that unless it's part of a business deal.
These people mean the world to me. They're not like employees. They're like family. I can't imagine anything worse than having to part with them. There, you satisfied?
Yes.
Great, nice doing business with you, Dave.
Also, he was Deep Throat, but not D.B. Cooper. Or Doobie Keebler.
Light the fuse and run away, huh, Dave?
You baffle me, sir.
Thank you.
Of course, Jimmy was just one piece in a grand comedic orchestra, but he was an essential piece. If you haven't seen it before, check out NewsRadio and just bask in the genius. And until next time, this is David Gansel, WNYX News Time, 12 o'clock. Hey everyone, Dave here, and today I'm geeking out over the greatest band in Pawnee, Indiana, Scarecrow Boat. Or as they are more frequently known, Mouse Rat.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Before he was a Star-Lord, before he was the Special, before he was rumored to be in talks to be an archaeology professor, Chris Pratt was an agent named Macklin.
My name is Burt Macklin. I'm with the FBI.
Or, more accurately, he was Andy Dwyer, the jerk-ass frat douche and sensitive boyfriend from Season 1 of Parks and Recreation, who fortunately evolved into the lovable schlub from Season 2 and on of Parks and Recreation. Yeah, first rule of writing for Chris Pratt, play to his natural likability.
I do say the cutest stuff.
Like NewsRadio, it's impossible for me to narrow down my one favorite character on Parks and Rec, but Andy is always in the running. Well, after Season 1, he's always in the running. And like many lovably clueless bros on television, he fancies himself quite the musician.
I just wrote a new song, okay? Bottom line, it's called Sex Hair. It's about how you can tell when someone's just had sex because of how their hair gets matted up in the back. It's awesome.
And he has a band which features himself and other people who sometimes have lines. The most prominent is Burley, who is apparently played by Andrew Burlinson, but you can't fool me, time-traveling young Alan Ruck. But the other members aren't what's important. This is The Andy Show. All of Mouse Rat's songs are a natural extension of Andy Dwyer's personality.
2 lines I put into every song I've ever sang. Spread your wings and fly, and you deserve to be a champion.
They aspire for an upbeat rock and roll energy and are unencumbered by pesky things like logic or sensical lyrics.
In my heart, I'm sad you had to die. Lil horse, spread your wings and learn to fly.
Horses don't fly.
That's why I'm telling him, learn to fly.
The song that Parks and Rec viewers hear the most is The Pit, an autobiographical song about the time Andy fell into the pit. It's full of raw emotional power with, shall we say, minimalist lyrics.
I fell into the pen.
But the emotion seems to get across, and clearly Andy has a deeply personal connection to it. When he hears it in the wild, his first thought is, I love this song, and not, I wrote this song. Mousetrap plays several songs over the course of the series, and on the show itself you only get to hear snippets of most of them. They're all perfectly catchy, and if you didn't know the source, you'd swear they were just some tune you vaguely recognized from some band you vaguely heard of. But then you listen to the actual lyrics, and you realize that they rank up there with the funniest comedy music in your collection. I'm assuming that, like all decent people, you have a rather large comedy music collection. Don't lie to me, I know you collect Dr. Demento's basement tapes. 5,000 Candles in the Wind, for instance, is a heartwarming tribute to everyone's favorite miniature horse, Lil Sebastian. Yes, the logic behind the title is amusing.
What's 5,000 times better than A Candle in the Wind?
But it's a powerful tune that can move even the hardest heart. Even Ron Swanson himself can't resist this song. And yes, it's a song about a tragic loss, but still viewed through Andy's absurdly childlike eyes. The funniest line didn't even make it onto the show itself.
But here's the part that hurts the most. Humans cannot ride a ghost.
Then there's the song Andy wrote for his own wedding, which you only really hear the opening chords of in the episode itself. The song is dedicated to the love he and April share, and it's called Two Birds Holding Hands.
I'm going to repeat that. Two birds holding hands. That's the kind of blend of vagueness and specificity that I love. It's important to be poetic and have them be birds, but it doesn't matter what kind of birds. You don't need that clear a word picture. They're just two birds who have hands and hold them. And then it doesn't take the lyrics long to ignore the whole bird metaphor, aside from a couple of mentions of flying, and just sort of devolves into a list of things April and Andy could do together. And once again, it's a weirdly specific and yet still arbitrary list.
We can go bowling, then hitch a ride to outer space. Let's fly to that restaurant. Maybe Arby's is the place to be. We can go wherever we want, 'cause it's you and me. Two birds holding hands.
And then there's my favorite Mousetrap song, the Nope 2012 campaign theme, Catch Your Dream, featuring Duke Silver. You hear snippets of this song several times during Season 4, and it employs that old familiar cliche of catching one's dream. But if you listen to the rest of the lyrics, it takes the metaphor a little too literally.
Gonna bag that beautiful beast and drag it on home. You can catch the wildest dream you dare. Grab your camo and ammo. We'll load it for bed. You gotta catch your dream.
It gets kind of morbid.
'Cause it's not enough to simply want a thing. You gotta crush its soul and clip its wings.
Seriously, they won't leave any survivors.
'Cause it's not enough to simply catch your dream. You gotta grab your dream and then catch your dream.
The songs of Mousetrap contain some of the funniest writing in a series already overflowing with hilarious writing. Just goes to show you we are truly living in the age of the bonus feature, an era where the supplemental garnishes deserve almost as much care and attention as the main course itself. But it's still most important that the main course is good, so later this month we'll be discussing some of my favorite episodes of this truly delightful series. Until then, this is Dave, signing off.
Tangle it to your heart.
Hey everyone, Dave here, and so far most of these obsessions have been things that I really love, but sometimes for me an obsession isn't so much a great thing I adore and more of a baffling curiosity that just raises so many questions about why it is and how it came to be, that I just have to keep on digging for answers that I may never find. Sometimes my obsession is more of a perplexed curiosity, and that's certainly the case with today's installment. Right now, I am fascinated by Free Willy, the animated series.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
We all vaguely remember the live-action movie Free Willy, right? Kid befriends a whale, wants to set the whale free, there's a wise older Native American mentor, this shot happens somewhere. Fairly standard animal-centric kids fare. Not really the sort of thing you'd expect to make a regular series out of. But this was Warner Brothers in the 90s. If kids might recognize it, let's figure out a way to animate it. Well, technically, Warner outsourced this show to Nelvana, so get ready for some Canadian animation.
But Willy and I will be on time tomorrow.
Sorry I'm so late.
You have to chill out, Marlene.
As is par for the course, none of the original cast members returned for the show. Even though the guy who played Randolph in the movie had previously done voice work for Nelvana's Tintin series, but I guess the screen presence just made him too expensive. That, or nobody cared enough to remember who was actually in the movie. Wait, Michael Madsen was in the movie? This was just the movie of 1,000 Michaels, none of whom are involved in the show. Even though I never had a particular affinity for the film, I watched this show religiously as a kid because it was on ABC, which was one of the very few channels we could get clearly with our old TV antenna. Then I completely forgot about it for years until I was an adult, when one morning out of the blue I woke up and suddenly remembered just how bizarre this show was. It all started coming back to me, hazily, like a fever dream from long ago. I started wondering how someone who was a big fan of the movie would react to the show. Hell, how would they react to the theme song? Yay, there's Willy! And I guess that's Jesse, since he's blonde. They're swimming together, that's pretty cool. This isn't the Michael Jackson song for the movie, but it's... Wait, submarine? What's going on here? Looks like they're being chased by... What the hell? Is a cyborg firing a missile at Jesse and Willy? Did that just happen? They all seem pretty calm and happy now. Is nobody concerned that a cyborg just tried to murder a child? Nobody at all? You're just gonna repeat your waving animation? They're just gonna pretend it didn't... Why is Jesse so happy? That cyborg must still be nearby. What is happening? You're just gonna do your jumping trick? Is he trying to escape the cyborg, or you're just smiling and goofing off and not at all concerned about the cyborg and the submarine? A drawing just faded into a slightly different drawing, and that's not the weird thing here. Let's go into the show itself. Remember that sad goodbye between Jesse and Willy at the end of the film? Did you tear up knowing that these two kindred souls may have to learn to live without each other? Yeah, they just hang out all the time now. And there's no sign of that family Willy was so desperate to reunite with.
This is just the way we like it, huh, Willy?
Randolph got Jesse a job at the institute he works at now because for some reason he parted ways with the aquarium he stole a whale from. The show kind of ignores Jesse's past as a criminal troublemaker, instead making him a more innocent rascal who scares the shit out of injured animals with his killer whale. Jesse's foster parents show up sometimes, but most of the focus is on new characters, such as Institute co-worker Marlene, who starts off as a stick in the mud but softens up soon, and then her entire personality consists of caring about the environment.
I'm working here because I want to make a difference. The ocean is a mess, Jesse.
That does not make her unique in this cast. Then there's Mr. Noggle, the slightly bumbling head of the Institute. He's the resident old fuddy-duddy.
Jesse, we cannot afford to feed Tyrannosaurus whale here.
And then there's a sea lion named Lucille, because of course her name is Lucille, and a dolphin named Einstein. Oh, yeah, and then the evil cyborg. His name is the Machine, because creativity is for other cartoons, and he's the platonic ideal of a kid's show villain.
But we must all work together to keep environmental criminals from spoiling nature's gifts to us.
Work together. I hate it when people do that.
He wants to kill Willy because Willy took his arm. Yes, our lovable, adorable animal hero bit off a dude's arm. Granted, that dude was a greedy villain who spent his time polluting the ocean, and now he pollutes the ocean and hunts the whale.
If that rotten whale shows up, I'll take care of him too. I owe that bucket of blubber for what he did to me.
He's if Captain Ahab was a Captain Planet villain. He's so committed to pollution that he made henchmen out of pollution. He also sometimes wears an apparently very convincing person mask to pose as environmentalist philanthropist Rockland Stone. Which is weird because, with a name like that, shouldn't he have become a rock-themed villain instead of a mechanical pollution villain? And why go out of your way to pretend to fight pollution as your cover for spreading pollution? And he wears a person mask and nobody notices that he's wearing a mask. This isn't even like Clark Kent's glasses, he's wearing a face that's not real skin. Unless it is real skin, in which case, gross. But what's really amazing is that when I was a kid, None of this seemed insane to me. I was just like, oh cool, Free Willy's on. Let's watch a cartoon about a kid and his whale being hunted by a cyborg and his sidekicks made out of slime.
Oh, but the weirdness isn't over. Midway through the first episode, Lucille's been injured by the machine. Jesse and Willy find her, and then...
Take her to Randolph. Take her to Marlene. Huh? Willy?
Really? This is a talking animal show now.
Whoa! Did you just speak to me? I always speak to you, but for the first time, we understand each other.
I mean, the movie required some suspension of disbelief to assume that a kid and a whale would bond so well, and it certainly had elements of some sort of mysticism and spirituality, but it was still for the most part grounded in something resembling reality. Let's take this quiet, scientifically almost plausible story about an animal lover and throw in both science fiction and magic.
I think you are a truth talker.
A truth talker?
What's a truth talker?
Special kids who can communicate with animals.
Oh, that explains everything, I guess?
Special? I'm just a troublemaker, Randolph. You know that.
How many kids could make friends with a killer whale?
Okay, truth talker. We're just rolling with it.
To get in touch with your power, Jesse, you must be calm. Breathe slowly. Focus your energy. Stay calm. Breathe and focus.
Stay calm, breathe, and focus.
Yeah, because he was clearly so calm and focused when this first happened, when he was panicking over Lucille's life. So yeah, this series is about Jesse talking to animals and saving the ocean from an evil cyborg. Totally the same thing as a movie about a cynical orphan bonding with an animal and learning to love and accept people. While the show basically continues the general pro-animal theme of its source material, it chooses to completely abandon the tone of its source material, throwing every marketable cartoon cliché at the wall, blending it all with the lack of subtlety usually associated with environmentally conscious children's programming. And yes, I get the importance of educating children about protecting our planet, but it's really hard to do it in a way the kids will understand and take to heart. This show seemed to try way too hard to appeal to kids, and yes, there was a stretch where, as a dumb kid, it did appeal to me. But it didn't help me take the environment seriously, because when nothing else in the show seemed real, why would the actual real-life threat seem real? In the end, we get this bizarre mess of a show that feels like it has a few good intentions sprinkled amidst its cynical cash-grabbiness. And if you're a fan of bizarre marketing decisions and misguided kids shows, you should definitely check this one out. Surprisingly enough, Warner Brothers hasn't completely disowned the show, and the first season is available on Amazon Instant.
So, that was a show I watched as a child. Regularly. Without even questioning it. What was wrong with me? Do you have any shows like that? Shows you vaguely remember seeing as a child and you didn't question them at the time, but now you just can't believe they were real? Discuss that in the comments, why don't you? And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over Phineas and Ferb.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Ah, Phineas and Ferb, Disney's beloved hybrid of Ferris Bueller, Pinky and the Brain, Dexter's Laboratory, Michigan J. Frog, Calvin and Hobbes, Wallace and Gromit, Ralph Wolf, and Sam Sheepdog.
Okay, how many disparate influences does a show need to have before you can just call it original?
Created by the brilliant duo of Dan Povenmire and Jeff Swampy Marsh, who met working on The Simpsons, then worked together on Rocko's Modern Life, and then worked separately on everything else, Phineas and Ferb is, for my money, an example of that rarest of beast, a show that actually deserves every ounce of its widespread mainstream success. Not only is the show delightful in its own right, but that success led Disney Channel to see the value in shows that were actually, creator-driven, and not just committee-driven. Now, kids' cartoons have tried to reach out with humor aimed at the parents for a long time, with mixed results.
Well, you realize most of the kids watching this show have never even seen a typewriter, right? That's a Breaking Bad reference. I realize we don't share much of the same audience.
Aren't you a little young to know about all these old detective shows?
Yes. Yes, we are.
But while pop culture references are one source of humor here, they're not the only source of humor. This isn't DreamWorks in the mid-2000s. There's a healthy dose of witty dialogue, absurd surrealism, good old-fashioned cartoon slapstick, and actual grounded humor driven by the heightened but relatable cast of characters.
Oh, Phineas!
It's not that funny. Stand down, Fireside Girl.
Throw in some of the catchiest and cleverest songs of any animated series since Animaniacs, and you've got the perfect recipe for a show marketed directly to me. Or to a 6-year-old with my exact tastes, I guess.
Thank you for making a kid show that parents can enjoy. Because there's a lot of them that we can't, and
what
so
makes
it's
you think
nice.
this is a kid show?
Yeah, it's true.
And yeah, some people have an aversion to the show because Disney Channel and songs and Disney pop stars lending voices and singing those songs. But that's unfair to the wide variety of other artists who have performed songs for the show, ranging from Bowling for Soup to Perry Grip to Professor Elemental to freaking Davy Jones and Peter Noon to... what's his name? Oh, that's right, Slash. And he was the one who approached Disney asking if he could do a song for Phineas and Ferb. Plus, the cast also includes actors from cult favorites like 30 Rock and the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Well, this isn't much of a horror movie. Where are the rock and roll musical numbers?
Not to mention the incredibly eclectic list of guest stars and a fan base that includes quite a few of your favorite people in comedy.
There you are, Petty. Petty the Platypus.
In addition to being wildly entertaining, there are many, many facets of the show I find incredibly fascinating to discuss. Several of them have been addressed elsewhere on the internet, and believe me, this won't be the only video I make about the show. But for right now, I'd like to focus on the show's ongoing continuity. And you may be thinking, continuity? Isn't this the show that infamously sticks to a rigid formula? Isn't every episode the same? Well, you're right that there is a formula to the series. Phineas and Ferb decide to build some massive fun thing, Candace tries to bust them, meanwhile Doofenshmirtz tries to take over the tri-state area with his latest inator, Perry fights him, steers things in a direction that both disables Doof's inator and removes all evidence of Phineas and Ferb's adventure.
Hi, kids. Why don't you come in for snacks?
Why don't you come in for some snacks?
Oh, there you are, Perry.
Oh, there you are, Perry.
And Ferb says...
You know, gladiators were Roman, not Greek.
It's always the same thing every day.
The show spent the first several episodes establishing this formula, and then nearly every subsequent episode parodying, deconstructing, generally playing with, or occasionally outright ignoring this formula. But for a show known for its strong adherence to formula, what really fascinates me is the stuff that grows from episode to episode. It doesn't take long to realize that this is a show that can make the most out of a potentially repetitive formula. I mean, this is a show that can make even its clip show episodes unique and entertaining. Watching each episode is like watching a new improv herald that uses the same basic start and end points. In fact, Dan and Swampy have often described the writing process of the show as the closest animation can get to improv.
It's probably the closest thing to an improv show that you could do in animation. We do an outline, basically what, the basic idea of a story, and then we give it to two storyboard artists who sit in a room and try to make each other laugh.
And if that's the case, they've managed to grow Danville into quite the expansive world, all through the power of yes and. Oh, mythology and long-term narrative aren't really brought to the forefront all that often, unlike your Adventure Times or your Gravity's Falls, but they lurk in the background when you know where to look for them. It's a cliche to compare wacky comedy cities to Springfield, so instead I'll compare it to Pawnee. A few core characters navigating a sea of delightful lunatics where even a one-line townsperson might recur and have recognizable traits. Minor background characters who have only the most tenuous connection to any of the main subplots reappear in running gags across the series, helping the world to feel simultaneously more expansive and more intimate.
How do you do that?
I had seen scattered episodes of the show here and there and enjoyed it, but didn't really fall in love with it until I sat down and watched the series in order, and saw how things in the series unfold.
Sold! Get me up to speed.
Admittedly, the show often follows what I call the Futurama approach to continuity, which is to say, pay attention to continuity only when that's funnier than ignoring it.
I don't believe in spaceships.
But, Buford, you've been in a spaceship. Several, actually.
I'm a skeptic.
And while the first season largely seems to consist of relatively standalone comedy sketch episodes, they start to pepper in callbacks and running gags, referring to previous adventures in detail.
Bow chicka bow wow. That's what my baby said.
Mow, 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 and my heart starts pumping.
Reminding us that even though everything was seemingly reset at the end of each episode, the episode still happened, the characters still experienced it, and any changes the characters underwent are still in effect, even if some of the characters are incapable of learning from some of their mistakes. But it would soon move beyond mere callbacks and into actual character arcs, all on a show where the characters famously do the same thing every day.
Same thing tomorrow? Nah, I like to keep moving forward.
Despite being the title characters of the series, Phineas and Ferb are rarely the protagonist of any given episode.
What Phineas and Ferb are doing is not really the story, because they're not being changed by it or growing as characters, because they're just always these super positive people.
They're the Ferris Buellers of the episode.
What Phineas and Ferb are doing is the setting, and what Candace is doing is often the story.
The formula is in place to bring these characters together, and once they are together, their relationships can grow. Take Buford, for instance. He was introduced as a fairly standard cartoon bully. And in the early days, he was the closest thing to an antagonist that Phineas and Ferb, at least knowingly, faced. But as he spent more and more time around the gang, he started to show other sides of his personality.
I want to float around like men.
He started to show his insecurities, his esoteric hobbies, and his affections.
One day somebody's gonna ask me for some obscure musical instrument, and it ain't gonna be there. What's gonna happen then?
And as is often the case, it became clear that he had a soft side.
And that's how I won my goldfish. I named it Biff, after my mother.
Okay, any show where the family of bullies has a member named Biff and a member named Buford absolutely knows the key to my heart. So Phineas and Ferb started using their resources to help him, and he started seeing the gang as his friends. Although reconciling his new friendships with his inclination towards bullying is an ongoing process. And it helps make Buford and Baljeet especially one of many interesting and dynamic relationships throughout the series.
I was going to eat those jelly donuts.
Missed you, Baljeet.
Right back at you, buddy.
Early on, one of the biggest running threads was Candace's crush on a boy named Jeremy. Often this crush served as another obstacle in her quest to bust her brothers, as she was often put in situations where she could either pursue busting or pursue Jeremy, but she had to choose one or the other. And as this came up more and more, her relationship with Jeremy actually started to grow. And eventually he stopped being this unattainable other, and they actually did start dating. Which brought a whole new set of Candace's insecurities and neuroses to the forefront and led to even more ongoing developments. And there are several other relationships and character statuses that develop from episode to episode, such as Isabella's crush on Phineas, Doof's nemesis triangle with Perry and Peter, Monogram's mentoring of Carl, Irving's development from fanboy to friend, the resurgence of Linda's past as a one-hit wonder, Lawrence and Linda's consistently happy but occasionally peculiar marriage, Candace's friendship with Stacy, Stacy's newfound knowledge, Candace's relationship with her hallucinatory zebra, Roger's political trajectory, Doof's rivalry with Rodney, Norm's quest for Doof's approval, Doof trying to be a good father to Vanessa, Candace's friendship with Vanessa, Ferb's crush on Vanessa, Vanessa's relationship with Johnny, Vanessa's relationship with Monty. Actually, I think the only character with more potential love interest than Vanessa is Baljeet. The formula of Phineas and Ferb is a solid structure. It's not a restrictive cage forging each episode to conform to the same shape, but it's more like a jungle gym for these characters to play on. As the series went on, more and more episodes would devote more of their time to character growth, story progression, and world building, with the expected beats of the formula set aside, where the audience doesn't need to sit through every step, but can easily fill in the gaps. Seriously, sometimes the title characters just sit in the background for an entire episode, but we can still easily piece together what they're up to. But it all started with a well-defined structure, with just a few fleeting moments of sometimes inadvertent groundwork laid here and there, adding flavor to the familiar shape. And it's no surprise that half the fun of the show was finding variations within a formula and noticing the little unique things in each seemingly similar episode. Because one of the central themes of the show is finding the little ways to make each day special, discovering the extraordinary among the ordinary. Because after all, there's no such thing as just an ordinary day. Every day's a brand new day, carpe diem. Well, I for one feel like going outside and building my own roller coaster or going on my own adventure. But I'll probably just stay inside and binge watch more Phineas and Ferb. So, until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the point-and-click adventure game starring Indiana Jones.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Who doesn't love the odd-numbered Indiana Jones movies? Nazis! That's who! And probably some perfectly nice people who don't share my taste in cinema. My point is, George and Steve's fan film based on the cheesy old serials of their childhood became a very popular franchise, and like every popular franchise, especially when George is involved, there's gonna be merchandising! And one form of merchandising is tie-in video games. Now, you probably remember there were quite a few console games based on the Indiana Jones movies, but that's not what I'm here to discuss. I'm here to discuss the PC games. Because, really, who wants to wait around to use the Nintendo until their mom's done watching Young Riders? Real men wait around to use the computer until their dad's done writing his dissertation. Once upon a time, the name LucasArts actually meant something. And the name wasn't LucasArts, it was Lucasfilm Games. Film games! Just like radio books or Instagram vaudeville. And while they dabbled in many genres early on, where they truly excelled was the point-and-click adventure games. They released many beloved original games, some of which launched their own franchises, but of course they also had to partake in that merchandising thing. Starting off with the major movie adaptation, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, a game that finally lets you play as Han Solo and James Bond at the same time. Adventure games as a genre are often accused of having a lack of replayability. You're just solving puzzles to get to the end of the story, and once you've gotten to the end, you know the solutions to the puzzle, so there's no more challenge, so why bother replaying? Now, I personally don't entirely subscribe to that philosophy. I mean, I rewatch movies that I've seen, even though they're exactly the same each time, so why shouldn't I replay a game every now and then, regardless of the lack of variety? But that said, the accusers also aren't entirely wrong. There are many adventure games that follow a very rigid path. Each step in every puzzle has to be completed in exactly the right order, and if they let you stray from the path at all, it's just to kill you off. But the Indiana Jones games are different. Here we have multiple paths, multiple detours, and puzzles with multiple solutions, including punching. Punching is a possible solution. Violence in an adventure game? Yeah, the violent path is sometimes an option in the genre. Notably in a certain competing adventure game franchise that also starred a protagonist known for his headwear, but that franchise provided killing as a last resort. At least the real entries in that franchise did. You were rewarded more for taking the non-violent path. Now with Indy, it's hard to claim that it rewards or punishes you for choosing violence or avoiding violence, but it does alter the game. There are some things you can't do once you start fighting, and there are some things you can only do if you fight everybody. Of course, if you try to fight everybody, you could die.
Funny. I didn't think you could die in LucasArts adventure games.
Well, maybe they're trying something different.
Well, you still can't die in the adventure game parts of LucasArts adventure games. You only die in fights in both of these games, not as the result of bad puzzle decisions. At least not until the very end. But enough about fighting around the world. What's all this nonsense about multiple solutions? Am I implying that watching the movie isn't a sufficient walkthrough to completing the game? Well, of course, as with any game based on a movie, some sequences of the film are expanded upon severely. You know, simple walks down hallways become complicated mazes, while other scenes are condensed severely. Like, the Brotherhood of the Cruciform Sword doesn't show up in the game at all. Hell, Sala doesn't show up in the game at all. So there's one area where the ride is the superior spin-off. But there are some sequences in the film adapted directly into the game. And in these cases, you can just do what the characters did in the movie, but you don't always have to. This is demonstrated early on when they recreate this scene.
Irene, put everybody's name on a list in order they arrive. And I'll see each and every one of them in turn.
Yeah, you can tell the students to wait and then climb out the window just like Indy does, but if you've had the proper conversation with Marcus before you entered your office, he'll tell you about another professor you can stick the students on. Neither outcome really affects much of anything, but it is an early clue about the game's versatility. Later on in the game, when the Nazis demand the diary from Indy, you can follow the movie here, give them the diary, ride to Berlin, recover the diary, and get it signed by ol' Adolf. Or you can have Adolf sign your travel pass, which will help ease your path later. Or you can give the Nazis a fake Grail diary and not even have to go to Berlin at all, which drastically shortens the game. It's kind of insane to think of how many sequences they programmed here and then deliberately ensured that some people who complete the game would never have to actually see those sequences. And that's just the tip of the replayability iceberg. Hell, even at the last second after you've basically won, there are still options. Like, do you let Elsa die or save her? Saving Elsa is actually an option. Not to mention there are some pieces of the game that are randomly generated and change from play to play. Like, which Grail is actually the correct one. There are a lot of cups of carpenters around here. So the game proved successful and a sequel was made. But since there wasn't another movie coming out in the near future, they instead opted to make Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, a new game with a new story. And a new voice cast starring Doug Lee as Indy. He sounds about as close to Harrison Ford as the Free Willy animated cast sounded to the movie cast.
All right, Jones, how you gonna find that statue and all this junk?
I think you are a truth talker.
I looked it up, they're not the same actor. Still, while it's not a dead-on imitation, I think Lee's voice works for Indy. He's got that combination of tough and weary, adventurous and cynical that helps to capture at least the basic most version of the character. But if you're not a fan of his interpretation, you can play with just subtitles and no voices. Fate of Atlantis starts off fun and quirky with this neat little cold open, interactive opening credits sequence deal. It's slapstick and not particularly involved gameplay, but it's a fun way to combine the mechanics of the game with a cinematic opening. After that, unlike Last Crusade, the first act of Fate of Atlantis is fairly linear. Indy goes to New York, meets up with Sophia Hapgood, they globetrot for a bit until they return to the university to find the lost dialogue of Plato, and then the adventure begins proper. And the adventure itself is fairly linear, without all that much freedom of choice throughout the game, but there is one crucial moment of choice before that, a moment which essentially splits the game into 3 separate games. Indy is about to go on his mission, Sophia offers to come along, and you can either accept her help, mention action, or mention thinking. And apparently Indy's incapable of thinking if Sophia's there. That seems kinda sexist against every gender. This choice determines whether you are choosing the team path, where Sophia factors into the gameplay, the fist path, where the puzzles are minimalized in favor of fight sequences, or the wits path, which does not have John Moe, but it features more complex adventure game puzzles. So basically, what Indy says here actually determines what he's going to encounter along the way. I wish I could just declare what kind of a journey I'm going to have today. Today, I'm only going to encounter short lines. So you're off on whichever of the 3 games you chose. And while they all use the same basic settings and have some puzzle crossover, they truly are 3 different games. They have completely separate pacing from each other. A side character may be an ally in one path and an enemy in another. And I think it's worth playing through both the wits and the team path to see what both have to offer. I'm less crazy about the fists path since I don't find the fighting mechanics particularly fun, and most of the good stuff in it shows up in some form in one of the other 2 paths. But the puzzles are simplified, so it could be worth doing if you like button mashing and just want to get through the game without scratching your head at crazy adventure game logic. Eventually the paths converge, but there are still a few minor alternate endings depending on how you handle things when you get to Atlantis. So while it doesn't have quite the mind-blowingly intricate variety that Last Crusade does, Fate of Atlantis is still a lot of fun. As far as a lot of people are concerned, it's the true 4th Indiana Jones story. The Indiana Jones point-and-click adventure games expand the boundaries of the film's mythology while also pushing the limits of their gaming genre. And that's what makes them absolute classics, and they are still fun to play today. So check them out if you get a chance, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and today's episode is another of those perplexed fascination sort of obsessions. Right now, I'm preoccupied with a very short-lived television series called Gemini Man.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Gemini Man was not a series that most people would call particularly good, but I find it incredibly fascinating. It's a very loose adaptation of H.G. Wells' The Invisible Man, centered around a secret agent who becomes invisible in a tragic accident and can only remain visible due to a special device. Very loose adaptation of H.G. Wells' The Invisible Man. But if you're anything like me, you probably first encountered this series under a different name. And on a different series.
I'm sending you the worst movie I know. It's called Riding with Death, and it sucks on toes.
That's right, the Mystery Science Theater 3000 classic Riding with Death was edited together from 2 episodes of Gemini Man. And I've always loved this episode. Yeah, the riffers rely pretty heavily on the "it's the 70s" and Ben Murphy is mellow comments, and they really milk the turkey gags, even though by their own admission it doesn't come up all that much in the film.
All this talk of turkeys in today's movie led me to realize the true nature of my superpower.
But I've always had a soft spot for this episode. It's got a certain charm to it, the Turkey Volume Guessing Man sketch ranks among the series' very best, and of course the filmmakers made so many choices that probably seemed like good ideas at the time.
If it wasn't painfully obvious that this was 2 thrown-together TV episodes, the story structure would be absolutely baffling. The main character can turn invisible, but that's not what the movie's about, it's just a little side trick he has. An entirely new villain is brought in halfway through. And then there's whatever's going on here. So what made this movie so unfocused? Well, for starters, the 2 episodes it cut together weren't exactly a 2-parter. In fact, they come from opposite ends of the series. The only thing they have in common is comedy country singer Jim Stafford guest starring as a trucker named Buffalo Bill. And yes, they awkwardly try to tie the two episodes together with painfully obvious 80-yard lines, acting as if there's any sort of continuity between the two episodes beyond the one recurring character.
If you get up around Ontario, look me up. Will do.
Sam, come back here. You're as elusive as Robert Denby.
Leonard, I hear you've grown quite a mustache while I was on vacation.
And the second episode didn't have the show's female lead, Catherine Crawford, as Abby, so they cut another footage of her watching the action on Magical Spy Cam.
See, that makes so much more sense. If she had disappeared halfway through the film, I'd just be wondering where she is. Now I'm just wondering where she is.
And yet they have no trouble flashing back to the pilot episode where Intersect boss Leonard Driscoll is played by a completely different actor, and they don't even try to explain it away. In fact, the actor from the flashback gets higher billing than the actor from the two primary episodes.
And yet the funniest part of all this, they really didn't need to make Gemini Man weirder than it already was.
In fact, there's actually one place, and one place alone, where the Riding with Death edit makes an improvement. In the original version of the second half, Buffalo Bill Rides Again, Bill and Sam flash back to the previous episode, using the most terrifyingly ominous flashback transition imaginable. Yeah, they're both evil! Well, I mean, they needed these flashbacks in case the audience didn't remember 9 episodes ago. Or they would if this episode had ever actually aired. But even the editors of Riding with Death knew that flashbacks to the first half of the film weren't necessary. Still, it's strange that they'd so haphazardly cobble together this made-for-TV movie when the pilot already was a TV movie. What's more, it was a TV movie that's relatively coherent, with one key storyline, and Sam's powers and limitations are actually relevant to the plot. The show was developed by Star Trek producer Harve Bennett, The Outer Limits creator Leslie Stevens, and all-around TV legend Stephen Bochco, who basically created every show that Stephen J. Cannell didn't. And it was basically created to be a lower-budget alternative to their previous Secret Agent Invisible Man series from a season earlier. This new series apparently took place in the then-future of sometime after 1983. It never really comes up. The pilot begins with almost 2.5 minutes of stock footage with radio chatter explaining that Intersect and Royce Industries are going to investigate a fallen satellite, but the Russians want to stop them at all cost. As I mentioned, Driscoll is played in this episode by a different actor, Richard Dysart, who you're probably too young to remember from LA Law, but you've probably seen The Thing. You've almost definitely seen Back to the Future Part 3. Anyway, he's trying to find out where Sam is since he's scheduled to be part of the dive team.
What is he doing in that helicopter?
Sir, he's gone fishing.
Fishing?
And we're introduced to our hero, fishing for sharks from a helicopter. I can't tell if this is supposed to establish him as reckless or thoughtful. It's painted as a waste of time and resources and a clear case of playing by his own rules. But he's doing it to make sure the dive area is safe.
Can't let divers risk their lives in shark-infested waters, Leonard.
And what's more, the usually responsible Dr. Abby Lawrence is cheering him on. She seems to be his biggest fan, but they have a flirtation where she rebuffs every one of his advances.
I'll return the favor sometime.
You will.
I'm sure they were trying to set up a will they or won't they here, and instead they set up a where the hell is she. Anyway, he doesn't catch the shark, so this scene introduces a hero, the apparent secret agent helicopter pilot diver with a personality we can't quite grasp, failing at an assignment he set for himself, and you might think this is setting up a threat for later, and yes, during the dive they occasionally cut to the shark, but the shark doesn't affect anything that actually happens. Yeah, setting things up that don't pay off will be a running theme on this show. Anyway, they go to the briefing.
This is Mr. Driscoll, Director of International Security Technics. He'll give you the intelligence background.
A Navy tracking vessel identified this hardware as a Russian weather satellite. However, fleet intelligence says it's a lot hotter than that. They seem to think it's some kind of a new secret weapon, an atomic-powered laser. Mr. Royce.
Thank you, Leonard.
For your whopping 3.5-sentence speech. But one of Royce's men, played by MacGyver's boss, is secretly working for the Russians, so he sends his sidekick to destroy the satellite. And Sam gets caught in an underwater explosion. Nothing to do with the shark. Leonard and Abby scramble to see if he's still alive, they take off his mask, and if 1970s tape-off-of-TV video quality had held up better, we'd see that the suit is empty! That's right, Sam has been turned invisible by the explosion.
The invisibility. It seems to spread outward from his body.
So that explains why his clothes turn invisible, but not why his bandages or bed sheets or other objects he holds remain visible.
We use bandages from the first aid packet.
Oh right, those invisible-proof bandages. It turns out the explosion destabilized Sam's DNA molecular structure, and that's why he's invisible.
Yeah, dude, that sounds sciencey enough to be true.
Nobody but Abby and Driscoll know Sam's invisible, but everyone at Intersect is working around the clock on a cure for invisibility. I guess they all assume it's just busy work. But they managed to build a stabilizer into a digital watch, which our planet still thinks is a pretty neat idea.
What if it runs down?
It can't. It's powered by plutonium and cobalt chips.
Plutonium. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that this sucker is nuclear?
That's right.
And Abby has a matching watch to monitor him, because these two are just committing to having their lives revolve around each other non-romantically. Seriously, Abby is said to be a brilliant scientist. I assume she invented this watch, or at least played a major part in its invention. She's basically responsible for mankind's greatest achievement, and her primary duty at Intersect appears to be Sam's babysitter.
But remember, it's got to stay in contact with your skin. Because if anything goes wrong, you've got to connect back with the mothership, or you fade out for good.
Abby, will you quit talking and get this thing off of me?
Stop your mouth words of concern for my life and leave my fate to the atomic battery. Sam can turn off the stabilizer and become invisible, but only for up to 15 minutes a day. Any longer than that, and he stays invisible forever.
15 minutes, Abby, why didn't you tell me that?
You didn't give me a chance.
No, you had plenty of chance to tell him.
Can I flicker on and off?
Like a road blinker.
There's where you warn him. Yeah, you can flick it on and off, but not for more than a total of 15 minutes per day. And of course, they never explain why. They never explain whether the problem is with the stabilizer itself or with his DNA. They never explain why the 15-minute limit resets every day. They never explain how they pinpointed it at 15 minutes. And I'm not saying we necessarily need all this explained, but they spend a lot of time reciting technobabble, explaining things in just enough mindless detail to bore us into assuming there's actual science going on here. But when something that's actually potentially relevant comes up, we're just supposed to accept it without caveat. They spend plenty of time setting things up that don't pay off later, but don't explain the cause and effect of things that are supposed to pay off.
I don't understand. We are not alone there.
And I get it. The real reason there's the 15-minute time limit is to ensure the invisibility isn't a limitless superpower. It's like the One Ring. Invisibility causes as many problems as it solves. The ticking clock provides extra stakes. Except, as far as I've seen, those stakes only ever really come up later on at the end of the pilot. In all the other episodes I've seen, Sam's just flicking on and off willy-nilly with little concern for his time limit, and the invisibility actually is treated as a limitless superpower. Oh, the opening credit sequence drives the stakes home, but the show itself comfortably ignores them. Even in the pilot, he spends his very valuable invisibility time trolling police officers, but he's sure to become visible long enough to harass secretaries.
He's flicking on and off.
Well, I've got better things to do than sit here and listen to him beep.
But what if Sam's in danger or it's malfunctioning? I've got better things to do. Okay, I lied. I don't have anything better to do.
You sure it's receiving correctly at this distance?
Leonard, that unit could transmit from the moon. It's atomic powered, remember?
Well, screw 4G. I'm getting a phone with an atomic network plan.
It's too late. His time's run out.
We've got to get to him. Let's go.
And then at the end of the pilot, when his time does run out, he turns out okay. So the stakes really meant nothing.
Now that makes sense.
And most of his assignments don't really take advantage of his superpower, at least not intentionally. He's just sent on run-of-the-mill secret agent stuff. He's not being hired to be an invisible truck driver, just a truck driver. He's not hired to be an invisible cop roaming Courthouse Square 10 years before it became Hill Valley, just a cop. He uses his invisibility as a mildly convenient tool to help him with most of his missions. More often than not, Sam's invisibility is used in physical altercations the way punching is used. Yeah, the driver doesn't even notice the sound of someone climbing up on the roof, and he's only slightly fazed by the door opening on its own. On the other hand, he doesn't really seem to have espionage skills other than the invisibility, so what was he doing for the agency before the accident? Other than shark fishing from helicopters, I mean. He's also constantly throwing himself on his own into situations he's unprepared for, sneaking into enemy territory completely unarmed with no real plan other than lurking around until he learns something. And he never gives a fake name. He uses his real name with every fake identity he assumes.
Glad to meet you, Tina. Sam Casey.
Glad to meet you, Nick. Sam Casey. You can call me Sam.
He's a secret agent whose only secret is his invisibility, and yet his assignments don't revolve around his invisibility.
He's an Intersect agent.
Are you certain?
Of course I am.
How can something so cliche-ridden be so unusual? I want to say this is the kind of stuff Police Squad was parodying a decade later, but no, this is the kind of stuff Get Smart and Batman were parodying a decade earlier. And of course they do one of my favorite television cliches, the look-alike episode, allowing one actor to play multiple roles. Some shows do this with a relative, but this show does the variation where it's an enemy disguising himself as Sam, trying to sneak into Intersect. But Sam finds out about it and goes to assume the enemy's identity at their headquarters. And then the enemy escapes and goes after Sam. And that leads to wacky mix-ups where everyone else thinks they're the person they're not, and they just react with confusion.
You got a piece of gum.
Didn't she just give you a piece?
Who?
Artist did.
How could you give me a piece?
Doesn't the assassin know Sam was heading there? Why is he confused?
Did you find her?
Did I find who?
Artist did.
Of course I found her. You were right there in the room, don't you remember, love?
Okay, Sam definitely knows the assassin's back, so he shouldn't be confused. This episode has the attention span of a goldfish on Fun Dip. Still, the show was capable of occasional signs of intelligence. There's one episode with an evil, destructive robot called Minotaur. We're never told why it's called Minotaur. It doesn't look like a Minotaur. We don't know if Minotaur stands for anything. It seems like just a randomly assigned name, but then it spends most of the episode chasing Sam around a labyrinth. And they don't draw attention to that fact. Sam never once says, "Ugh, I feel like Icarus in here." Sure, the name still doesn't make sense in-universe, but it's a nice, clever, subtle allusion to mythology. And while a lot of the villains' plans tend to be expectedly stupid, some of them actually are thinking through their plans, like in the aforementioned lookalike episode. While the lookalike is infiltrating Intersect, the villains try to kill Sam by drugging him, bringing him to a cave, and blowing it up. Okay, we're wondering why they don't just poison him, but at least they do check to make sure he's dead after the explosion. Yeah, these aren't those stupid villains who just assume the hero will die easily enough. They'd make sure he actually would be dead. And the only reason their plan fails is because they didn't know he could turn invisible. But of course, those occasional clever touches are buried under several scoops of nonsense and a healthy topping of cheese. That said, Crow should feel vindicated to discover that turkeys do indeed get several more mentions throughout the series.
I saw a couple of turkeys.
Right behind you, Turkey. Hey, Turkey.
Gemini Man is a series that constantly has me asking why. Oh, it's far from the most insane television series of all time. Hell, it's far from the most insane television series I've talked about on this show, but it raises far more questions than it answers, even despite its heavy overload of irrelevant exposition. There are just enough bursts of genuine cleverness to make me wonder how self-aware the writing team was about the rest of the show's silliness, and how much of the show's shortcomings were the result of outside limitations. But either way, I find the shortcomings entertaining and fun to dissect, and the show occasionally even entertains me on a non-ironic level. None of these scripts or performances are winning Emmys, but the cast does have a certain chemistry, and I'll just admit it. I don't care what anyone says, there's something about Ben Murphy's easygoing smugness that I find just plain fun. Hell, I don't care how annoying Buffalo Bill is, it's downright charming that Sam's genuinely happy to be reunited with the idiot.
Well, Buffalo matters to me, Leonard.
If there's one thing to be learned from this baffling television curiosity, it's that even the best of intentions can get muddled along the way, creating a result that doesn't live up to the source material, but is still unique and fascinating. That's how my own adaptation of War of the Worlds got rewritten into an animated musical about a starship piloted by chinchillas. Can probably sell it to Blue Sky. I don't know if I recommend this to every self-proclaimed so bad it's good fan. Most of them have seen far weirder shows and movies, so they might just find this mediocre and boring. But if, like me, you're fascinated by inconsistent levels of effort leading to even more inconsistent results smothered in a healthy dose of 70s cheese, you should check this out. Sadly, as of this recording, Gemini Man is not legally available on DVD, at least not in the US, and neither is the MST3K episode Riding with Death. But both are available on YouTube in less than legal capacity. You'll probably enjoy the MST3K episode more than the series, but check them out if you feel like it. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now, I'm geeking out over the fact that we're in the future!
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment.
That's right, buttheads. Dry your jackets and pull out your pants pockets because we are finally actually approaching the actual date that Marty McFly arrived in the future. Unless you're watching this on YouTube, in which case we just passed that date, as well as the 60th anniversary of the discovery of time travel, but we are rapidly approaching the 60th anniversary of the Hill Valley lightning storm. But if you're watching this video on its original Geek Vision release date, then Marty and Doc's arrival is imminent, which will hopefully put a stop to all those fake dates that keep going viral for increasingly stupid reasons. And it hopefully means that California is getting some rain soon. And what better way to celebrate our favorite non-British, non-surfer dude, non-canine time-traveling duo's arrival than with a look back at the movie that gave us our first glimpse in October 2015, Back to the Future Part 2, a movie I adore with all my heart. Now, of course, it's silly to call an entry in one of the most successful and enduring trilogies of all time underrated, but I do think Back to the Future Part 2 is underappreciated as a sequel. Because Back to the Future Part 2 might be one of the first ever sequels about sequels, and it might still be one of the funniest, with all due respect to 22 Jump Street, of course.
Do the same thing as last time. Everyone's happy.
In the same way that much of the plot of 22 Jump Street is the people in charge want us to redo the first movie, much of the plot of Back to the Future Part 2 is literally we need to go back to the first movie. It's a Back to the Future sequel all about people's expectations for a Back to the Future sequel, where the characters go back to revisit all the classic scenes from the first film, just like people think they want sequels to do. But Dave, why are you calling this a self-aware homage to repetitive sequelitis instead of just a victim of repetitive sequelitis? Well, I admit it can be a fine line. But self-awareness has always been part of Back to the Future's DNA. The first movie had fun playing with the tropes of all sorts of genres, from sci-fi to romantic comedies, and the second movie picks up right where it left off. Such as this classic scene.
When are you gonna get it through your thick skull, Lorraine? You're my girl.
Biff Tannen, I wouldn't be your girl even if you had $1 million.
Everything about this scene, from the dialogue to the performances to the camera work, treats it like it's the ominous setup to a later payoff. You know, the sort of thing Edgar Wright likes doing in the first act of his films.
We'll have a Bloody Mary first thing, or a bite of the King's Head, couple of the Little Princess. We'll stagger back here. Back at the bar for shots.
It's just that in this case, it's an hour into the movie, and it's foreshadowing something that we already saw happen.
I'm gonna marry you someday, Lorraine! Someday you'll be my wife!
Of course, earlier on there was some actual thematic foreshadowing, actually involving the playing with the tropes, when the movie gives us the most meta joke in the entire trilogy.
Into the skies, Marty, but I was afraid you wouldn't recognize me. I went to a rejuvenation clinic and got a whole natural overhaul. They took out some wrinkles, did a hair repair, change of blood, added a good 30 to 40 years to my life. They also replaced my spleen and colon. What do you think?
You look great, Doc.
Now, the practical reason this bit is here is so that they wouldn't have to put older Doc makeup on Chris Lloyd for every single scene in the movie. But Marty's reaction shows that he barely even notices a difference. And truth be told, it took me years before I even noticed that Doc was wearing old age makeup in the 1985 scenes in the first movie. It's a gag born out of necessity, and yet the entire joke here is acknowledging that the audience didn't even realize it was necessary. And that sentence is still one of the least confusing things about this movie. That scene foreshadows the fact that this movie is going to be about itself on some level, and it's soon followed by another scene that foreshadows the movie's take on sequelitis by evoking and then subverting an iconic scene from the first movie.
Look, I need to borrow your hoverboard.
And yes, a lame, unimaginative sequel would also revel in redoing scenes from the first movie, but what separates this from a dull, boring, repetitive sequel is that only the surface level details are repeated. Yes, at a very casual glance, the hoverboard chase is a retread of the skateboard chase from the first movie, but the scene plays out completely differently. In the first movie, the skateboard chase is a swashbuckling hijink where Marty is at an advantage because he's the only one who knows how a skateboard works, because he's the one from the future. He has the element of surprise, and Biff and the gang have no idea what to do with him, other than try to outmuscle him, which does not work so well for them. Yeah! In the second movie, the cocky young Marty goes into the hoverboard chase thinking he has the same advantage, but he's the only one who doesn't know how hoverboards work because he's the one not from the future.
Footballs don't work on water! Unless you've got power!
And the differences are cemented with the kids' reactions to the proceedings. 50s kid may be impressed with his new skateboard, but a Mattel hoverboard is not cooler than a pit bull. Biff may find something very familiar about all this, but Really, the only thing that's the same about the scenes are the music and the setup where Marty rips the handlebars off of something to escape a Tannen gang. Of course, if Marty came to the real 2015, he'd rip the handlebars off a Segway and make whatever that is. And that scene is no fluke. Nearly every time something from the first movie is repeated, the second movie ups the stake and changes the context. Very little is repeated for the sake of repetition, unless that repetition is there to set up a later subversion. This isn't some Shanghai Nights where they just redo the same scenes from the first movie in an attempt to get the same laugh as the first movie. When 1985 Biff tells Marty, "Say hi to your mom for me," he's exerting his dominance over the McFlys. But when 2015 Biff tells Marty Jr., "Say hi to your grandma for me," he's impotently trying to tease the McFlys despite being stuck in the distant past. The Johnny Be Good scene is a victory lap in the first movie. Here it's still a tense race where one wrong move on the second Marty's part could spell disaster. Conversely, Doc's high wire act on the clock tower is a victory lap in this movie. George punching Biff is a conflict resolution in both movies, but the same punch serves as two very different solutions to two very different problems. Even something as simple as the song Mr. Sandman is used to show Marty's discomfort in the 50s in the first movie and his familiarity with the 50s in the second one. The closest the scene comes to merely serving a repeated function is Leah Thompson waking up Marty, which at least also serves as the second entry in a Rule of Three gag. I guess the manure also serves a similar function as it did in the first movie, but the joke has escalated because he just got done cleaning that damn car. Oh, Biff, you rapscallion. I hate manure! Okay, so Back to the Future 2 might not be a straight-up parody of sequels the way 22 Jump Street is, but it's still a movie that has a blast taking the expectations of sequels to their most literal manifestations, and then experimenting with how to twist them around. It's a movie where changing things too much from the first movie is disastrous, but sticking too close to the first movie is also dangerous, allowing it to have its Pepsi Perfect and drink it too. It's a movie that delights in its own self-indulgence and its own self-subversion almost as much as it delights in its own self-convolution. It's also the movie that has the most fun with time travel itself. I mean, it's the only film in the trilogy where going back in time is actually a solution to a problem rather than the cause of all the problems. And it's also the first movie where we really get a good arc for Marty. I mean, Marty had a bit of an arc in the first movie where he's on his way to mail his record to a record company or however that worked in the 80s, but the first movie was really George's arc, and the second movie sets up Marty's arc, which is completed in part 3, and it's actually an interesting reversal of George's arc, where George's arc is solved through confrontation, but okay, I'm getting sidetracked. I could talk about these movies for hours, and I'm sure I will. No doubt in the future you'll see several more videos from me about this trilogy. There's a lot to discuss here. People have been discussing these movies for the past 30 years, and we're still discovering new things about them. Of course, not everyone who discusses the movies enjoys them as much as I do, which is fine, you know, everybody has their own taste. But over my years of discussing this trilogy, I keep hearing people bring up flaws with it that aren't actually flaws, and in fact are kind of stupid. And we're going to be discussing some of those next time. Until then, this is Dave, signing off. Dave here, and right now I'm preoccupied with the absolute weirdest scene in Ant-Man.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Now, I'm not completely worn out on superhero movies yet, so I enjoyed Ant-Man for the most part. It was nothing groundbreaking, and I'll always wonder what Edgar Wright's version would have been like, and I am getting really tired of seeing the great Judy Greer reduced to playing the mom in every movie this summer because she deserves so much better. But it had a lot of fun, a fair bit of excitement, and quite a lot of humor. But there's one scene that's been weighing heavily on my mind ever since I saw the film. And no, it wasn't the scene where Michael Pena whistles It's a Small World, because apparently every Judy Greer is a mom movie also needs to be a theme park movie. It wasn't the scene where Thomas the Tank Engine is used as a weapon. It wasn't even the fact that Neil freaking Hamburger is in this movie. No, the scene that's been weighing on my mind is the very first scene in the film, before even the Marvel logo comes up. The scene is set in 1989 and features Hank Pym angrily storming in on Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and another guy, absolutely livid that S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to steal his formula. Now, content-wise, this scene is nothing particularly noteworthy, other than finally giving us the Mad Men and Wall Street crossover we didn't even realize we wanted all along. But the technique for this scene is kinda crazy, because all three of the main characters in this scene are a different age than we usually see these characters, and the age adjustment is handled differently for each one of them. Now, this is not the first time we've seen older versions of Peggy Carter and Howard Stark. There's a precedent for how each of these characters are aged. But this is the first time we've seen their older versions together, and their precedents are different. Peggy Carter is always Haley Atwell, with old age makeup when she needs it, because I think she's a distant relative of the McFly family. But old Howard Stark was John Slattery even before young Howard Stark was Dominic Cooper, and honestly, they don't look all that much like each other. I mean, they look alike enough that I don't question it when they're in different movies, but after seeing young Haley Atwell spend so much screen time with young Dominic Cooper as young Peggy Carter and young Howard Stark, now we're supposed to see fake old Haley Atwell sitting next to real-age John Slattery as old Peggy Carter and old Howard Stark and just automatically buy that they have the same relationship? I mean, what kind of Darren Stevens nonsense are you trying to pull here?
Yeah, right, as if we wouldn't notice.
But then we come to Hank Pym, played by Michael Douglas, and the filmmakers knew that we already know what Michael Douglas looked like in 1989, so they figured us seeing anything other than 1989 era Michael Douglas in the role would just be distracting. So, because like the rest of us they've already forgotten about the hubris of Tron Legacy, they digitally youngified Michael Douglas. And I'll admit, they did a pretty good job with the effect, but I was still distracted because it stood in such sharp contrast to the ageified Carter and Stark. We're dealing with both aging and de-aging characters in the same scene here, and we're dealing with three different methods of doing it: digital, makeup, and recasting. And the thing is, none of them are particularly convincing because we all know these actors. We can tell that's makeup on Haley Atwell, we know she's not really that old, we know that John Slattery and Dominic Cooper are two different people, and we know that Michael Douglas stopped looking like that a long time ago. Now, granted, I can't think of any better way to have done this scene, but even at their most convincing, the effects still took me out of it because they stood in such sharp contrast to each other. The very first scene in the movie took me right out of the movie. Now, fortunately, it was a short scene, and I enjoyed the rest of the movie just fine, but that first scene still lingers on my mind today. So what are some moments like that for you? Some strange moments in otherwise enjoyable films that just take you right out of it because you're too distracted by what went into the scene or why the filmmakers made the choices they did. Let me know in the comments, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey my boogies, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over Pistol Shrimps Radio.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Pistol Shrimps Radio has very quickly become one of my favorite podcasts of all time. And while the basic premise is fairly simple to explain, the utter delight it provides is a little bit more difficult to convey in mere human words. But I'm going to try my best. Here's the backstory. The first thing you need to know, Los Angeles has a women's recreational basketball league, and one of the teams on this league is called the Pistol Shrimps. This team features a lot of players from the world of comedy, people like Maria Blasucci, Amanda Lund, and Aubrey Plaza.
You're in a women's basketball league?
Yeah.
Or what is this?
We're called the Pistol Shrimps.
The Pistol Shrimps.
And we play in the LA Women's League. That's me right there giving the finger.
Yeah. Very nice. Appreciate that.
We're a really serious basketball team.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we are.
Second thing, Amanda Lund's boyfriend, now fiance, is comedian Matt Gorley, known for Drunk History, James Bonding, the Andy Daly Podcast Pilot Project, I Was There Too, and of course the phenomenal improv sketch group and podcast Super Ego. And trust me, Super Ego will be discussed at length in a future video. One day, Matt invited his Super Ego colleague Mark McConville to attend a Pistol Shrimps game and record play-by-play commentary and release it as a podcast. Nobody asked them to do this. They didn't ask anybody if they were allowed to do this, and they weren't even remotely qualified to do this.
I'm Matt Gorley. I have a master's degree in theater from Cal State University at Long Beach, so you know my word is gold.
And I'm Mark McConville. I'm a huge sports fan, but have never played organized basketball. My terminology knowledge is limited, but I'm excited to be here.
Don't worry, I've got your back. I don't know if I've ever seen a basketball game.
As of this recording, Matt and Mark have released their play-by-play commentary on 2 complete seasons of Pistol Shrimps games, occasionally joined by special guests like Colin Hanks, Tig Notaro, and reigning mayor of podcastdom Paul F. Tompkins. The result is 22 of the most entertaining podcast episodes one could possibly want.
We may be calling basketball, but we're also having a good time.
Pistol Shrimps are still playing basketball here while we're just doing comedy jokes.
If you're just joining us here on Pistol Shrimps and you're wondering, hey, I don't get this, let me tell you something. Nothing to get.
I know of some people who are reluctant to check this podcast out because they don't care about sports, but trust me, if you're not a fan of basketball, you'll fit right in.
Stephanie Allen with the ball, number 19.
She might be described as the point guard here, Matt.
That's my understanding, after you just said it. If this is the first time you've listened to Pistol Shrimps Radio, we don't know shit about basketball, but we do know this. We like talking.
Well, Matt, describe the action thus far.
Well, a basketball game is being played.
If you are a fan of basketball, I honestly don't know how you'll react. You might find it amusing, you might find it frustrating.
Sorry, I saw some action and could not describe it.
Pistol Shrimps baseball is not that sport. It's basketball.
Matt, I don't think you have his name right. It's the coaches of the Pistol Shrimps, as always, are Chris Fanger and DJ Busy.
Well, I've been having issues with problems.
If you're familiar with Super Ego already, you know what a knack Matt and Mark have for non sequitur train of thought collections of syllables that almost sound like they make sense.
It's been hotter than a horseman's crank.
That's right. I'm more tired than a dead kid. Christmas just came a little early and said, hello, my name is Easter. Let's celebrate all year long and take a 4-month break right after.
Trick or treat, everyone. We're having ourselves a twilight struggle right here on Pistol Shrimps Radio.
That's when Edward realizes no more Bella, but how about a little bit of Bruce, the werewolf kid? What's his name?
Well into my adulthood, I thought it was for all intensive purposes.
I know you did, Mark, and that's part of why I'd like to draw a pentagram right smack dab in the middle of your forehead.
Well, Matt, I just don't think it's a great thing to do to somebody.
Ah, hell.
But although they're not experts in basketball, they are experts at emulating the cadence of sports announcers, which sells everything they say just a little bit more.
Well, Matt, it looks like each team is entirely subbing out here at the 7-minute mark, giving our starters a rest.
This is a time in basketball we call the great mulching. You know, zebras, their skin is striped, not just their fur. And I can't help but wondering if that's the same for our referees tonight.
Well, Matt, I have my doubts about that.
I'll tell you what, if I didn't know better, we almost sound like we know what we're talking about.
But we really don't, folks.
I'm choosing words at random, and if they line up, that's not my fault.
They're also experts on various random pieces of pop culture, and they have no trouble sharing those as if they were sports statistics.
That's right, 1981, the year of the movie Caveman with Catherine Bach, Shelley Long, John Matuzak, and Ringo Starr.
A reference only you could make, Matt, here on Pistol Shrimps Radio.
Bruce Springsteen once asked, hey, little girl, is your daddy home? And the daddy's home if home is a basket and the ball is a little wayward child coming home for the first time because his parents forgot him at the Zodies.
Matt, I think I'd argue that the most popular Far Side cartoon is the one with the kid entering the School for the Gifted, pushing on a door that says pull.
Not only do they not bother to learn about basketball before doing this, they usually don't even bother to learn the names of the players on the other teams. Or in one case, the name of a player on their own team.
Mark, tell us about the new member of the Pistol Shrimps.
Well, she's tall, she can ball, and that's not all. She's borrowing Molly Huckey's jersey tonight.
So we don't even know her name. Let's throw out a couple of name options and see if we can land on one we like.
Melissa Vandersnitch.
How about
Ranst.
Hanmabuki.
Hanmabuki it is, Matt.
Eventually they learned her real name is Ingrid Walla, but by then even she had grown fond of the Huddies nickname.
Ingrid Walla is everyone's boogie.
Yeah, if you don't have a boogie, you do now.
She's this country's boogie.
They also don't know the names of any of the referees, but they're not going to let a little thing like that stop them from telling you the names of all the referees.
Our referee is
Leroy Hammersmith. That is not based in fact, pure conjecture. Referee Roy Samuelson.
Probably not.
Referee Stanch Moanwater making the call. Referee Biggie HH gonna get a skate. My name's a friendly guy. Hey!
And referee Dan Miller having a conversation at half court.
The podcast also doesn't have a corporate sponsor, but they'll still promote the hell out of all their non-existent corporate sponsors.
This game brought to you by 7-Eleven. Don't eat the food. It's probably been on that weird turning oven device for too long.
And don't sit on the furniture, because there isn't any.
Pistol Shrimps Radio tonight brought to you by Carl's Jr., the only hamburger with a dad.
Also brought to you by Pep Men. You remember them as boys, but now they're older.
They've grown up and they're coming home.
And sometimes they don't bother to eat before recording, which can take the podcast to a very special place.
Matt, have you ever had a sandwich?
Not as I can recall.
Reason I'm asking, Matt, I'm starving and probably will need to eat lunch/dinner after the game.
I've got an old biscuit in my pocket if you'd like to fish it out.
But sometimes this special place can become legitimately concerning, so the fans send in plenty of food. This sometimes makes things worse.
What is that?
Oh my God.
Someone sent you milk? That's just been sitting in the post office box.
We were just talking about milk. And it's not only is it milk, but it's 100% real milk. Full fat milk.
That can't be good. Doesn't it need to be refrigerated? At all times? It's milk.
The duo was always quick to introduce unprepared and unprecedented segments at the drop of a hat and immediately commit to these segments as if they've been doing them all along.
Well, it's time for Time Out Theater, where you name a movie and I perform it in under 20 seconds.
Matt, I'm going to choose the film Tron.
This looks like a video game. Uh-oh, I'm wearing a neon suit. Hey, big face, let's play Frisbee. It's time for free throw collections. Mark, give me $100.
This has been a new segment we call Rock Catchphrase Speculation here on Pistol Shrimps Radio.
I don't mean to correct you, but this is a new segment we call Can You Smell What the Rock is Cooking? Now it's time for you to introduce the new segment. Will you ever be different?
One actual recurring segment is the Halftime Sock Report, where special guest Jensen Karp tells us what socks all the players are wearing. This segment has a surprisingly high-stakes running storyline that honestly could be its own separate podcast.
It's time for the trademark Jensen Karp Halftime Sock Report. Jensen, good to see you.
Good to see you. Did you guys not get my email about the name change?
Oh, what? No, I didn't get an email.
I'm going by Greg Escalante, so if you guys... It's just some precautions
Does this
I'm doing
have
just
to do
for now.
with what you're involved in lately?
I can't really talk about that, but I just would rather you guys just call me Greg. It's Greg Escalante Soccer Report.
All right, Mr. Escalante.
Thank you so much.
Matt and Mark are two of the funniest people on earth, and their random riffing would be delightful no matter what they were sitting in front of.
Mark, how's church going?
It's real great, just praying it up real hard to the big guy.
Sometimes I don't pray at home. I go called into the prayer office, and that's church.
I like to mobile pray.
That's right.
Yeah.
I kneel down at the pew and I say, hey, Mr. God, how about giving me a break?
Just during my commute, I'll do a hands-free pray up, and we'll just get one up there to the Lord, man.
That's right.
But while this could easily be described as the sports podcast for people who don't like sports, it is in no way an anti-sports podcast. This isn't a bunch of nerds bashing on sports, because Matt and Mark make sure that the joke of their lack of sports acumen is always on themselves, never on the Pistol Shrimps players.
I'm Mark McConville. I know about 40% of what I need to know about basketball.
My name's Matt Gorley. I'm not sure what clothes I'm wearing.
These guys love this team. I mean, yes, Matt's love for Amanda is especially clear to even the most casual listener.
Amanda Fun Buns London in the action, and Matt turns his head from his goddamn measurements and takes a look at the basketball game.
Of course. This is all for her. You were the star of the sock report tonight.
I was. Thank you. You know, these socks are a gift from my boyfriend.
What's his name, and should I like him?
Matt Gorley.
That sounds good to me. How did you feel?
Did you see my violent nosebleed?
You got a nosebleed?
I got a violent nosebleed.
Little real drama here.
Oh, my God.
I didn't see that.
We have such a bad vantage point. We did not see Amanda Lund's bloody nose.
The tall blonde.
I had no idea. Look, I've even lost my voice.
But the guys clearly care about all the ladies on the team, and the ladies are eager to play along with the guys' nonsense as well.
Maria, what's your opinion on Zane leaving No Direction?
I think it's, he worked hard out there. He played really hard in one direction, and, he just, he needed to let his team go, do something new, and, he's got to drive the ball on his own.
Matt and Mark's commitment to entertaining themselves, whether on topic or off, is what makes the podcast great, but their genuine respect for the Pistol Shrimps is what makes the podcast truly remarkable. Even though it's an amateur team, these guys are often in awe of the team's performance.
Holy
Whoa.
shit, Jesse Thomas just hit a
And look
shot.
at the smile on her face, and by God, she deserves it. She is a national treasure.
She just hit a shot from a screening of National Treasure.
That's right. That was a 7-point shot.
That's how far she was away.
That was a 7-point shot. That's a point. That's
Perfect.
a point for the Pistol Shrimps.
Perfect.
That's a
free
red-blooded Pistol Shrimps point right there. And she doesn't even wait. She pops
No.
it up for another one. That girl is made of basketball confidence.
She's like a gallon of sriracha. Red hot right now, Matt.
You know what? She's the Meryl Streep of basketball.
Just give her all the awards.
Always dependable.
This isn't an exercise in trivializing women's rec league basketball. This is a very silly and self-effacing expression of love. And as another act of love, Matt and Mark and their fans have raised over $3,000 for the basketball charity Peace Players International in honor of the Shrimps. The absurdity of this whole affair is a delightful mask, but peeking out from under that mask is a genuinely heartfelt sincerity. Matt and Mark's apathy towards any knowledge of the sport is entertaining, but their excitement for the team is infectious. And so, thanks to this ridiculous, poorly researched, unqualified, inaccurate podcast, for the first time in my life, I found myself invested in a sports team. I don't care if it's an amateur team that just plays for fun and doesn't really take themselves that seriously. I want the Shrimps to win forever. So if you need me, I'll be counting down the days until the next Women's Rec League season, so I can root for my Shrimps and laugh at my boogies. And until next time, Dire Straits. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over Gravity Falls.
Dave's Obsession. Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Alex Hirsch's brilliant Disney Channel cartoon Gravity Falls is coming to an end after 2 magnificent seasons. Seasons that masterfully balance heart and humor, cuteness and grossness, wackiness and intricate plotting. And how appropriate is it that the series finale will be the day after the end of the world?
The end of the world will be on February 14th in the year 2016.
Valentine's Day. Bummer.
This show has so many facets that drew in its massive fan base. The witty dialogue, the surreal gags, the developing story, the gripping mystery, the codes, clues, and background bits that show off just how hard Hirsch and his team worked to make the show as good as it can possibly be. And as fantastic as all those things are, it's really hard to invest in a TV show unless you're invested in the characters. And Gravity Falls has quite a cast of characters.
Everyone in this town is a tad strange. Except, ironically, Tad Strange.
Hi guys, Tad's the name, and being normal's my game.
The citizens of Gravity Falls are as cartoony and over the top as they come, but without losing sight of a relatable side. There's something to empathize with in even the smallest, most ridiculous side character. But where the characters truly shine is their relationships. Because no matter how cartoony a character may get on their own, the relationships between the characters remain completely genuine. The teenagers, for instance, are individually one-dimensional teenage cliches, but when they're together, they talk and act the way real teenagers do.
Good job throwing the kid off the fence, genius.
Your mom's a genius.
Or at least how real teenagers talked and acted when I was a teenager. I can't keep up with you teens today and your emojis and your on fleek and your BuzzFeeds telling you how much better my childhood was than yours. Candy and Grenda are ludicrous exaggerations of pre-adolescent awkwardness, but their relationship with Mabel is filled with all the good and bad of real childhood friendships. All the layers of support, betrayal, depth, shallowness, jealousy, compassion, conflict, and happiness that real childhood friendships have. Sheriff Blubbs and Deputy Durland are childlike simpletons at best, dangerously negligent idiots at worst, but their relationship is actually rather heartfelt, even though it's mostly played for laughs.
Dang it, I almost got the treasure.
The time we spend together is treasure enough.
Dipper's crush on Wendy drives a lot of episodes, particularly in season 1, and it's not a Tex Avery cartoon hearts over your head, wolf whistle slobbering love fest. It comes to light in an almost painfully real moment of realization that there's a feeling there he can't control.
I just think Wendy's cool, okay? It's not like I lay awake at night thinking about her.
Uh-oh.
And the culmination of that crush is neither a joyous occasion nor a terrible hero-breaking tragedy. It's real. With all the complexity that real comes with. It's a relief and a disappointment all at once.
Mabel, how can everything be so amazing and so terrible all at the same time?
But the core relationship in the entire series is between Dipper and Mabel, the Pines twins. Twin Pines. I am the master at finding Back to the Future references in Disney cartoons that may or may not be deliberate. Individually, they are both entertaining and relatable characters, but still heightened, to say the least. Particularly as either one of them is overcome by an obsession. Because, I can't possibly relate to a character obsessing over something. But together, they are far and away the most realistic depiction of siblings I have ever seen on television. Alex Hirsch based Dipper and Mabel on himself and his own twin sister, and he is committed to maintaining the integrity of their relationship. Not by categorizing each of them into narrow stereotypes where they always act the same way, but rather by keeping a check on the patterns in their behavior together. If you're close with your siblings, I don't need to tell you how you simultaneously love them more than anything and find them annoying as hell.
Well, you're not annoying.
Yeah, you pretty much suck.
And Dipper and Mabel certainly get on each other's nerves from time to time, but they also know that they need each other, and they can depend on each other. In the midst of all the wackiness and surrealism on this show, the most true-to-life thing that the audience can relate to are these relationships. Just like how in the midst of all the danger and adventure that Dipper and Mabel face every day, they know the most reliable thing that they can count on is their relationship.
This journal told me there was no one in Gravity Falls I could trust. But when you battle 100 gnomes side by side with someone, you realize that they've probably always got your back.
And here's where we are about to get into heavy spoiler territory, so if you're not all caught up on Season 2 of Gravity Falls, just stop watching the video now. Here's the end card, until next time, yada yada yada. Alright, they should be gone by now. Time to talk about just how important Dipper and Mabel's relationship is. Dipper and Mabel's relationship drives the show, and it stands in stark contrast to the Pines twins' relationship that started it all. Stanley and Stanford. The two Stans started out as close as Dipper and Mabel, but it became clear that they had different goals and different capabilities, and as they were pulled in different directions, they started to drift apart. And Stanley's frustration at this development caused him to push back until he pushed too hard, which caused Stanford to push right back at Stanley. But what the Stans didn't realize is that they were at their best when they were on the same team, when they were supportive of each other. And what made things disastrous wasn't the realization that they had different goals, but their refusal or perhaps inability to help each other with their goals. And sure, there were definitely specific instances where the blame is definitely placed on one Stan, and other instances where it's placed on the other, but it all boils down to the disillusion of their camaraderie and teamwork. And Mabel's smart enough to recognize the danger in the relationship falling apart. But Ford still thinks it was the sibling relationship in the first place that was holding him back, not the disillusion of it. And he places significantly less stock in Dipper and Mabel's bond than he should.
We've never really been apart before.
And isn't it suffocating?
For as much as he can be a good influence on Dipper in a lot of ways, he can also be a very, very dangerous influence on him. And not just because he deals with supernatural horrors. Ford thinks you can't trust anybody. Dipper has already learned that he can trust Mabel, but it's when Dipper decides to choose Ford's lifestyle over his reliable bond with his sister that the relationship is in danger of falling apart, and as a result, things start to go bad for the whole town. And at first glance, it might be easy to place the blame on Mabel for this, but the real problem is in the lack of communication between Dipper and Mabel. The show has proven time and time again that while Dipper and Mabel do have their individual victories, they're at their strongest when they're together. And despite the tension that was rising between them, when things get really bad, Dipper's smart enough to know that he needs Mabel.
You've beaten Bill twice before. Why is this time any different?
Because then I had Mabel.
And it's their commitment to working together that's going to give them the strength to face whatever the future brings, whether it's adolescence or interdimensional demons. And the end result is something we'll just have to wait and see for ourselves. I can't even begin to describe how much I'm going to miss Gravity Falls when it's over, but it is incredibly exciting to watch it wrap up, to see this story come to a climax, and to see all these characters get their big moments. And I'm going to be right there watching the night after the world ends. Till next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hi, my buddies, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the thrilling adventure hour.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the Moment.
If you're a podcast fan, odds are you know about the Thrilling Adventure Hour, the beloved anthology of hilarious old-fashioned radio serials from the minds of two geniuses whose honest-to-God real names are Ben Acker and Ben Blacker, starring all of your favorite TV actors and pretty much everyone else in the LA comedy scene. What started as a shoestring monthly live show where the actors held the scripts on stage has exploded into a mini-media empire of podcasts, comic books, live tours, a concert film, hopefully an upcoming TV adaptation if there's any justice in the world, and a fan base that spans the entire globe. And there are so many things I could talk about within the whole Thrilling Adventure empire. I could discuss the surprisingly gripping ongoing narrative and emotional character complexity of Sparks Nevada Marshall on Mars. I could talk about Frank and Sadie Doyle's beautiful love for each other and their hilarious disdain for everything else that isn't alcohol. I could talk once again about fun with establishing rigid formulas and unexpectedly veering away from them in Captain Laserbeam. I could talk about Banjo and Gummy and Colonel TikTok and Amelia Earhart and Desdemona Hughes and Jefferson Reed and the Algonquin Four, and I probably will talk about all those things in the future, but for my first look at the Work Juice world, I wanted to discuss what I find to be one of the most underrated aspects of the series, the advertisements. Not the actual podcast ads, although those can be entertaining too, especially when Todd Cooper handles them. No, I'm talking about the fake radio commercials.
This episode is a joint venture of the Work Juice Corporation and Patriot brand cigarettes.
The commercials are the part of the Thrilling Adventure Hour that most accurately replicate the old-time radio aesthetic. I spent more of my childhood listening to recordings from the golden age of radio than someone my age theoretically should, and the two most common themes in the advertising of the day were patriotic propaganda and cigarettes. The Thrilling Adventure Hour combines those both into one neat carcinogenic package.
Why, who's that handsome fellow smoking a Patriot brand cigarette?
It's like smoking the American flag.
These days, of course, we tend to be more skeptical of both jingoism and big tobacco, so the Thrilling Adventure Hour uses Patriot brand cigarettes to poke fun at some outdated values.
When Adams, Washington, and I got together to found Big Tobacco, we vowed that Patriot brand cigarettes would be as better than all other cigarettes as America is than all other nations.
The in-universe advertising for Patriot brand cigarettes manipulates the consumer by conflating their love of their country and their freedom with their love of their smokes.
Mr. Franklin, what'd you check when you gave that Constitution a once-over? Well, I made sure it has all the same qualities I look for in a Patriot brand cigarette.
Claiming endorsement from the Founding Fathers is a recurring motif in the Patriot brand.
So smoke the smoke, smoked by Uncle Sam. Pledge your allegiance to Patriot brand.
But it's not all about outdated politics. Sometimes it's about making politics completely apolitical.
It was my first day on the Supreme Court, and I was really nervous. It took forever to find my chambers. My robe didn't fit right, and I didn't know when to call order in the court.
Order in the court!
Order in... Oh, I wish I'd never left the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals until I took out a pack of Patriot brand cigarettes. I wasn't even thinking about it. I just wanted something to go right.
And of course, in keeping with another trend found in advertising in the wake of the Great Depression, Patriot brand cigarettes was sure to appeal to the audience's ego and their desire to appear classy and wealthy through conspicuous consumption.
The only cigarette I ever hold in my cigarette holder is the cigarette as famous and glamorous as this voice, this smile, this adorable little nose. I only smoke the cigarettes as famous and glamorous as I am. Patriot brand Elites, the only cigarette packaged in Tiffany's blue box.
Acker and Blacker have said that they never really did much in the way of researching actual classic radio shows, and yet it's almost shocking how little they had to exaggerate the advertising of the time to make it absurd.
There's something different about you, Pete. You got a haircut?
No.
Them new trousers there on your legs?
Gosh, no.
You got a new haircut?
No.
Why, the only thing different about me is I'm smoking a new kind of cigarettes from the Patriot brand line of cigarettes.
But there's another fake sponsor, the one that gives the ensemble its name, Work Juice Coffee.
What grieves America with each newborn? A steaming cup of rise and shine. What tastes the best and costs the least, and keeps the wheels of progress green.
That's right, commercials for coffee and cigarettes like a regular old-fashioned capitalist Jim Jarmusch. And the work juice ads play up the need for coffee with a cavalcade of disgruntled people with crippling caffeine addictions.
A breakfast just isn't a breakfast without Work Juice brand coffee and coffee-related products.
Oh, we forgot work juice. Sorry.
Sorry doesn't cut it. You're done.
Done?
Pack up, get out, both of you.
Mom?
Ms. Mendelson.
Oh, Mom, you had us going.
Look at my face. Get out.
Like any good ad campaign, Work Juice has a mascot, the King of Coffee, played by noted King hat expert Paul F. Tompkins. In true commercial fashion, the King of Coffee visits average Joes who just can't get by in life without the best coffee. And the idea sounds whimsical, but His Highness takes his royal duties rather seriously. Probably a bit too seriously.
Address me as your highness when you address me, and do not address me except upon mine invitation, and this is an invitation that shan't ever arrive!
And one of the everyday average Joes the king would visit is Dan Bucatino of Bucatino Business, played by Greendale's favorite police officer, Craig Kakowski. Dan Bucatino's work juice ads feature him trying to advertise Bucatino Business. Fake commercials within fake commercials? How deep does this thing go, man?
Bucatino Business, a business where business gets done for you.
Dan Bucatino is a simple man who just can't seem to catch a break. Like, ever. Like, even when the king stops visiting him, his life is just one continuous downward spiral.
And I am pleased that I've gotten over my headaches and tummy hurts vis-a-vis coffee. Turns out it is a different issue entirely. A more serious issue. The greatest friend a man can have is Work Juice brand coffee. It is dependable and will not sleep with anyone to whom it is not married.
Poor Dan Bucatino faces constant heartbreak and betrayal as this fake commercial and a fake radio show becomes a more compelling drama than some actual television shows.
Let me just say that there was recently an ad whereby I talked about my brother Connie Bucatino being a good guy, deserving of an ocean cruise, and my wife, who prefers her name not be named in these ads, being a less than ideal wife. What nobody told me was Connie's cruise was funded by money that doesn't belong to him so much as it belongs to the Bucatino Business. And my wife's betrayals were of the temperature of her calling the police about it, and what I thought was her disrupting some Bucatino business, family business, was in fact her trying to save the Bucatino Business. Business. So that happened. She and I have trust stuff up the duff to work out. And as for my brother, I ain't got no brother. I only got my family. And I got Work Juice brand coffee. When you're at home, makes you at work so hard you can barely bear it. Work Juice makes it all a little easier.
How is it that the coffee commercials are so much more depressing than the cigarette commercials?
I don't even know how this is an ad for coffee, you know?
And despite his increasingly difficult life, Dan Bucatino still has to put on a good face and advertise his business, so that Work Juice can advertise their business.
Oh.
That's right. Work Juice brand coffee and the programs sponsored by Work Juice brand coffee, such as this one, the Thrilling Adventure Hour, are fit for a king. of coffee.
Of course, the commercials are just one teeny tiny piece of the thrilling adventure hour, but the Work Juice team knows how to make even the smallest detail entertaining. And I'll discuss some of the other segments in the future, but for now, what's your favorite segment of the thrilling adventure hour? Let me know in the comments, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over my favorite episode of Frasier. My shirt's a little behind the times.
Dave's Obsession of the moments.
It is damn near impossible to name a more successful sitcom spin-off than Frasier. This character was originally designed to be a limited-run, unlikable antagonist on Cheers. Nobody expected him to spearhead his own show that would tie with Cheers and MASH for longest-running sitcom. And over the show's 11 seasons, Frasier would dabble in many genres, but the one it kept coming back to was farce. The show really embraced the inherent theatricality of the multi-camera live audience format by treating many episodes like miniature plays. It wasn't the only show to do this, but after its predecessor, it was probably the most prominent show to do it on a regular basis. Well, most prominent American show. There were countless magnificent farce episodes over the course of the series, many of them written by the great Joe Keenan. And today I want to talk about my favorite one, the season 4 premiere, The Two Mrs. Cranes. Now, admittedly, this episode starts off a little slow.
No. If you and Maris ever reconcile, I'm going to miss these tranquil mornings. I reading my newspaper, you tweezing your muffin.
Basically, the first 7 minutes of the 21-minute episode are all set up, although even the setup contains some pretty great lines.
To Keith, the narcoleptic I spoke to earlier. I'd be glad to resume our conversation when you feel a bit more alert, but in the meantime, I suggest that you reconsider applying for that air traffic control position.
And yeah, some of the other farces over the course of the series may have been more elaborate or energetic or ambitious than this one, but one of the reasons I appreciate this one so much is it's a pretty clear textbook on the mechanics of farce. Ken Levine, another great Frasier writer, once wrote about the essential elements of farce. Jeopardy, something the characters need very badly and are willing to go to the greatest lengths to achieve. Lies. A character lies and then to keep from getting caught must lie again. The lies multiply, the character digs himself into a deeper hole, and generally there are several other characters forced to lie. And roadblocks. Complications on top of more complications. In this case, the Jeopardy is Daphne's shiftless ex-fiancé Clive coming into town. She wanted to let him down gently when they broke up, so she gave him the old "if we're still single in 5 years." She wants to let him down gently again, so here comes the initial lie.
Clive, I'd like you to meet Dr. Niles Crane, my husband.
And since Niles spent the previous 3 seasons making his feelings for Daphne very clear to absolutely everybody except for Daphne, this lie is a lot less innocuous for us than it is for her. And Niles' reaction to all this presents the first roadblock in Daphne's quest to get rid of Clive quickly.
Oh, should we go? No! I mean, we're so enjoying having you here.
The roadblocks continue in the form of more characters showing up, and the initial lie leads to further lies in order to accommodate them.
Frasier lives here. I mean temporarily. You see,
He's had a spat with his wife. Maris.
And things get more and more frantic as everyone has to keep each other up to speed on the deception.
I think for this evening it might be best if you just excused yourself. You see, it requires quick thinking and improvisational skills and a knack for remembering details.
Well, never used any of those skills as an undercover cop.
Oh, please.
And between the first act setup and our established knowledge of these characters, we immediately understand everybody's motivation. Every character's reason for participating in the charade is clear and believable. Daphne wants to let Clive down gently. Niles wants to pretend to be married to Daphne. Frasier wants Daphne to get him out of a favor to Martin, and Martin just wants to troll his condescending sons.
What'd you do? I was an astronaut.
This makes Martin the closest thing the episode has to an active antagonist, and it also makes him the character with some of the funniest material.
Who is it?
Open up, Frasier, it's me.
What do you know? It's Maris.
And of course, Roz just wants what Roz always wants when there's an attractive man nearby.
We can celebrate you two being reconciled.
That is still tentative. It could go either way.
I won't give away the full episode because I think you should watch it. It's a funny episode of television in its own right, and it lays the craft out on the table, the setups, the payoffs, the motivations, and the behaviors, and lets them all speak for themselves. It's an inspiration to me as a writer, as it gives me a clear view of the craft that went into it, but never in a way that ruins the magic. So, to all the writers out there, what are some of your favorite works, be they movies, TV, literature, theater, works that inspire you to create similar works by just showing you how it's done? Let's discuss this in the comments, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession!
Of a previous moment. Follow-up. Hey everyone, Dave here, and a few months ago I discussed Gravity Falls, specifically focusing on the very real and grounded relationships between the characters. Since then, the show has come to a close, and I'm not egocentric enough to say that the finale made a point of confirming everything I was talking about, but there were quite a few moments in the finale that I thought were worth examining through the lens of my earlier discussion. My earlier video made the case that one of the central themes of the show is the power of teamwork and the bond of family. Dipper and Mabel are always at their strongest when they work together, while Stanley and Stanford's inability to work together led to their downfall. And in the end, it looks like the entire town has to come together to stop Bill Cipher, and just when it looks like they have a chance, Stanley and Stanford's stubbornness towards each other ruins everything. But Dipper and Mabel's bond remains true as ever, and it's the only thing that gives them another chance.
We used to be like Dipper and Mabel. The world's about to end and they still work together. How do they do it?
Easy. They're kids. They don't know any better.
And in the end, the only way Bill can be defeated is by the Stans putting aside their differences, and Stanley making the ultimate sacrifice for his brother.
You're a real wise guy, but you made one fatal mistake. You messed with my family.
And then later, that same power of family rescues Stanley from a life of emptiness. And in the end, the happy ending isn't just the monster being defeated, it's the family being reunited, the Stan Pines twins being a team again. And through it all, Stanford learns that resentment and isolationism are no way to live, that forgiveness, cooperation, and teamwork will win the day. How do we know Ford learns this? He wrote it down. Looking back at my lifetime of catastrophic... Should I do the voice? I'll just read normal. Looking back at my lifetime of catastrophic mistakes, I realized one great pattern in all my follies. I thought being a great man meant being alone, apart from the crowd. I bristled at the idea of sharing my accomplishments with anyone. Even when I was given a second chance, I still held others at a distance. I just couldn't get over the idea of myself as the lone hero, and it was Stanley who paid the price. Trust no one. What an absurd and paranoid idea. Trust shouldn't be given unconditionally, but it should be given a chance to be earned. There is strength in having the humility to work with and sacrifice for others, a strength I now realize was in my brother all along. This book is fantastic, by the way. It's not some mere kids' activity book tie-in to a TV show, although I shouldn't be too harsh because Gravity Falls did kind of do one of those also, and it was also a super fun and funny read. But there's no mistaking this for some mere piece of merchandise. This actually fleshes out the story. It fills in what few gaps there were and expands the world of the show. I mean, yes, it's still technically a promotional tie-in. I mean, it almost works as standalone literature, but if you've never seen the show before, you'll probably be really confused why halfway through the tone shifts from dour scientist's catalog of the unknown to autobiography of two hyperactive children. But if you have every episode of the show memorized, you will be amazed at how comprehensive this is. The show's attention to detail and continuity carries over into the book, with even tiny little moments I almost forgot about getting their place in print.
When fighting a gremlin, use water only as a last resort, as water will make him much, much scarier. Who writes sentences like that?
Grunkle Ford, that's who writes sentences like that. But it's not just rehashing stories from the show, even though it does fit right in with them. It's telling new stories, untold stories, and some pretty damn intense stories. Not just typical kids tie-in book stories about the importance of sharing, but really intense Gravity Falls stories about interdimensional travel and coming face to face with madness. This could easily not be marketed as a kid's book. I mean, Ford's entries are written in cursive. They didn't expect kids to be reading this. And not to brag, but I did go to a signing, because of course I did, and I got the book signed by Alex Hirsch and Stephanie Ramirez. Turns out the secret to meeting everybody you've ever admired is just live in California. And with this, Gravity Falls has officially come to a close. And maybe there'll be a movie or a spin-off someday in the future, and I would absolutely be there for it, but I don't expect that anytime soon. And I'm satisfied with how the show ended, and I am delighted to have an epilogue in the form of this book. If you love the show, you owe it to yourself to read this. So check it out, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off.
Dave's obsession of a previous moment.
Follow-up. Hey everyone, Dave here, and a few months ago I shared my love of Pistol Shrimps Radio, the hilarious podcast where Matt Gorley and Mark McConville call LA Women's Rec League basketball games, despite being massively underqualified and easily distracted.
Big shot from number 2. You had to be a big shot, didn't you?
That's right. And have a heart attack.
You ought to know by now, this is Pistol Shrimps Radio, Dire Straits.
We didn't start the fire, but we did start the action.
And we're living here in Allentown.
And since I released that video, the podcast has just kept going strong. It's gotten even better, even funnier, and even weirder. Like, we're talking weird mall kid level weird.
That's right, Mark, and it reminds me of an old song. It goes a little something like this. Well, me and Cloris Leachman drinking barley pops at Fuckman's Leap.
And the wonderful weirdness is spreading as more and more people are being introduced to this crazy podcast world every day. But then it's easy to get sucked in with such a clear and simple hook.
Pistol Shrimps Radio is a call-to-call action sportscast that we do because ladies play ball. So the way it works is there's a women's league recreational basketball team, and we make sure that people hear it.
Where are we right now?
At a place, park.
What's the park?
Indoor park.
Do you know the name of the park,
Pan
Matt?
Pacific Park.
Okay, and that's in what state in the United States?
Ours.
It's California, Matt. California.
The Golden Stage.
That's right.
Yeah.
Los Angeles, California, in the Golden Stage.
The podcast was picked up by Earwolf, was acknowledged in a Nightline profile of the Shrimps, and was even the subject of a segment on Last Call with Carson Daly. Carson Daly always taking my ideas for video topics.
Literally, every word coming out of our mouth right now has zero substance, but in tone, you think you learned something.
Matt, I'm not even saying anything right now.
Hair sometimes comes out of the head.
Other times, it's on your body.
Meat is a product.
Eat it.
China.
And while the Shrimps themselves have had some wins and some losses since I last discussed them, the team continues to inspire. I've started attending games when I can, and they are always a fantastic time. But believe it or not, the Shrimps have received even higher profile coverage than a 1 a.m. show on NBC. Director Brent Hodge of the Brony Story documentary and producer Morgan Spurlock of every documentary have told the story of the Shrimps in a fantastic documentary film. The Pistol Shrimps documentary is a delightfully fun and surprisingly heartwarming look at the most famous basketball rec team in the world. I was fortunate enough to be able to attend a screening of the film in LA. It made me laugh, it made me cry, it made me go home and spend the next day watching the film again over and over on CISO. The film centers around the league and the community that formed around the league, including, yes, the podcast. Those of us who love the podcast will love hearing episodes synced up with footage of the games, essentially turning Matt and Mark into the film's narrators.
Jesse Thomas with the free throw. It's good as gold. That ball just turned to a Wookiee and said, Chewie, we're home.
And if you're looking for Shrimps radio action you haven't heard before, there's new interview footage of Matt and Mark where they're a little more serious, but they still say the kinds of things they say.
That ref's a horse's ass.
Yeah, he's a bunch of real rods, and he's nothing more than a thrift shop smell.
But the documentary isn't just about the podcast. The two do make wonderful companion pieces to each other, but they come at it from different perspectives. They are both loving tributes to the team, but while the podcast takes a stance of willful obliviousness, refusing to research anything beyond what Matt and Mark see in front of them, the documentary is far more interested in learning. Maybe not learning about basketball, but certainly learning about the people who play it. The film profiles several of the Shrimps individually, going into their lives, their desire to play basketball in the first place, and their other projects. Some of these other projects you may know about, like Amanda and Maria's writing career, or Molly Hockey's really impressive re-edits of The Bachelor. Others may be new to you. And as a fan of the podcast, it was a true pleasure getting to know the people behind the names I hear shooting hoops and kicking ass. Now when I hear Jesse Thomas dribble down the field or Hanma Boogie block a shot, I know a little bit more about the person behind the basketball action. In an attempt to have some semblance of a Hollywood narrative structure, the film is centered on the second season of the podcast, so regular listeners will already know the outcomes of the games. But the real story of the film is about these women from different walks of life forging their own community in a town where genuine friendships are notoriously difficult to come by. It's a lighthearted and humorous look at something that is genuinely moving and inspiring. When you're a kid in gym class, they keep telling you that sports are good for you because they teach you the value of cooperation and teamwork, and I've never found that to be true in practice until I discovered the LA Women's Rec League. Most of the sports I've encountered in my life ended up being more about petty competitiveness and violence and senseless aggression, but the LA Women's Rec League actually embody all the positive aspects that I've been told sports have all my life. Oh, sure, they still get competitive, but the sense of community overpowers all.
We mean on the court, but off the court we nice.
If the heart of sports really is about camaraderie and teamwork, then this amateur league of inexperienced hobbyists embodies sports in their absolute purest form. So suck it, professional leagues. Maybe you could learn a thing or two. The Pistol Shrimps documentary is now streaming on CISO.com, NBC Universal's all-comedy streaming service. You can get a free trial, and you absolutely should check it out. CISO has tons of classic comedies and new original comedies that are well worth your time. Some of them will be the subject of future videos, but even if all it had was the Pistol Shrimps documentary, it would still be worth checking out because this was the most fun I've ever had watching a documentary, and it honestly inspired me in ways I didn't expect, so you should absolutely check it out, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over Popstar. Never stop, never stopping.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
The Lonely Island hit the big screen this summer with Popstar, a spoof of ego-boosting musician documentaries like, that Justin Bieber one and, that Katy Perry one. Popstar tells the story of Andy Samberg as Connor For Real, a pop star who is part Bieber, part Kanye, part Beyonce, part Timberlake, part every other pop star of the past couple of decades, and all Samberg. I saw Popstar opening weekend, and it immediately became one of my top 2 favorite Apatow-produced spoofs of genres that tell the story of a musician's life that feature Tim Meadows in a supporting role. Okay, that sounds like faint praise, but I really like both of these movies a lot. Of course, there is yet another classic comedy that any mockumentary about a declining musician will immediately draw comparison to.
These go to 11.
And yeah, Spinal Tap is an unassailable comedy classic that has stood the test of time. And it was parodying a type of music that its audience was more likely to genuinely enjoy, so the songs are also frequently appreciated unironically. And yeah, it's far too early to tell if Popstar will also become a comedy classic that stands the test of time like Spinal Tap, but Popstar does fill a void as a satire of the current state of pop music. Much like the most financially successful SNL spin-off movie of all time, this film is a snapshot of the era that made it, highlighting everything ridiculous about right now in pop. Maybe it won't become a timeless comedy classic, but it could easily become a classic time capsule, reminding generations to come this is what pop stardom was like in the 2010s. And I would say there's nobody better suited to make that kind of movie than The Lonely Island. I've always had a strong appreciation for Lonely Island, not only because of how talented they are, but also what they represent in the world of friends making silly internet videos and then eventually making it big. And when you consider that Lazy Sunday was one of YouTube's first big viral hits that cemented it as not just a place to watch videos online, but the place to watch videos online, as a guy who makes videos online, I owe quite a debt to them for shaping the very world I play in. Lonely Island, true pioneers.
So that's some shit about us.
But possibly the most important factor in their success as comedy musicians is their ability to simultaneously satirize and celebrate, to viciously mock the stupid aspects of pop music while genuinely enjoying the fun aspects. It shows when they get some of the biggest names in music to poke fun at themselves, and it shows in the movie. Not just in the cameos, but in their empathetic portrayal of pop stars. Not necessarily of pop stardom, but of the stars themselves.
I live for this music, and
it can't go away.
As much as they're viciously mocking some of the trappings of pop culture, The Lonely Island shows no viciousness toward the people trapped in these lives. In fact, the only institution of pop culture they seem to really despise is TMZ, and even then they show some sympathy toward the people who find themselves stuck working there.
I haven't talked to my mom in 3 years.
I moved out here. I thought I could get like a commercial agent.
I just wanted to be a longboard model.
I never graduated high school.
In Andy Samberg's first big appearance on SNL, he played up sort of a frat douche bro persona, and as a result, some people thought that was all he brought to the table.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Jack Nicholson. What's up?
But it didn't take long for him to make it very clear that he was more than that. That he was an intelligent, creative, and empathetic performer, which he continues to prove weekly now on one of the best network comedies on TV. Connor is an idiot and kind of a douchebag, but Samberg portrays him empathetically and at the height of his intelligence. And despite all the silliness, the character is allowed to show legitimate growth. Even when his problems are the very definition of first world and his coping mechanisms are ludicrous, the loneliness Connor feels is real. And of course, the only cure is reconciling with the guys who were there for him in the beginning, no longer putting the trappings of stardom above their friendship, resulting in one of the most narratively powerful character moments to ever double as a turning something into a bomb gag. I do have to wonder how much of this story is The Lonely Island living out a worst-case scenario, an exercise in there but for the grace of God. Like Connor, Samberg shot to stardom ahead of his crewmates, but unlike Connor, he never abandoned them in the process. This is all pure speculation on my part, but I can't help but wonder if part of the reason The Lonely Island found it so easy to find the humanity in these caricatures is because they're seeing a path that they too might have gone down had they let pettiness get in the way. But I can't claim that with certainty, I'm just reading my own thoughts into the film. What I can claim with certainty is the movie is really, really funny. The film straddles the line between stupid and smart in that kind of way I just love, and in addition to Andy, Yorma, and Akiva, the cast features a murderer's row of comedic talent in many roles of many sizes. If the film has a weakness, it's that there's so many great concepts thrown about that some end up underdeveloped in the final cut. That's right, my biggest complaint about this movie is I wish there was more of it. The deleted scenes flesh some of these ideas out, giving payoffs to running gags that are set up in the film, and giving Joan Cusack in particular a lot more to do. Because so much of Lonely Island's work is about heightening the established tropes of pop music to ridiculous places, there's little difference between Lonely Island being funny and Connor trying to be serious. Even if they hadn't made this movie, they could release the entire contents of the soundtrack as a new Lonely Island album, and nobody would question it. But together, the film and the soundtrack make a complete experience, and I strongly recommend both. So check them out if you haven't already, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the Garfunkel and Oates TV series on IFC.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Since you're in the demographic of people who watch nerdy videos on the internet, you're probably familiar with Garfunkel and Oates, the comedy music duo featuring Ricky Lindholm and Kate Micucci, who rose to prominence on YouTube with their snarky, satirical, twisted, vulgar, absurd, relatable, self-deprecating, catchy-as-hell songs. Or at the very least, you're familiar with Ricky and Kate's individual work in their many, many, many television and film appearances. But you probably didn't watch their short-lived IFC TV series when it was on the air because it was short-lived. Even I didn't see it until it hit Netflix, officially making me part of the problem. But now it is on Netflix and on DVD, so you have no excuse anymore. Created by Ricky and Kate, directed by Fred Savage, and featuring appearances from favorites like Natasha Leggero, Busy Phillips, Sarah Burns, Kevin Pollak, Jason Ritter, TJ Miller, Tig Notaro, Steve Agee, Chris Parnell, Nick Thune, Ashley Johnson, Jonah Ray, Kumail Nanjiani, freaking Sir Ben Kingsley, and... well, it would have been a crime if they hadn't given him a cameo. The show documents the day-to-day struggles of Ricky and Kate's lives as a comedy music duo. And before you run to the comments, yes, I know what other TV show you're immediately gonna compare this to. Whoa. And yeah, these shows do have some things in common. They both feature a beloved comedy music duo ostensibly playing versions of themselves, living together in an apartment as they encounter the situations that inspire their songs. Only one of the two shows got the real Garfunkel and the other one got the real Oates. Half of each duo now plays a recurring character on Milo Murphy's Law. The similarities are there, but the approaches the shows take are very different. Flight of the Conchords is set in a very heightened, bordering on surreal world. The situations Brett and Jermaine find themselves in are outlandishly cartoony, and they react with extreme understatement. At no point watching the show do you think this is something the real Brett and Jermaine have gone through, or the way they would react if they had. By contrast, the Garfunkel and Oates series feels more autobiographical. Yeah, some of the situations are clearly fictionalized sitcom scenarios, like the rejected third member of their group, or the time they meet their own porn parody. But even then, Ricky and Kate still react in a way that you might expect actual people to react. And there are several stories that focus on things women in comedy actually have to deal with.
God, a lot of people want us to make them sandwiches.
Well, it's nice to think we can cook.
And my husband just adores you.
Oh, thanks.
You're his freebie. I told him he could have sex with you and I'd be cool with it. Not you.
Any personal experience that might have shaped the stories on Flight of the Conchords has likely been warped beyond recognition, but Kate and Ricky's personal experience shines through in the Garfunkel and Oates stories. Flight of the Conchords is rightly revered as a great comedy show, but Garfunkel and Oates is a far more personal comedy show. I'm not saying one of these approaches is inherently better than the other, I'm just saying there's room for both of them, and they can both make for hilarious television. In fact, despite the surface-level similarities to Flight of the Conchords, there's a far stronger comparison to be made between this series and early seasons of Seinfeld, documenting the day-to-day events that inspire a comedian's material.
This has to be our new song.
Oh, yeah. We could call it The Fadeaway.
Ooh, yeah.
Now, as much as I do believe there to be autobiographical elements in this series, I don't necessarily think that Ricky and Kate are playing 100% true-to-life versions of themselves. I don't know them personally, but I figure that any self-portrayal for comedic effect is going to be at least a little bit fictionalized. But based on what I've heard from them in interviews and podcasts and commentaries, I do believe that the television versions of Ricky and Kate are based on highlighting certain aspects of their real-life personalities. In keeping with the spectrum of snark to sincerity found in the duo's songs, the show has an overall tone of cynical optimism manifested in the duo itself, where Ricky tends to take on the cynicism and Kate tends to take on the optimism. Throughout the season, Kate's childlike innocence is often held in contrast to Ricky's derisive skepticism, and on a day-to-day basis, Ricky's worldview is often validated, as they constantly face failed endeavors, defeated expectations, and a generally cruel world.
Look on the bright side.
What's that?
I don't know. Isn't that supposed to be your job?
But it's in the face of all this defeat that their bond as a duo grows stronger and stronger, and together they can take on whatever the world throws their way.
We're strong now, Dennis, and we are doing stuff on a level that you can't even see.
I can't see it.
You can't. You can try to keep us down, but it's never going to work, so you might as well give up.
And despite their seemingly designated roles, the strength isn't just in Kate's optimism lifting up Ricky. The strength comes from the duo's bond together. When Kate's crushed beyond hope, even the usually cynical Ricky will step up and provide hope for her. The show's theme song is a peppy, upbeat, inspirational anthem about how you can do anything because you're awesome.
Dream your dreams into the sky. Oh yeah, you really got it, yeah, now you really got it, yeah, hey, you really got it, yeah. Don't stop being cool.
And the final song of the series is a sober, melancholy, and yet even more inspirational song about how you actually can't do everything because you're a loser. And that makes you even more awesome.
You are such a loser, good for you. It's something that a lot of people can't do. Trying is hard, that's why people don't do it. Losing is hard, they can't make it through it, but not you. You are such a loser.
Despite its unfortunately short run, this show is about a lot of things. In its 8 episodes, it touches on struggles with career, relationships, social politeness, and adulthood in general. But one of the most important things it's about is the power of Ricky and Kate's friendship, and the support they provide for each other when they need it most. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen how this show could have developed over the course of many, many, many more seasons, but in the meantime, I'm grateful for the season we did get. And I'm grateful for all of Ricky and Kate's future endeavors, be they as a duo or individually. So check out these 8 delightful, heartbreaking, wonderful, hilarious episodes on Netflix or on DVD, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the earliest show.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moments!
For For those of you who missed it, Earliest Show is a recent Funny or Die miniseries created by and starring Ben Schwartz, whose highest profile role is one of the voices of BB-8, but come on, we all know you think of him as Jean-Ralphio.
I made my money the old-fashioned way. I got run over by a Lexus.
The series was directed by Schwartz and sponsored by Cap'n Crunch. Oh, right, since this is something of a controversial subject among my class of video makers, by which I mean the Nobody Offers Us Money class, I should mention that Earliest Show is technically branded content. But the branding is mostly unobtrusive and doesn't really affect the content of the show itself, other than brief appearances in fake commercials for cereal-adjacent products and an in-universe sponsorship of one of the talk show's recurring segments. See? Product placement can be used to add to the verisimilitude. I don't know why I'm pretending I'm getting paid to drink this. Schwartz plays Josh Bath, who co-hosts a way too early morning talk show alongside Samantha Newman, played by Lauren Lapkus, who you know from the Comedy Bang Bang podcast and TV series, as well as Orange is the New Black and Being the Good Part of Jurassic World. The show also stars Funny or Die mainstay Joe Hartzler as the amazingly awkward producer Mark, and a cavalcade of guest stars as the show's guests. The talk show format is a classic parody target of sketch comedy, and the notion of Schwartz and Lapkus playing the bubbly host of an insipid morning show made this series a must-watch the moment I heard about it. And I would have been satisfied with it as a one-off sketch or as a recurring segment that ran itself into the ground after hundreds of episodes, but instead of either of those two extremes, what I got was a limited-run series that actually blurs the lines between recurring sketch and short-form narrative.
All right, Mark, keep the comedy to us, buddy.
Among comedy fans, there can sometimes be something of a stigma against recurring sketches, particularly on certain long-running sketch TV shows, and it's a generalization, of course, but the basic notion is that subsequent installments of a recurring sketch tend to just follow the same beats that got laughs in the original sketch without much in the way of growth or variety, and sketch characters tend to be fairly one-note without much room for growth or exploration beyond the original installment. And the Earliest Show does set up a sketch formula that each installment follows. Josh and Sam chit-chat.
You told me you buy the cat outfits first,
and
then
then
you sew your own outfits.
Exactly, to match.
Yeah, but why not opposite? Why not buy your outfits and then sew the tiny versions?
I never done that.
They retract the news story from the previous day.
We showed a photograph of a kitten sitting inside of a kangaroo's pouch.
Let's show that photograph one more time. Let's look at it. Oh, buff. Oh, buff.
Turns out it's photoshopped.
That is photoshopped.
Not real.
They share a new news story they'll retract the next day.
Doctors are saying, well, you know how you walk upstairs?
Yeah, like this. Hubba, hubba, hubba.
Yeah,
hubba.
they're saying more like this. Hebe, hebe, hebe. Walk on the side.
They respond to tweets on the social wall.
I think my sister is cute. Is that okay?
Yeah. Follow-up question. What are you gonna do about it?
Follow-up question. Give me a man and ask her out.
Guys, let's move forward.
Sure.
There's a commercial, a celebrity interview, a try it at home segment, rinse and repeat. A strong formula for a talk show parody sketch, and it could have been hilarious even if that was all there was to it, but Schwartz had bigger ideas. He accepts your recurring sketch formula, but defies your notion that there can't be character growth. I've spoken before about how much I love the ability to use the confines of a seemingly formulaic structure to explore longer-term storytelling and character growth, and despite only being 6 episodes long, the Earliest Show manages to weave a solid story arc throughout its repeated tropes. In the first episode, Josh and Sam are overflowing with the forced joyfulness morning show hosts are required to showcase, but at the end of the episode, Josh faces unexpected heartbreak, and he spends the rest of the series grieving. As character arcs go, The Stages of Grief is an old classic, and it keeps the talk show parody fresh by ensuring that Josh always has a new reaction to the nonsense around him.
How can I tell if a guy likes me? Hashtag Earliest Show.
They flirt with you. They love you. They take care of you.
Okay, they love you. They take care of you. Oh, that's funny. They love you. They take care of you.
And the series is a testament to Schwartz's versatility as a performer, as he commits 100% to each of these different attitudes.
I'm looking for my wife. I think she called here. Hello?
Ooh, you got the wrong number, sir.
No, it's not a number. It's a post. How do you even think this is a phone call? You typed.
And while Sam doesn't have as central an arc over the course of the series, Lapkus is brilliant as ever as she desperately tries to steer the ship back on course, warding off both Josh's uncooperativeness and Mark's incompetence with a TV-ready smile on her face.
Maybe Mark's instincts were right for once.
I mean, I don't know everything under the sun. I'm just doing
Well,
my
you
best.
prove that every day.
As much as I would love an infinite supply of this cast in this scenario, I respect Schwartz and his team for using the format to tell a single story. And I can still give myself a peek at what 100 more of these would look like by watching the 64-minute long blooper reel, loaded with ad-lib upon ad-lib that are each funnier than anything I've ever written, or ever will write.
All right, well, last night I got into a bit of a pickle. Okay, so I got this.
You get into an actual pickle by mistake?
I went inside of a pickle and it became a cucumber.
I know that's not how it works. It'd take a while.
What are your thoughts on death? I don't think it happens. That's my theory. I might even have a date next week.
What?
What's wrong, Mark?
Huh? Oh, it slipped out of my hands.
Pen didn't slip out. You threw that. I watched
What?
it.
Oh, no.
Was it a clicker?
I tried to click it.
You clicked it off?
Uh-huh.
Pick it up one time. I want to see you try to click for real, because I can't imagine that's what happened.
Oh, so you never write.
God, comedic genius can be intimidating. So next time you have a free hour or so, I highly recommend watching through the earliest show. And I think by the time you get to the end of it, you'll be more than ready to spend your next free hour or so watching through the outtakes and extended scenes. So enjoy it all, and until next time, this is Dave saying good night and good morning. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over The Music Man.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Ah, The Music Man, the beloved Broadway musical adapted into the beloved 1962 feature film and the not quite as beloved 2003 Wonderful World of Disney special. The play was written by Meredith Willson, and because I was born an 80-year-old man, I grew up knowing Willson as the band leader on the Burns and Allen radio show.
Meredith, I hate to wake you up so late, but I have an important question to ask you.
Well, that's all right, Gracie. What's the question?
Would you still like to get married?
I certainly would.
Well, meet Eddie Cantor.
Gee, I sort of planned on a woman.
On that show, Wilson portrayed himself as a shy, earnest man who was often intimidated by women, so basically the exact opposite of the title character of his most famous work. The titular Music Man is conman Harold Hill, who travels from town to town selling band instruments, uniforms, and lessons to the children, and then taking the money and running before they realize he has no idea how to teach music. But hey, they get to keep the instruments, so they have more to show for it than a lot of college degrees. The story begins when he arrives in the small town of River City, Iowa, a town so charming they eventually moved it to Connecticut and renamed it Stars Hollow, and later cut the pretense of specificity and named it Small Town, USA. But while the town is charming, it's not exactly welcoming, at least not in a non-passive-aggressive way.
You can't eat your fill of all the food you bring yourself.
But Hill knows how to use their stubbornness and wariness of newcomers to his advantage, and the con is on. Robert Preston originated the role of Harold Hill on Broadway, and he returns to play him for the 1962 film. And as great as the music and the lyrics and the humor are on their own, it's really Preston that holds the whole thing together. His energy and charisma make you actually root for the unscrupulous schemer, a feat that just straight up wouldn't work in the hands of most performers.
Well, you got trouble, my friend. Right here, I say trouble right here in River City. Why, sure, I'm a billiard player. Certainly mighty proud to say I'm always mighty proud to say it.
And if you need proof of that, look, I don't want to harp on the 2003 version too much, but...
Well, you got trouble, my friend. Right here, I say trouble right here in River City. Why, sure, I'm a billiard player. Certainly mighty proud to say I'm always mighty proud to say it.
Matthew Broderick's not a terrible choice on paper. He can sing, he can dance, and he can play charming, manipulative liars. And his performance might be considered perfectly fine if we weren't comparing it to Preston. But Broderick's charisma comes from his projection of doe-eyed innocence. Even when he's playing a liar, he gets away with it because people think he couldn't possibly lie. On the other hand, Preston embodies the slick salesman who's always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. That's not to say the problems with the 2003 version are Broderick's fault. There's a lot of talented people in it, people who I'd absolutely love to see play these roles on stage. But the entire production is such a lower energy version of a show they got right the first time.
Look, what do you talk? What do you talk? What do you talk? What do you talk? What do you talk?
Where do you get it?
What do you talk?
What do you talk? What do you talk? What do you talk? What do you talk? What do you talk?
Where do you get it?
What do you talk?
But hey, you're not watching Dave's underwhelming translation of beloved source material of the moment, so let's go back to the 1962 version. Shirley Jones plays Marion Peru, the town librarian and piano teacher who's suspicious of Hill from the start, and who happens to be the title character of the catchiest piece of harassment in the history of music.
I love you madly, madly, Madam Librarian, Marion.
If you're gonna fill an entire scene with creepy unwanted advances, the least you can do is choreograph it really, really well. Buddy Hackett plays Harold's confidant Marcellus Washburn, and the townspeople are a who's who of character actors of the day. Paul Ford, Pert Kelton, Mary Wicks, all the familiar faces of the decade. And of course, Marion's little brother Winthrop is an early appearance from a very young Ron Howard, who had only lived in Mayberry about 2 years at this point. And there's also a cameo from an even younger Patrick Cassidy, like prenatal Patrick Cassidy. Just about every one of these performers is perfectly cast in their roles, even if the characters tend to fall in line with stereotypes, especially the female characters. The stuck-up librarian who's secretly lonely, the meddling mother, the town gossips who are incredibly judgmental of the woman not in their clique. Not necessarily the most flattering roles, but even in their off-the-rack cliche-ridden existences, they're still given room for growth and dimension. Not quite all of that growth made it into the movie. The 1962 film cut out a reprise of Pick a Little, Talk a Little, where it's revealed that Hill convinced the gossips to actually read the books Marion's been pushing, and they liked them, leading to newfound acceptance of the one they previously shunned, and chipping away at Marion's condescension towards their intellect. Yes, everything Hill does is for his own gain, either to increase wealth or evade trouble, but his actions still manage to accidentally improve the community, mending friendships, boosting morale, and inciting a sexual revolution among the teenagers. A sexual revolution where they dance to songs with just a little bit of slut-shaming.
Now, woman who kissed on the very first date is usually a hussy.
I'm not going to pretend that every single aspect of this play has aged spectacularly, but some parts have aged a little too well. Let's dig into You Got Trouble. It's possibly the most iconic song from the show. Maybe Till There Was You beats it out, but not the version from the show, just the Beatles cover. And it didn't take long after the play's popularity for the parodies to start coming.
Boys, you got a rat right here in Casper City with a capital R, and that stands for rotten, and that rhymes with rodent.
And the parodies continue to this day, and not every single one of them is written by Conan O'Brien.
Well, we got trouble, my friends. Yes, we got trouble right here at NBC with a capital T, and that rhymes with G as in G. We're screwed.
And when something's been parodied so many times, it might be easy to lose track of how satirical it was to begin with. If you're in my generation, or even a certain radius around my generation, odds are your first exposure to the Music Man was probably performing it in middle school or high school. And at that age, you might not be aware of how utterly absurd the notion of raising outrage over the addition of a pool table to a billiard hall was. Hill just needed anything even remotely new in town to use for scaremongering, even though the only real addition is now a billiard table has pockets. So now that he's manufactured a corrupting influence, Hill creates moral outrage over nothing by looking for noticeable trends.
Words like swell. Aha! And so's your old man.
Claiming they're symptoms of a darker problem, generally making the people terrified, and then claiming that only he has the solution to these problems. Ah! It's funny and silly, right? Nobody would fall for such an obvious ruse in real life, right? I mean, people are too smart for an obvious con man who panders to irrational fear and then claims only he can save the day despite offering non sequitur solutions and zero evidence of a tangible plan, right? No wonder the parodies keep coming. But there's one person who never once falls for Hill's lies. Marion. Oh, she does eventually get charmed by him and fall in love with him, but not because she's duped. She has confirmation that he's a fraud before she stops hating him. She knows he's only out for himself, but she sees the positive influence his scam has had on the town, and most importantly on her brother, pulling him out of his shell. For all the movie's cynicism, it does seem to genuinely believe in the power of music to bring people together. Hill's band is basically just a shiny object he can charge the people for, but it gives the kids something to believe in. He turns the school board into a barbershop quartet to distract them from questioning him, but it does genuinely improve the relationship between the four of them. He turns the mayor's wife into the chairman of a dance committee to get her off his back, but the committee gives all the housewives a new outlook on life. And Hill himself didn't even realize he was capable of causing so much good until Marion saw it in him. All of his attempts to seduce her culminate in him falling right under her spell. And when the town turns on him, she stands up for him by reminding them of their newfound improvements. And despite lying about everything, Hill genuinely did put a band together. And it doesn't matter that they don't know what they're doing. They create a sense of community pride to replace the bad kind of pride, the stubborn pride.
That's my party! That you was my party!
whistle, Barney.
And they're honestly no worse than most elementary school bands who did receive proper training. But who cares if it's better than the other bands? It's theirs. It's the children they love coming together to create something. And it doesn't have to be genuinely great to be a genuine great source of pride. The combination of catchy songs, witty dialogue, satire that refuses to stop being relevant, and a genuinely sweet center all make The Music Man my favorite musical of all time. And I definitely recommend the 1962 movie version, but even more than that, I recommend seeking out a local production in your area. I know, local theater is always a gamble quality-wise, but as long as it's being performed earnestly by people who care about each other, it's true to the River City spirit. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the greatest game ever made, King's Quest VI.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
When I was recently revisiting the King's Quest franchise to relive its most frustrating deaths, I unsurprisingly found myself sucked right back into King's Quest VI, Air Today, Gone Tomorrow. Undoubtedly the pinnacle of the series, King's Quest VI features everything there is to love from previous King's Quest games, executed to its full potential. For the first time, series creator Roberta Williams had a co-writer, Jane Jensen, who went on to create Gabriel Knight, and the two of them together made a powerhouse team. Jensen helped shape Williams' traditional, delightful hodgepodge of fairy tales into a more cohesive narrative than the King's Quest games usually provided, unifying the various mythologies into a single fantastic yet believable world. Daventry and its neighboring kingdoms would fracture fairy tales and draw from legends at random, often to charming effect, but the Land of the Green Isles was the first time I truly believed that all of these legends could coexist. Of course, part of that is due to the game's instruction manual, the Guidebook to the Land of the Green Isles, written by Jensen under the guise of King's Quest literary expanded universe mainstay Derek Karla-Vagan. Derek's a framing device character who originated in the King's Quest Companion, which is a strategy guide novelization. That's a whole separate rabbit trail of nerdery that I'm sure we'll get to some other time. The main purpose of this guidebook is copy protection, providing essential clues to a few key puzzles, but this guidebook went above and beyond, weaving these clues into the local mythology and expanding on other pieces of mythology that come up in the game, providing extra knowledge that's fascinating but not required. Things like the local traditions regarding death or the known history of genies and their various addictions. There's a whole recounting of a local fairy tale about a famous genie that doesn't factor into the game at all, but is still completely consistent with the game's portrayal of genies. We are at remarkable levels of world building and backstory here, and we're still talking about the manual. Let's shift to the gameplay and the front story. The game follows Prince Alexander of Daventry, voiced here by Robbie Benson, fresh off what is still the greatest movie in the Disney animated canon. Alexander returns as protagonist for the first time since King's Quest III, back when he thought his name was Gwydion, and here his wardrobe is directly inspired by Kevin Costner in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, as, I'm pretty sure, was the decision to play a ludicrously emotional melodramatic love ballad over the end credits. But I'm getting ahead of myself, we're not even to the opening credits yet. As the incredibly dated, but trust me it was impressive for the time opening cutscene shows, Alexander's pining for Princess Cassima, whom he met in passing during the final cutscene of King's Quest V.
My lady, I am deeply in your debt, and I will make it up to you. With your permission, I'd like to travel to the Land of the Green Isles to see you.
Can you feel the love tonight?
But apparently that emotionless exchange was love at first sight for both of them. But he has no idea where her homeland is, so he fears he'll never see her again. And at his deepest despair, the magic mirror shows him his love interest trapped in a tower, just as it did for his father before him. And apparently he gets a better look at the stars than the audience does, because he's determined he can find his way to her home in the Land of the Green Isles via their navigation.
The stars! I saw the stars outside her window. I can navigate by the stars.
Oh, Alexander.
Then there's like 10 minutes of showing off how cool the seagulls are. Yeah, that goes on for a while. Okay, the game's not 100% perfect, but literally no game is. I mean, every other game has flaws. Like, they all share the flaw of not being King's Quest VI. These seagulls may seem pointless now, but they were really impressive for the time, and I still enjoy this sequence, mostly for the beautiful music, which I swear is a cover of Bus Stop by the Hollies.
Every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop, and then she'd show me what she bought. All the people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same.
Anyway, Alexander's been sailing for 3 months, but he finally spies land, and the pirates who don't do anything here are just so ecstatic that they end up breaking the ship. The game begins proper with Alexander alone on the beach, unsure where he is. While the gameplay is fairly continuous and not really delineated into narrative acts like the Monkey Island games are, it still has the vague shape of a 5-act structure. Act 1 is finding a way off the Isle of the Crown, which leads you to a magic map that can teleport you from island to island. Amazingly enough, not the first time Alexander's had a teleporting magic map. And later, Robbie Benson's more famous character got a teleporting magic atlas, but not until after he was played by not Robbie Benson. So now you have an island hopper pass, and while each act requires you to visit multiple islands for supplies, they each focus on one island apiece. Act 2 focuses on the Isle of Wonder, a Lewis Carroll-inspired whimsy domain, and the biggest challenge here is getting onto the island past the gnome guards by fooling 1 cent at a time. Act 3 focuses on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain, where first you have to scale the mighty cliffs of copy protection, and then you have to navigate a labyrinth and defeat a minotaur. But I ranted about that last time. You can talk to an oracle when you succeed, so that's nice. Act 4 focuses on the Isle of the Beast, where Alexander has to instigate a certain tale as old as time that Robbie Benson just can't seem to shake. At least this version draws more from traditional fairy tales and Cocteau than Trousdale and Wise. And finally, Act 5 involves infiltrating the castle and saving the princess, but there's more than one potential Act 5 path.
There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
Here's the thing. In order to properly praise King's Quest VI, first I need to spend a little bit of time crapping on King's Quest V. King's Quest V was a huge step forward for the series, abandoning the text parser for a cursor system, introducing higher res graphics, and featuring recorded voices for the first time in the series. And some of these steps forward they knocked out of the park. King's Quest V is a beautiful looking game, showcasing a vast and inviting world that looks ripe for exploration. And the broad story beats were intriguing, expanding the mythology of the franchise by showing the repercussions of King's Quest III. The voices, on the other hand...
Graham, watch out! A poisonous snake!
The voice cast is primarily made up of Sierra employees, and God bless them, they're trying. Josh Mandel is good as Graham, or at least as good as the dialogue would allow.
He's dead, all right. He turned himself into a fire, and I put him out with rainwater.
And he'd reprise the role in one possible ending of King's Quest VI and in several King's Quest fan projects, but many of the supporting voices are miscast at best. Some of them lack the energy or emotion required for the role.
Oh, she hasn't been doing too well lately, but my brother and I help out whenever we can.
Some of them are just really obviously faking a voice.
Thunder's the Crystal Cave. There you will find the Yeti.
And some of them might be good if they were reading better dialogue.
I don't know what I have that would be of much use to you. Most of my wizard stuff is pretty old and worn out.
Sierra had to learn the hard way that dialogue you hear spoken has different demands than dialogue you read in a little text box. The narrator in particular is probably the most essential role since it's the voice you hear more than any other voice in the game, and...
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies.
The nicest thing I could say about him is he sounds like a heavily sedated Dick Van Dyke.
A man's home may be his castle, but very often his teeth are not his own.
But those shortcomings can be chalked up to awkward experimentation and learning by doing. What's less forgivable is how narrow the game path is. I've spoken before about adventure gaming's reputation for a lack of replayability and how games with more variety to them tend to stand out in the genre. King's Quest V has virtually no variety. I don't think it's possible to win the game without receiving every single point. Even King's Quest I had alternate solutions to nearly every puzzle. Some of them would lose you points, but they'd still serve as acceptable stepping stones to completing the game. There's no alternate solutions in King's Quest V. You have to solve each puzzle in the exact right way, no matter how nonsensical some of those ways are. As such, this seemingly vast and explorable world is actually an incredibly claustrophobic and demanding pathway that's too unclear to be easy to follow.
I seem to be stuck. I don't know where to go from here.
And so, one of the most magical things about King's Quest VI is that it somehow fixes every single thing that was wrong with King's Quest V. The most immediately apparent fix was splurging in the budget to hire actual actors. In addition to Benson, we're treated to a murderer's row of vocal talent, including legends like Don Messick.
Hello, I will be right up. Grumplump knows a tasty treat.
Russi Taylor.
I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity. I have a terrible ache in my mouth. I've never seen a rose of white.
Chuck McCann.
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation. I'm too worried about the princess.
Townsend Coleman.
You fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that!
Yes, master.
And Tony freaking J.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, I presume. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with your country, but I'm sure Wazir Al-Hazred will want to meet you, if indeed you are a friend of the princess. I love it.
And as for the narrator, is Flint enough of an upgrade for you?
Long ago, in the castle of a kingdom called Daventry.
That's right, the dulcet tones of Bill Ratner guide you through this adventure, and what a blessing on the ears he is.
Alexander never was much good at squash.
You sell those Sierra narrator dad puns, Bill Ratner. But most of all, this game not only does away with the rigidity of King's Quest V, it runs so far in the opposite direction it's kind of unbelievable. The alternate endings of this game were highly publicized, and we will get to those in a moment, but even as early as Act 1, you're given a hint at the kind of freedom this game might provide. When the game begins, Alexander doesn't know where he is, so he needs to find someone to ask. You immediately face a crossroads leading to a village or a castle. You might be thinking, oh, I'm a prince looking for a princess, I'll try the castle first. So you go, talk to the humanoid canines whose species apparently exists only to guard the royals, and find out where you are.
Am I anywhere near the land of the Green Isles?
This is the land of the Green Isles. The Isle of the Crown is the main island, foolish boy.
Then Princess Cosima must live in this very castle.
Then, after you know this is Cosima's castle, you can try to get in.
I assure you, I am Prince Alexander of Daventry.
And I assure you that you'll not get past me without proof.
Oh, it's proof the game wants, is it? I got your frickin' proof.
Perhaps this ring will convince you of my identity. It is the royal insignia ring of Daventry.
Ha! I'm sure. Just let me take a look at that ring. Well, I'm sorry, Your Highness. It's just that princess is so uncommon in these parts. Let me get Captain Saladin.
And a lesser game might have required you to go to the castle first for exposition, or just included it in the opening cutscene.
As was her parents' wish, Cosima and I are to be wed.
On the other hand, what if you want to start off with the common man's perspective? Then you don't have to go to the castle first, you can go to the village and get your exposition from the pawnshop guy or the bookseller.
This is the Isle of the Crown, the main isle of the land of the Green Isles.
Thank the fates.
And then if you go to the castle after that, your introductory dialogue is completely different.
So everyone says. Let me just look at that ring. What does it say, Gruff? Kingdom of Daventry, Prince Alexander. Wait here while I go see what Captain Saladin thinks of this.
Sure, it's a minor inconsequential detail that barely affects the actual gameplay, but to pull it off they had to write all this non-overlapping alternate dialogue and program it so that it would all be cohesive based on the decisions the player had made earlier. And that demonstrates a commitment to going above and beyond for the immersive experience. Yeah, they didn't write completely new dialogue based on every single thing the player could try.
I really must get inside the castle to see the princess. Perhaps this will convince you.
But they still went a lot further with it than expected, considering they made zero effort in the previous game, and a lot further than they needed to, considering that most players would only experience at most 30% of the dialogue. I mean, hell, you don't even have to go to the castle in Act 1. You can just put it off until Act 5. If you don't meet the Vizier before you get the magic map, rather than saying,
I followed Prince Alexander as you wished,
the genie says,
I was observing in the village as you wished, and I saw a danger. No, a stranger there.
And then the game keeps track of the fact that you never met the Vizier, so if you ever try to go back to the castle, rather than saying,
Begone! You're not welcome at the castle, Prince Alexander of Daventry. We have our orders, and they are quite clear.
The guards say,
I am Prince Alexander of Daventry, and I would like...
Prince Alexander of Daventry? He's the one, Wolf.
See here now. We've been warned about you. Vizier Al-Hazred has issued strict orders that you're not to be allowed anywhere near the castle.
Me? But I haven't even met the Vizier.
And even at the very end of the game, instead of saying,
Prince Alexander, here, the Vizier will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding.
Captain Saladin says,
You must be the foreigner the Vizier warned me about.
Again, minor touches, but demonstrative of an unprecedented commitment to this sort of detail in this series. The earlier games had alternate solutions and paths, but your choice of path didn't have consequences beyond your inventory and points bar. Here it actually shapes the story's flourishes. So, about those alternate endings. Famously, there are two main paths for Act 5, the easy path and the hard path. And the main difference between them is whether or not you cast spells. If you don't, you sneak into the castle in drag and ruffle around upstairs for a bit before stopping the wedding and fighting the bad guy. If you do use magic, you go to the land of the dead, challenge the Lord of Death for the souls of Casima's parents, paint your way into the castle, and do a bunch of optional stuff if you want the super happy ending. But at the end of both paths, countless other choices you make throughout the game affect the individual moments in the final cutscene. Like where Alexander's ring ended up.
Do you have a ring?
I have my insignia ring.
I have Alexander's royal insignia ring.
I'm afraid I left my insignia ring in the pawn shop.
Or whether or not you met Jallo. If you did, he's stoked about this wedding. He's just thrilled that his two best friends got together. But if you didn't meet him, he doesn't know who you are. He's not particularly invested. And yes, if you took the hard path, Casima's parents will be there. But if you still killed the genie instead of capturing him, your family won't be. And if you never found the treasures from the other islands, their leaders will still be at war, so they won't feel like showing up to your wedding. But if you follow the hard path and discover every secret and get the genie and score every point, the game will be very impressed with you. And then it'll suggest you try the easy way, because come on, we put a lot of work into this and we want you to see all of it. Do you know how expensive all those dialogue recording sessions were? Play it compulsively until you've seen it all and appreciate all the freedom we gave you. Right about now, you might be saying something like, but Dave, plenty of other games nowadays account for this type of freedom. In fact, most of them do. Why are you trying to impress me with this? This has already been built upon and improved upon. And to that I say, you're probably right. I'm not really much of a gamer, and I'm in no way qualified to declare the greatest game of all time, but apparently the only way to internet success is to treat your subjective taste like objective fact for the sake of clickbait, and this is definitely my favorite game of all time. King's Quest VI perfects the feeling of wonder and danger that runs throughout the franchise, and King's Quest VI is the game where this world feels the most real. Even though most of the game-spanning reactions to the different choices you make are largely cosmetic, they still help you feel like you actually shape the story rather than just react to it. I would love a high-def re-release of this game, not a ground-up remake with brand new graphics, but just an HD remaster where they rescan the original art assets in high definition and use better compression on the dialogue, but even if such a thing is possible, it's incredibly unlikely to happen since most recent King's Quest re-releases just lumped the games together with a copy of DOSBox, so you can't even play this with Windows 3.1 level graphics unless you use a different emulator, or just have a computer that can still run Windows 3.1 programs. But hey, maybe the low graphics resolution is part of the charm for you. Either way, I highly recommend seeking this game out and playing it compulsively. Explore every nook and cranny. Don't rest until you've seen it all! And until next time, this is Dave, signing off.
Hello, I am Prince Alexander of Daventry, and I'm the king now. See this crown that I'm wearing? It's me. I am now King Alexander. Look at my crown. Yeah, well, I'm the fairy guy, and now I'm the king, because I'm wearing the crown now. See, this game even has its own built-in minigame. Who wants to be king?
Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over dorm life.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moments!
Dorm Life was a 2008 web series that ran for 2 seasons, a mockumentary about a freshman college dorm. The series was created by a sketch group from UCLA who teamed up with Attention Span Media to produce the first season covering the first semester on this dorm floor, and it quickly became the most popular web series on Hulu. The 2 seasons totaled 46 episodes, not counting all the bonus videos of the characters goofing off with their webcams, creating their own little mini-shows and vlogs. The show is heavily inspired by the American version of The Office, as seen in both the mockumentary format and in some of the character archetypes, but it doesn't take long for it to form its own identity. And, unlike The Office, it didn't wait 7 years before exploring the impact that being in a documentary had on these characters. Oh yeah, Dorm Life had a boom guy with an unhealthy interest in the love story before it was cool. While the show is mostly ensemble-driven, the closest thing to a central protagonist is Mike Sanders, played by series co-director Chris Smith.
Hey everyone, I'm Mike. So they gave us all these webcams to kind of keep you up to date with what's going on.
And if this is the office of college life, then he's the Jim Halpert analog, in the sense that he's a relative straight man with a will-they or won't-they dynamic and a propensity towards pranks. Through only a little bit of fault of his own, Mike finds himself in a rivalry with the floor RA Marshall Adams I, played by Brian Singleton.
Prepare to die! Prepare to die! Blood makes the grass grow! Kill, kill, kill! Prepare to die!
I don't think Marshall knows how to rhyme.
Marshall is arrogant.
I've never had a lame-ass high school girlfriend.
Really? I've never been single in college.
I've never cried.
Marshall is bossy.
There are no dumb questions allowed.
Marshall is overly competitive.
I got. Yeah! Yeah!
Hey, are you okay?
Marshall is abusive.
The party's over!
Marshall is not nearly as smart or funny as he thinks he is.
Hi, Yasi, Miss RA of 5 North. Bye.
Marshall is in deep denial about his own insecurities.
Okay then, fine. So I guess it's my fault. I guess it's me, this guy. Marshall's too insecure. Marshall's too aggressive. Marshall's too sarcastic.
Marshall is like if Michael Scott and Dwight Schrute were merged into one character, with maybe a dash of Job Bluth thrown in. At Marshall's side is the other non-freshman on the floor coordinating all the social activities, Steph Schwartzman, played by Jesse Gaskell.
Hey y'all, Steph here, and I took the liberty of organizing a little floor event tonight where we can all meet, mingle, and make memories.
Steph is the perky ball of energy whose social passions outweigh her social graces.
Just tidying up, grab a broom, broom service! Can I fluff your pillow?
Steph, you make me want to be a worse person.
Unlike Marshall, Steph bends over backwards to make sure everybody gets along, sometimes at the expense of her own personhood.
No, you should go. We can play later. We can always play later.
Okay, thanks, Steph.
Her desperation for floor funtivities is only outdone by her desperation to be included.
You guys got me so good! Hold it higher.
I might assume she was partly inspired by Leslie Knope, except this show was created before Parks and Rec aired, and I've been comparing too many characters to other mockumentary characters already. The other residents seem to fit into a wide variety of college freshman archetypes, embodying the first impressions you might get of your floor mates your first week of college. There's the party animals, Gopher Reed, played by Jim Brandon, and Shane Ridley, played by Jack DeSena. Gopher and Shane hit it off right away, drinking together before they even meet each other.
Do you drink?
Probably.
Yes. Oh, I'm Gopher.
I'm Shane, man. What's up?
And through most of season 1, they seem to be an inseparable and almost indistinguishable unit, even going as each other for Halloween. In fact, at first glance, the only difference between them is their wardrobe. Gopher mostly wears shirts with pictures of himself on them, and Shane just alternates between 2 secondhand shirts.
So Shane, buddy, looks like you decided to wear one of my shirts to your final.
Yeah, only because I think I lost my friend Sam.
By the way, if you're wondering why Shane's voice sounds so familiar...
I'm the oldest, and I'm a warrior, so I'm the leader.
That's right, my friends. Thanks to M. Night Shyamalan, these two guys played the same character. I'm kidding, of course. This guy's version wasn't really a character. In contrast to Shane and Gopher's party antics is their third roommate, Daniel Benjamin, played by Jordan Riggs.
What time do you expect to go to bed? 10.
My 4? Yeah!
I love college already!
Danny B is an uptight, dedicated, studious, overwhelmingly sheltered mama's boy.
Would you rather eat cake or eat ice cream cake?
Danny B embodies the college freshman who's overprepared academically, but in way over his head socially.
But some people are trying to get into pharmacy school. Obviously, that means nothing to you.
Meanwhile, Mike's roommate is the pretentious and unpredictable art student Josh Morgan, played by Pancho Morris.
Is that my deodorant?
That is not mine.
Josh is constantly working on art, theater, and film projects, often with disregard for how they affect the people around him.
Abigail, do you mind if I study in here? Okay, thank you.
Wah! Wah, Ma! Why you gotta kill yourself every time?
And yet his results usually impress his floor mates, so generally they aren't all that bothered by all the weirdness they have to deal with along the way. At least not at first.
There's so many layers.
It's my roommate.
Then there's the high school best friends, Brittany Wilcox, played by Hannah Perlott, and Courtney Cloverlock, played by Nora Kirkpatrick, whose face you might recognize from that show Greek, and whose accordion playing you might recognize from that band Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. At the start, Brittany and Courtney both appear to be kind of stereotypical sorority girls.
We dressed up like pandas because we love salads, we get the most attention at the zoo, and we're innocent.
And we're forced to mate in captivity.
Yes.
Although there are hints early on that Brittany's smarter than Courtney.
How are we gonna find him though? You know, it's like Cinderella. I met him at the ball, then he just disappears. I don't know.
We could look up his profile. I bet his away message will say where he is.
Yes. This is what we'll do. Can we do this in a library?
No. On the computer.
How?
And Brittany's the one who's in the will they or won't they dynamic with Mike. Finally, Steph's roommate is the extremely shy Abigail Brown, played by Ann Lane.
I used to love. I used to dream of love. I used to love in my dreams.
Abby comes from some sort of uber-conservative, faux Amish religious community, and she is less than thrilled with Steph's loud, brazen social drive.
Do you feel comfortable having guests? Rhapsodily open door policy in this room.
Oh yeah, you thought Danny B was sheltered? Wait till you meet Abby. The floor is fleshed out with a couple of minor characters, as well as occasional guest appearances from folks like the Guild's Jeff Lewis and veteran TV writer Sherry Steinkellner. The series is scripted, but heavily enhanced with improvisation, and for the first couple of episodes it looks like it's going to be just a showcase of random slice-of-life events from the freshman year of this ensemble. It shows typical college experiences like partying, drinking, hookups, and even the occasional studying. And it would have been easy to run an entire series of just these varied characters engaging in these activities without much consequence. But the show also remembers the one universal college experience, probably the most important thing a person can experience in college: change. Before you get too deep into season 1, you might find yourself noticing that while some moments may feel like standalone sketches with the characters, every episode includes at least one beat that moves the story forward and showcases a step in the character's growth. And as a result, not every facet of our first impressions of these characters holds true to the end of the series. Seemingly unassailable good guys have their dark moments, and seemingly irredeemable bad guys have their empathetic moments. But that's not to say the characterization is inconsistent. Every character remains recognizable at their core as being the same person throughout the series, but they all grow and evolve in motivated, organic ways. Characters make mistakes. The mistakes have consequences.
Hi, United States. Would you mind telling Brittany that next time she wants to flirt with a guy in front of her best friend, that it shouldn't be hot chat?
the love of my life.
They learn from those consequences.
We were friends for so long. We were like sisters. And it didn't make sense to throw that away over some stupid guy thing.
They don't repeat those mistakes.
I kind of had a thing for Mike. Kind of. I'm not gonna ruin our friendship over some stupid guy.
Some characters grow apart, others grow closer together, and others do both at different points.
We're stronger for it.
Characters who start out embodying college stereotypes are treated as three-dimensional people with hidden depths and a capacity for raw, emotionally honest moments. And while the storytelling of the main series does hide a brilliantly tight structure underneath the seemingly loose shenanigans, the character exploration isn't limited to the main series. As I mentioned, the main characters have their own vlogs that flesh out the world and the character development and the humor. Plus, all the characters had active social media accounts when the show was running and would routinely interact with fans, generating a transmedia experience that added to the verisimilitude. This planted the seeds for the kind of things later web series like the Lizzie Bennet Diaries would take to the next level, exploring character development through world building that served as an optional but delightful garnish. Sadly, despite how successful the show was for Hulu, at some point their contract expired, so the show is not currently available on Hulu. And at some point the domain expired for the official website, so it's only viewable through the Wayback Machine right now. The show is still available on YouTube, mostly. Episodes 215 and 218 don't work on YouTube for some reason, which is really frustrating. I mean, out of all the episodes to lose, those ones are probably the ones where you lose the least essential plot points, so the show still makes coherent sense even if you skip over those episodes, so it's not that big a loss on that front. The show absolutely is still worth binging, but it's annoying because those episodes were funny and I want to watch them again. And they're not on YouTube or Hulu. What gives? The first season is available on DVD from Amazon with a couple of bonus features, mostly some in-character stuff, but there's a couple of out-of-character behind-the-scenes commentaries and things. Season 2 is not out on DVD, so I can't use that method to watch the missing episodes, and I'm guessing if it was going to come out on DVD, it would have happened by now, so I'm not holding my breath. This show ended a while ago and isn't really an active concern for its creators anymore. But that's actually not a bad thing because it reflects that after the show ended, by and large, the cast and creators went on to find success. Some of them even went on to contribute to the very media that inspired the show in the first place. Gopher and Marshall went on to write for season 4 of Arrested Development, and Courtney played a love interest for Dwight in the final season of The Office. And while a third season of Dorm Life will probably never ever happen at this point, we can take comfort in the fact that Mike and Shane are releasing monthly sketches together under their, real names, Chris and Jack. These sketches are brilliant and creative and hilarious and have amazing production value, and so far have featured quite a few Dorm Life reunions. Plus at least one Airbender reunion, so you should definitely subscribe to that channel. And then you should carve out a few hours and watch the very nearly complete series of Dorm Life on YouTube. It's a wonderfully performed, masterfully written, absolutely hilarious web series that is well worth your time. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Have these lights in this camera just been left on this whole time? That can't be good. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the further adventures of Walt's frozen head.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
My friends and I recently had the pleasure of watching the further adventures of Walt's frozen head and chatting with its writer and director, Benjamin Lancaster. The film was shot in Orlando, Florida, partially on location in the Magic Kingdom, and it tells the story of Peter, a cast member who discovers Walt Disney's preserved head and gives him a tour of the Magic Kingdom while trying to reconnect with his daughter. The film built up hype thanks to its social media presence, the casting of theme park legend Ron Schneider as Walt, and of course its gimmick of secretly shooting on location at Disney World. And while the film doesn't over-rely on this gimmick, only featuring a handful of sequences actually shot in the park, it does make much better use of this gimmick than we've come to expect from this sub-genre. When certain other guerrilla filmmakers shot movies at Disney World that were being way overhyped, most of the discourse was around the legal questions, because Disney still hasn't lived down that one time they sued that daycare in the Eisner days, even though they haven't done anything nearly that cruel to protect their IP since. Oh, don't get me wrong, they've acquired way too much IP, and they've ensured that they will always own that IP, but it's been several decades since they bullied a preschooler. Anyway, the discourse eventually decided that since the movie was commenting on Disney, it's protected by the Fair Use Fairy. I didn't have time to make a graphic or get somebody to cameo as the Fair Use Fairy, but I called dibs on the Fair Use Fairy as a side character. The discourse kind of ignored the fact that fair use isn't really a hard and fast rule that can be cited as a preventative measure, but is instead more of a vague, amorphous defense whose validity is determined on a case-by-case basis. But the point is, everyone figured this movie was safe because it was making a statement about Disney World. Problem is, then the movie came out, and it didn't really make a statement about Disney World, other than Disney World is a terrible place to take your family if you already hate your family. But the Further Adventures of Walt's Frozen Head does have something to say about Disney. And just as importantly, it has something to say about life, and Disney is the perfect backdrop for that statement. This is a movie about nostalgia, a movie about cherishing the past but knowing when to let go of the past. And I can think of no better backdrop for that subject than the Disney parks, a subject that intrinsically has more than its fair share of baggage when it comes to accepting change. The image of Walt Disney is an image full of contradictions. The man's legacy is a blend of nostalgia and progressivism. He spearheaded new technologies in service of a park that actually forces you to walk through his own childhood. Keep moving forward, he said, while everyone after him kept looking backwards at what he would have done. And as a result, debates about what Walt would have wanted tend to get heated on a level reserved for debates about what Jesus would do. And film depictions of Walt tend to portray him pretty similarly to film depictions of Jesus. This movie provides a portrayal of Walt that's recognizable to his carefully crafted public persona, but still goes deeper into what made him tick than his biggest fans or the company named after him ever seemed to be comfortable doing. As a result, The Further Adventures of Walt's Frozen Head is not only better than certain other shot at Disney World movies, but despite being a completely fictional sci-fi fantasy comedy, it's also better than most other Walt Disney biopics. I realize I keep giving this movie very low bars to clear, but it's not the movie's fault that it's better than anything else you can compare it to. This movie is, in part, a character study of Walt Disney, insofar as Walt's personality ties into the broader themes. It starts with a lot of those fun facts we know about Walt, such as the better-known anecdotes from his life.
When Diane was about 6, she came to me and asked if I was Walt Disney. I said, yes, I am. Then she asked if I was the Walt Disney.
Oh, and don't even get the movie started on Walt's love of trains.
What does a caboose even do? I don't know, but you gotta have one.
A caboose holds the rail crew that does the track switching. Modern railroads have computerized systems, so they don't need one.
But it's not just about surface-level, fan-servicey shout-outs. The film goes deeper into exploring the type of person who would spearhead new technology for the explicit purpose of holding on to the past.
So now anyone who wants to go to Disney World has to walk through your little town to get there.
I wish they could do more than that. I wish they could grow up on a Missouri farm, struggle to start a business, then chuck it all and head west with nothing but $40 and a can of film.
And the movie pairs Walt with Peter, somebody who only moves forward for the sake of holding on to his daughter's childhood.
Right. Whatever makes her happy, right?
You came back.
Executive. 6-figure salary.
Yours.
Peter spends most of the movie trying to chase after his daughter's childhood, either going after a specific toy she used to have, or preventing her from going on a big trip, or just trying to spend time with her at the Magic Kingdom, just like they did when she was a kid. And Peter and Walt's arcs inform each other, and they both learn from each other to get to a place that they probably both should have arrived at a long time ago. And Peter and Walt make for a fantastic duo. They are so delightful to watch together. Not only very well written, but just Daniel Cooksley and Ron Schneider have such great chemistry that it really is hard to believe that they never actually met during the course of filming this movie. And the film comes to the conclusion that you should know when to let go of the past, but that doesn't mean forgetting the past entirely. Nostalgia can still be a joyful and healthy thing, in moderation, and this film knows just how to use its nostalgia for maximum effect. This film is not shy with its love for Disney. When we talked to Ben, he cited the Disney comedies of the 60s as the primary inspiration for the style of the film.
From the very early beginning, I knew that I wanted this movie to feel like the 1960s comedies that the Disney company made. And so, from the script level, from the aesthetic level, even parts of the production design, we were really molded around The Absent-Minded Professor, Blackbeard's Ghost, those kind of comedies that really influenced the framing of shots, both in the park and then outside of that.
This influence is even more apparent in some of the bonus features, such as the Disney sing-along songs version of the park montage seen on the film's YouTube channel. But despite the film's love for Disney, it's also willing to critique Walt and the Disney culture and even some of the fan base. Not the blind hatred of certain other precursors, but a more nuanced acknowledgement of some of the less favorable aspects of the subject matter.
I really think we should talk to the union about this.
Union?
We took a vote. Well, all the head carriers decided to join the Cranium Bearers Local 23.
It's really not funny.
Well, I guess I should take a page from the movie's book and find something to criticize about the movie itself. This guy is supposed to be Bob Iger, but I think this guy looks a lot more like Bob Iger, so you should have cast him as this guy instead. Yeah. That's all I got. I like this movie a lot. The film doesn't rely on the in-park sequences because this film has more to offer than just a gimmick. It's a story that would still work even if they did have permission to film in the parks, or to a lesser extent if the film was set in a fictional park. This doesn't need to be Disney World, but Disney World does help tell this story. But while the filmmakers don't over-rely on the in-park gimmick, they do make the most of their time in the park. And they even get some added symbolism from the attractions themselves. Everything has a purpose, unlike other films that I hate to keep comparing this film to, but I can't stress enough how low it set my expectations. And sure, the in-park sequences are a relatively small portion of the film, but they do throw in a bonus visit to another theme park that I know far too well.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
If you watch my channel, you're probably a Disney park fan yourself, or someone who just enjoys watching Disney park fans geek out, so The Further Adventures of Walt's Frozen Head is probably right up your alley. But even if you're not a Disney park fan, it's still a perfectly charming movie that's fun for the whole family. So check it out and follow Walt's Frozen Head on Twitter, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the Muppet Christmas Carol.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Every year on Christmas Eve, my family watches the Muppet Christmas Carol. I'm guessing most of you have a similar tradition, or at least you've seen it a handful of times, so this isn't one of those obsession videos where I have to explain what some obscure thing I love is. This isn't Gemini Man. By the way, way to steal that title and literally nothing else about the show, Ang Lee. No, I'm assuming everyone here has a baseline shared love of Muppet Christmas Carol, so I'm just gonna talk about some of the reasons I love the movie. And maybe some of the things I don't love quite as much about it. Look, you see a movie every year, you memorize it, you start to have some nitpicks. Not things that ruin the movie for you, of course, just things that give you an unintentional chuckle amidst the intentional chuckles. But don't worry, this video will mostly be a gush fest, just with a little dash of salt here and there. But first we need to talk about how important this movie is in Muppet history. Yes, it did begin the trend of Muppets adapting classic literature, for better and for worse. But it's more than just that. As the first feature-length Muppet movie made after Jim Henson's death, there was a lot riding on this. So creative control went to Jim's son, the newly appointed Henson Company CEO, and my co-worker on a technicality, don't you dare take this away from me, Brian Henson, making his feature film directorial debut.
This was actually the first Muppet movie shot after my father, Jim Henson, had passed away. Because of that, the film is sort of very important to a lot of us because this was really a test to see if the Muppets could continue, and everybody really stepped up, and all the performances are brilliant. The workshop did brilliant work.
And he stacked a creative deck with Muppets Behind the Scenes All-Stars, bringing in longtime Muppets head writer Jerry Jewell to write the script, and frequent Muppet collaborator Paul Williams to write the songs, most of which are fantastic, some of which maybe could use a punch-up.
Oh, there goes Mr. Humbug. There goes
goes Mr. Grimm.
If they gave a prize for being mean, the winner would be him. Come on, Paul, you co-wrote Moving Right Along. I know you don't need to force a rhyme that hard. But Jerry's script is fantastic throughout. It's a fairly abridged, but still surprisingly faithful adaptation of the Dickens text. There are stretches where Jerry takes the book verbatim and then just has Gonzo and Rizzo riff on it.
Really, the only difference between this and the original is that the original was a book and this is a movie. And we have lots of frogs and pigs and chickens and rats playing the main parts.
How close to the original is your script?
Well, our script is so close to the original that kids will be able to come and see the movie and be able to do a book report later. That ought to bring them in.
And the desire to create an authentic Dickens adaptation at the core carried through into the production. Lots of franchises and TV shows do their Christmas Carol episode, but most of them have their characters fill all the roles. This one could have done that. A Christmas Carol cast entirely with Muppets would have been easily doable. You could have had Waldorf as Scrooge and Statler as Marley, and then not needed to create a second Marley just for the movie. But then, of course, we'd miss out on the perfect pop culture gag that is the second Marley's name.
Jacob and Robert Marley. Get up, stand up.
And early in development, this film did come very close to having even more of the book's roles filled by familiar Muppets.
Initially, the ghosts were going to be Muppets, and Muppets, well-known Muppets, and it seemed like a great idea. And then, in the end, we didn't do it because it seemed to undermine the credibility of the story. Miss Piggy, I think, was Ghost of Christmas Present, and like Scooter was Christmas Past, and then Gonzo in a Hood was going to be Christmas Yet to Come.
But instead of going all out in a Muppet Classics Theater version of the book, they opted to do a more grounded Christmas Carol adaptation with Muppets just sprinkled throughout like a garnish. Now, this may have started the unfortunate trend of Muppets being sidelined in their own projects.
I mean, when people go to a Muppet movie, they say, "Gee, I can't wait to see the human!"
But honestly, here I think it was the right choice. The thrill of the original Muppet movie was seeing the Muppets in a real-world environment, bringing their whimsy out of a puppet show stage and onto the road. And this is more obviously soundstages, but there's still a groundedness to the Dickensian backdrops that allows the Muppets to provide a delightful contrast. And grounding it all is Michael Caine, and I don't need to tell you how fantastic he is in this role.
Michael Caine was probably, it was a while ago now, but I think he was probably our first choice for the part. What's wonderful about Michael, and he got it straight away, as soon as he did the very first read-through, he said to me afterwards, he said, well, the trick here is to never treat them as Muppets and treat it like I'm acting with the Royal Shakespeare Company and never, ever crack a smile and always be very straight, and that's what will create the comic dynamic between the Muppets and himself. And he was absolutely right.
So, well, look, you should never work with children and animals, they say, it's for actors, and Muppets are even worse, they're scene stealers. And the only thing that you have that can save you with the Muppets is reality, because that's what they do not have. It's the only thing they don't have. They have everything else in spades.
The world building of this movie all hinges on Caine's performance, and his chemistry with the Muppets makes you genuinely believe that talking to ghosts is weird for him, yet talking to a frog and rats on a daily basis is normal. This is less true of the teenage Scrooge, who is totally tripping out on the giant bird talking to him. But most of the other humans populating this world are also wonderful, and they never once take you out of the reality. Except as you're scratching your head trying to figure out who they remind you of. I know Nephew Fred is neither Neil Patrick Harris nor Robert Sean Leonard, so how is he somehow both of them at once? Why is young Michael Caine an off-brand Jude Law? Did this movie predict the 2004 reboot of Alfie? Oh, it's not just you, I also forgot that movie happened until 5 minutes ago. But we mustn't forget the hard work of the Muppet performers. As always, every last one of them is spectacular. And while it's hard to not feel the loss of both Jim Henson and Richard Hunt, the rest of the regular ensemble brings their all to the table and are just as energetic as the day they first picked up a puppet. Special shout out to Steve Whitmire, because not only was this his first feature film outing as Kermit, but it also had greatly expanded roles for Rizzo and Bean, who previously hadn't had all that much screen time in movies before, and man, he just delivers. It's great work all around. Now, like I said, my family watches this every Christmas Eve. Growing up, we watched it on VHS, which meant it wasn't officially Christmas until we saw that Lion King teaser where Katzenberg says Big Kitty.
Some of their subjects were even invited right into the studio.
Big Kitty.
But as much as I love the movie, like any kid, I got really bored when it got to the slow, sad song.
I love you, Bill.
You did once.
There was a time when I was sure that you and I were truly one.
Come on, this song doesn't have any Muppets in it. Fast forward. What is this, a Legoland fire safety show? Why is this song so long? Good lord, just get back to Gonzo already. Yeah, Michael Caine's sad, it's very emotional, but this song just won't end.
Oh, Rizzo.
No, don't worry, Rizzo, it's okay, the boring part's over now.
Of course, now every year, we watch the 2002 DVD release, which means it's not officially Christmas until we hear Tim Allen tell a kid from the movie Surfers what it's like to remake the Shaggy Dog.
I'm a dog, man. I'm Shaggy Dog.
What would you say is the hardest part about being a dog?
Dogs are constantly distracted by odors.
And because we're red-blooded Americans, we watch the theatrical widescreen cut because we all know Pan and Scan is a satanic plot to undermine artists' visions, and when it gets to the When Love Is Gone scene...
I love you, Bill.
You did once.
Huh. That's abrupt. Like, yeah, I get that Scrooge would be this emotional to relive his heartbreak, but I don't buy for 1 second that such a brief, "Okay, we're done," would devastate Rizzo this much when he already copped to not understanding loneliness. And the movie still ends with the reprise of the song and the pop ballad version over the end credits, so the movie is built around this song that was cut, and the scene's way too rushed without it, but way too slow with it. When Love Is Gone is a black hole of pacing from which nothing can escape. Now, as an adult, I do like the song, but A, I'm not sitting through an entire movie of Pan and Scan for it, and B, it could stand to have another minute shaved off. But I have no such misgivings about the next musical number.
It's in the singing of a street corner choir.
It Feels Like Christmas is the greatest sequence in the history of Christmas movies and specials. Every piece of it is exactly right. No other filmed moment makes me feel more like Christmas than It Feels Like Christmas. That's the scene that makes it officially the Christmas season. The song captures the joy of the holiday, partially through the melody designed to evoke a familiar Christmas carol. It is the season of the heart, a special time of caring, the ways of love made clear. In Excelsis Deo. Watching the poor, miserable folks of the town come together for joy, when the only thing we had seen bring them together previously was spite, is enough to warm any heart, even Scrooge's eventually. But what I love about Caine's performance here is that it does take him a moment to warm up to it. He's still taking in the information reservedly, maybe even skeptically. He sees everyone else's joy, and he's even a little moved by it, but his heart is still pretty hardened, and he doesn't feel the joy fully until the spirit personally invites him to dance along to his song. And that's where Scrooge, after being weakened by memories of the past, truly begins his transformation, where he starts to feel joy. Then he feels misery again over the next couple of scenes, but at least now he knows what joy can feel like, and he's ready to spread it around in the end with a thankful heart.
With a thankful heart, with an endless joy,
A Thankful Heart is the second best musical number in the movie, as Scrooge is happy as a kid on Christmas receiving a gift, that gift being Christmas itself, and his youthful exuberance is such a 180 from his curmudgeonliness from the beginning of the film, but it's still entirely believable as being the same character, because Michael Caine is just that good. And yeah, maybe he's not the most experienced singer in the world, not that I'm one to judge, but his joy is just so contagious in his song.
Stop and look around you.
Okay, one last nitpick. The choreography and blocking here is a little awkward. Caine really feels like he's stalling between lyrics. The extra's just like, It's fine, they had limited set space to work with. There, I hope that's enough nitpicking for you, cynical YouTube audience who only likes it when people trash beloved childhood movies. I'm going back to praise now. I love this movie, and I will continue to watch it every year, and I'm sure many of you will too. And I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season, full of whatever your favorite traditions are, and may you all go out there and find that love that feels like Christmas. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I'm geeking out over the Weird Al movie, UHF.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Now in a just world, we wouldn't be saying the Weird Al movie. In a just world, this would simply be the first of many Weird Al movies. Look, we only barely got out of a cartoon supervillain presidency. We clearly do not live in a just world. I'm assuming most of my audience has seen UHF by now, but in case you haven't, here's a brief refresher. Weird Al Yankovic plays George Newman, a daydreaming underachiever who can't hold down a job and constantly tests the patience of his roommate Bob, his girlfriend Terry, and his uncle Harvey. But when Harvey wins a doomed UHF TV station in a poker game, George's aunt suggests he run it. Despite George's best efforts to be a good boss, hosting several shows himself, promoting the frustrated receptionist Pamela to news, and hiring Stanley Spadowski, a janitor who was unfairly fired by the evil RJ Fletcher of Channel 8, the station keeps losing money. On top of that, George's desperate attempts to dig his way out of the hole cause him to lose Terry. At the height of his depression, George walks off the set of the kids show and lets Stanley host, and surprisingly, Stanley's unique energy draws an audience for the first time in the station's history. George becomes inspired to give shows to more of his oddball friends and neighbors, and the quirky little station fueled by the community becomes the #1 station in town. Fletcher seeks revenge by placing an offer to buy the station from Harvey for the price of his massive gambling debts, so George and his friends have to raise the money to buy the station first. That's the plot, but nobody watches this movie for the plot. They watch it because it's the Weird Al movie, along with everything that entails. In the 80s, Al's star was rising, and it was only natural that someone would want to cash in on his popularity by giving him a movie. So he and his manager Jay Levy wrote the script together, shopped it around, and eventually Orion Pictures greenlit the film with Jay attached to direct.
I play a character named George Newman who's kind of a daydreamer. He's like Walter Mitty in a way.
You know, James Thurber said that Walter Mitty was partially based on Robert Benchley, who actually went on to play the role in a radio production of the short story before the Danny Kaye movie was even made. So, Weird Al's the modern Robert Benchley. Really putting the Al in Algonquin Roundtable. Disney, remake The Reluctant Dragon with Weird Al, you cowards! The supporting cast has a few veterans, such as legendary character actor Kevin McCarthy as RJ Fletcher, who's almost as evil as Congressman Kevin McCarthy, but the ensemble was largely people who weren't very well known at the time, or at least not known for comedy. Some of them have gone on to have megastar careers, and only a few of them have gone on to be completely unhinged. Almost as fascinating as the actual ensemble were the numerous other people who were almost cast in the film. But if I dwell on that now, we'll never get to any of the other good stuff. Note to self, D-list on the miscasting opportunities of UHF. But more than anything else, the movie is intended as a vehicle for jokes, gags, and sketches. And yeah, it's an 80s comedy, which means that not every element has aged great. Although fortunately the most egregious jokes were deleted. But there's still a lot about this movie that was ahead of its time. We already know every 80s villain was based on Trump, but only this movie had the foresight to also have Don Jr. Why no, I did not expect this to become my most political video when I started writing it. Why do you ask? Perhaps unexpected for the Weird Al movie, there's only a few songs in the film and only one song parody, which is really more of a song mashup. But they make up for the shortage with a bunch of music video parodies in the title song's music video. Only way Al would get to do a Prince parody, I guess. Oh, and Al later gave us a second song parody in the DVD commentary.
Orion is bankrupt now.
But what's most remarkable to me about this movie is that despite being the Weird Al movie, it doesn't really feel like just a Weird Al vanity project. Like, yes, Weird Al is definitely the main auteur, it's definitely his creative voice throughout, you'd never mistake it for just some random studio comedy, but it's so easy to picture like the Pauly Shore version of this, where the comedian the film is built around is the weird, wacky, funny one, and everyone else in the movie is a boring old straight man. That's not what this movie is. This isn't just, hey, look how funny this Weird Al guy is, let's watch his wacky shenanigans. This is a movie that lets the whole world be weird and lets the ensemble shine. Sure, Al takes the spotlight in a few sequences, but he also spends several scenes being the straight man. He doesn't always have to be the weird one. Nothing like he was portrayed in that fake biopic.
I'm the weird one. I'm the weird one!
Because UHF is not just an ego trip for Al, it's a celebration of the kind of weirdness Al loves. Just like how in the movie, U62 is a celebration of the community. The station's actual saving grace starts when Al's character recognizes someone else is a better fit for a job than he is. Weird Al is so humble that he didn't insist on Weird Al being the saving grace of the Weird Al movie. I think it's sweet how Al took this film opportunity, this instance of a studio taking a chance on that funny Weird Al kid, and turned it into a story about George taking a chance on Pamela and Stanley and all the other funny weirdos in his community. It feels like paying it forward, even though it's paying it forward to fictional characters, But the movie production still feels like U62. A whole bunch of scrappy kids putting on a show, getting a chance to showcase their talent.
This is the grape catching scene. David Bowie and I were kind of hanging around by the craft services table, and I was throwing grapes at him, and he was catching them in his mouth. And it was a talent he's had for a long time. And a couple of minutes before we actually shot the scene, we decided to do this. I think we did 2 takes, and he cut every single grape. The upside-down yodeler, his name was Charles Marsh. He used to stand on his head and play guitar at the Turner Turnpike toll gate.
We had a talent show to get some of these people.
That's right, we had a gong show. That was one of the very first things we did when we went to Tulsa.
And much like U62, the film UHF was up against a lot of competition from the big studios. Turns out the summer of 1989 would be one of the biggest blockbuster summers imaginable. Unfortunately, in real life, that summer the big studios won. The movie severely underperformed and, well...
Ryan is bankrupt now.
And then to add insult to injury, one of the films that crushed it at the box office later had a sequel which ripped UHF off.
This community means about as much to me as a festering ball of dog snot.
You gotta admit, I played this stinking city like a harp from hell.
Well, ripped off UHF, ripping off a face in the crowd, but still, low blow, Burton. Audiences barely turned up to see the film in theaters, and critics savaged it.
Roger Ebert from the Chicago Sun-Times calls it a depressing slog through recycled comic formulas. Those who laugh at UHF should inspire our admiration. In these dreary times, we must treasure the easily amused. Well, gee, thanks, Roger. What, did I run over your dog or something?
Oh, don't worry. Al later had his revenge.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of ignorance I'd expect from a duty head like you.
You talking to me, poopy pants?
Snot face.
Vomit nose?
Hootie fish.
Hootie fish?
Thing is, as much as I love this movie, yeah, I can understand why it had trouble finding an audience. Mostly because there was so much competition, but also because the movie is weird. And I can't pretend it doesn't have its shortcomings. Neither Al nor Jay had any real screenwriting experience, and it kind of shows.
I didn't really have an artistic vision. I think it was to be funny and to make sure that we captured the comedy correctly on the screen. In fact, the studio would often say to me, where's a style? We're looking to develop a style maybe in this, and I just didn't see it that way. To me, this was more in the vein of, Kentucky Fried Movie or Airplane, or basically where it's all about the gags. And as long as the comedy's playing, that's what it's about. So if it's funny, that's good. And if it's not, redo it. And that was kind of my point of view.
Why didn't you tell me you didn't know what you were doing?
The plot is treated as little more than a linking device to get from sketch to sketch, but there's too much plot for it to really get away with that. That said, while the plot's nothing groundbreaking, I really think from a structure perspective, there's only one scene that actually needs to be fixed.
Is something I can do to help?
Not unless you've got $75,000.
No, sorry.
This is ridiculous. There must be something I could do.
The U62 telephone is on the air!
So George just gets the idea, unmotivated by anything in particular. It's not unrealistic necessarily, but it's unsatisfying based on general audience expectations of cause and effect in a movie, and it only would have taken one quick rewrite to fix.
Is something I can do to help?
Not unless you've got $75,000.
I have $1. Great. Now we just need to find 75,000 more people like you. Here's the thing, though. I think this movie is better because it's imperfect. A movie about celebrating the scrappy underdogs and all the weird things they bring to the table would feel inauthentic if it was a polished, shiny, neat package with a ton of money and experienced talent behind it. Instead, this movie, despite being built around spoofs and sketches and irony, still manages to overflow with earnestness and sincerity. And as much as there are certainly things I would rewrite if I were doing this project, and I'm sure there are even more things Al and Jay would rewrite, I think the flaws in this movie only make it feel more true to its own spirit. I mean, sure, let's lose the part where George gets real stalkery with his ex, or at least make that a more blatant satire of problematic rom-com tropes, but Overall, this movie's shortcomings remind you that this story about scrappy underdogs is a scrappy underdog itself. And much like U62 didn't deserve to be demolished by Channel 8, UHF didn't deserve to be crushed by the big blockbusters. Fortunately, in real life, there aren't only 3 acts, and the box office failure wasn't the end of this movie's story. The movie became a cult classic on VHS very quickly, and the cult was only fueled when the VHS went out of print. So much so that when MGM acquired Orion and started releasing their catalog on DVD, they worked closely with Al to turn the UHF DVD into an event, jam-packed with bonus features hosted by the man himself.
Yes, I look a little different than I do in UHF because I shot that movie 13 years ago.
Okay, but you shot this featurette 19 years ago and you still look the same, so that excuse doesn't fly, Al. In addition to the movie, a behind-the-scenes featurette from the archive, and the music video, the DVD includes Al making fun of an abridged collection of deleted scenes and a very informative audio commentary that somehow manages to include visual gags.
Look out! They're coming through the window! They're coming through the window!
See? Told ya.
And aside from finally giving many of Al's fans a chance to see his major motion picture, this DVD can also boast another accomplishment. One of the very few times interactive menus is actually a legitimate bonus feature, as new footage of Al was shot just for the menus, and it really adds to the fun. The one downside of the DVD is it's one of those stupid double-sided DVDs with the widescreen version on one side and the pan-and-scan version on the other, and I hate this. I don't like having to handle a DVD so carefully just because someone decided the top should also be the bottom. The only plus side of this particular flaw is at least Al got to have some fun with it on the aforementioned menus.
Hi, that feature's on the other side. You gotta turn the disc over. Thanks. Hey, if you want to see that, you gotta turn the DVD over. Like it says, that feature is on the other side!
Well, despite that shortcoming, when the DVD was released in 2002, it was one of the top 10 selling DVDs of the week. UHF was finally a Hollywood success. Then in 2014, Shout Factory released the 25th anniversary Blu-ray on a single-sided disc, thank you very much. The Blu-ray includes Al's 2014 Comic-Con panel with Jonah Ray, and it retains most of the bonus features from the DVD, but it doesn't have those fun menus anymore, or the visual gags in the audio commentary. Just another step in UHF's long journey of greatness linked to imperfection. Yeah, well, I'm just glad this movie is available in so many ways now because I love it. I've loved it from the first time I saw it. In fact, let me tell you about when I first saw this movie. My childhood best friend had told me about this really funny movie with Weird Al and this hilarious Indiana Jones scene and Kramer yelling about mops and all this wacky stuff, and it sounded funny and I liked the Weird Al songs I had heard at that point, so eventually my friend loaned me the DVD. This happened on kind of a busy day, so I couldn't watch the DVD all in one sitting, but every time I had to pause it and go do something else, I was just counting down the hours until I could resume the movie. And yeah, of course the movie was funny. I laughed myself silly at Conan the Librarian and Raoul teaching poodles how to fly, but my excitement to keep watching the film wasn't just because it was making me giggle, because despite the movie's general disregard for plot, I gotta say, the first time I watched it, I was really emotionally invested. I don't know, maybe I just really identified with a guy who kinda slacks off at assigned work, possibly due to undiagnosed attention issues, while feeling like his creativity is unappreciated, even though, let's face it, most of what he does is just riff on existing pop culture. But as soon as he gets a chance, he jumps at the opportunity to make silly stuff with his friends for all the world to see, and he'll do anything to fight to keep that chance going. Kinda hit close to home, all that. So when I finally got to finish the movie late at night, and when this happened...
Hey, what's going on here? Now wait just 1 minute. What do you think you're doing?
We did it! The station's on!
I had actual tears in my eyes. The Weird Al movie made me cry. Tears of joy, but still, Weird Al made me cry. Lots of people are fans of this movie because they're already fans of Weird Al. For me, it was the other way around. This movie is what turned me from an appreciator of the couple of Weird Al songs I had heard into an obsessed Weird Al fanboy. This movie is the cause of my fandom. Because I no longer saw Weird Al as just a guy who did some funny songs. I saw myself in him and his work. This silly film that moved me so much drove me to listen to all his songs, seek out all his TV appearances, see him live every chance I got, and rebuy all his music I already owned just because it came in a fancy accordion case. Well, and because all my CDs have been stolen out of my car, but I would have bought this again anyway. This movie turned me into a Weird Al fan, and I've never looked back. But enough about me. When did you first see UHF? And when did you first fall in love with the works of Weird Al? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and welcome back to Tolkien Adaptation Month, where right now I am preoccupied with the Tolkien animated Trilogy?
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
Yes, long before Peter Jackson brought Middle-earth to the big screen, this was the movie trilogy we had to work with. A movie trilogy that was never supposed to be, and ultimately doesn't work as a trilogy, for reasons that aren't necessarily the fault of any individual entry, although they all have their peculiar issues too. But many Tolkien fans have a fondness for one, if not all of these cartoons, myself included. But their legacy is complicated. Now, Tolkien never lived to see any of these films, and it's frankly impossible to gauge what he would have thought of them, but we know a little bit about what he might think of animated movies based on his work in general. Kind of. In his life, Tolkien seemed to be of multiple minds regarding potential filmed adaptations altogether, but especially animated adaptations. In general, he was open to a filmed adaptation, but he was not convinced it could actually work. As for animation specifically, in a 1957 letter, number 198 in the Letters of J.R.R. Tolkien collection, Tolkien wrote, "I should welcome the idea of an animated motion picture with all the risk of vulgarization." So, at least at that time, he was open to the idea of a cartoon, but fully prepared for it to be a disappointment. But later in the early 70s, when John Boorman was working on his never-produced version of the film, Boorman claims Tolkien was relieved that it would be live action, saying that he had a nightmare that it would be animated. Based on the other things I've heard about the Boorman script, whether it was live action or animated should have been the least of Tolkien's worries. But that's a different story. The thing is, at the time, it made a lot of sense for these to be animated. The Hobbit was seen as a children's fantasy adventure tale, the likes of which Disney built an empire out of, and Lord of the Rings was seen as practically unfilmable, for two distinct reasons. Reason number one, the scale. And reason number two, the scale. By that I mean reason number one, the scale of the story, the scope, the grand overwhelming world of Middle-earth, full of massive armies and cities rich with their own history. And reason number two, the physical scale of the different characters of Middle-earth. The diminutive hobbits and dwarves alongside the larger-than-life elves, wizards, and Dunedain. With animation, you don't have the limitations of live action. You can draw characters of any shape and size, and as many of them as you need, and put them in any exotic locale you can imagine. Let's put a pin in that thought, and for now, let's look at these movies individually, starting with Rankin Bass's The Hobbit.
The greatest adventure is there if you're bold. Let go of the mold, that life makes you whole.
Based on the original version of The Hobbit, did they forget the word book? The Hobbit might seem an odd choice of adaptation for the company that was mostly known for Christmas specials, especially when Tolkien himself wrote a separate Christmas mythology, but that had only just been published and it wasn't in the public domain. The Hobbit was, at the time, in the US only, due to a screw-up from publishers. I have mixed feelings about that because as much as I support the public domain, I think it's unfair when an author's ownership over their work is taken from them because somebody else did something dumb. But the weird loophole that placed the books in the public domain was closed later, so the books are no longer in the public domain in the US, which I have even more complicated feelings about. Like, yeah, the circumstances that place him in the public domain were unfair, but the precedent that things can be taken out of the public domain is really unsettling. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, it is a constant struggle to reconcile my love of the public domain with my love of Disney stuff. Why do you ask? But complicated circumstances aside, the fact is, at the time, The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings were in the public domain in the US, but not internationally. So for an adaptation that the Tolkien estate didn't authorize, a big theatrical film that wouldn't be able to play overseas was probably not the best call. So instead, this was a made-for-TV special aired on NBC, but with plans to release it to theaters locally if the ratings were good enough. While the special definitely has a lot of the hallmarks of cheap television animation, with a $3 million budget, it was actually the most expensive television production in history at the time. Guess it's just really hard to do an affordable version of Middle-earth no matter what you do. The character designs are something alright. They made a point of being true to any physical descriptions in the book, but that still gave them a lot of freedom to do this to Bilbo. You know, make him look like a cross between a Keebler elf and E.T. But hey, on some of the posters, his design is even worse. Gah! Giant albino bullfrog! Maybe that's not Bilbo, maybe it's actually Smeagol, and that's why Gollum looks so amphibious. Still, no design in this special is uglier than the Wood Elves. Good God! I hope Legolas takes after his mom's side of the family. I guess they just really wanted to distinguish themselves from the elves they were already known for. Nobody's gonna mistake these guys for Hermie. But despite a few questionable character design choices, I really love the background arc, which is all like kinda realistic, but kinda stylized and completely beautiful. And it's no wonder considering the things the overseas animators responsible for this film would go on to do. As for some of the other stylistic choices, I keep going back and forth on that spiraling out thing characters do when they get killed. I can never decide if I love it or hate it. I don't know. What do you think? Let's talk. As for the writing, it's rushed. The characters mostly get reduced to the broadest archetypical versions of their characters from the book. Bilbo is fussy.
Dwarves have a strange notion of perfection.
Thorin is grumpy.
A splendid lucky number you found for us.
Bombur is fat.
And, Bombur at your service.
The rest of the dwarves are there too.
Mr. Baggins.
Bilbo?
And Gandalf just seems mysterious for mysterious' sake in a way that's just unhelpful. Like, okay, much has been written about how the Gandalf of the Hobbit is more of a general mysterious old wizard trope than his more complex and grounded portrayal in Lord of the Rings. But reading The Hobbit, I still got the sense that he's, like, a character whose actions are motivated, even if the motivations are sometimes unclear to Bilbo and the dwarves. In this movie, not so much.
If the secret door is hidden, how do we find it? The map doesn't tell.
It does, and it doesn't.
Huh?
You will understand in time.
Dude, if you don't know, you can just say that. And then when he's not being vague, it seems like he only cares about furthering Bilbo's development. Like he's making big moves for the sole purpose of Bilbo's self-actualization. Like he's some sort of manic wizard dream Gandalf.
Now, I am already late because of bothering with you people. I am sending Mr. Baggins with you. That should be enough.
The burglar?
Me? I'm no equal to a wizard.
Nonsense. You are the lucky number. And soon you'll find out there's more about you than you guess. You don't really suppose, do you, that all your adventures and escapes were managed by mere luck? Just for your sole benefit?
No, he believes that you orchestrated everything just for his sole benefit. You made choices just because they would drive his arc, not because you have anything else going on in Middle-earth. Also, Gandalf seems to know the whole time that Bilbo has a magic ring.
Your story, Bilbo, has the ring of truth. Yes, it rings true.
Okay, fair. In the book, Bilbo did wonder if Gandalf guessed the part he let out, and I think that's a fun way of adapting that note. But Gandalf seems to know already that it's the One Ring?
Oh, Bilbo Baggins, if you really understood that ring, someday members of your family not yet born will, then you'd realize that this story has not ended, but is only beginning.
You are uncharacteristically chill about that. I guess having the most evil item in the universe resurface is just, cute and quirky as long as it can teach Bilbo another lesson. So with the writing so rushed, most of the characterization is left to the voice actors, and to the movie's credit, there is a murderer's row of comedians and voice talent from the era. If you can accept the fact that the denizens of Middle-earth have American accents. Orson Bean is solid as Bilbo. His fussiness comes across beautifully.
Eggs and bacon, a good full pipe, my garden at twilight, cakes.
When he's not being bogged down with wildly stilted dialogue.
I'm a quiver with anticipation.
And while it's kinda hard to accept anyone other than Andy Serkis in the role anymore, I think Brother Theodore is a pretty good Gollum.
Is it nice, my precious? Is it juicy, gooey, yucky? Is it scrumptious?
And Hans Conried as Thorin Oakenshield is inspired. Who better to capture a cartoonified version of the Dwarf King's indignance and greed than Captain Hook?
Curses to the dragon! Curses to Smaug! He killed our men and stole our gold!
And another Captain Hook, Cyril Richard, plays Elrond. Sadly, he passed away only a few weeks after this production aired, so this was his final role, but while it's brief, he plays it well.
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, they're not troll make. They must have been stolen.
Paul Frees does a few additional voices, and Thurl Ravenscroft does some singing, and Dave Does Disney Fans know how I feel about that wonderful combination. As for Gandalf, you're always going to need someone with real gravitas. But this is just a made-for-TV cartoon, so I'm afraid that all we can get is John Huston!
And so, tomorrow begins your greatest adventure.
Yeah, Hollywood legend John Huston. The guy whose directorial debut was the Maltese freaking Falcon. The guy who played the evil creep in that movie directed by the other evil creep. And amazingly, this was not his only influence on a Tolkien adaptation, although the others were long after his death. He had a little bit of an influence on the Jackson movies.
Look at some John Huston. His tree beard without the fungus looks like John Huston in bed.
And one of my favorite Lord of the Rings parodies draws heavily from his work.
What is it, Gandalf?
It's the ring, Frodo. It must be taken and thrown into the fire in Mount Doom.
All right.
Of course, some characters are cut altogether, notably Beorn, and there are simplifications throughout the story, some of them really minor, like dropping the Durin's Day concept from the secret door, and some much bigger, like removing the Arkenstone. Okay, I fully understand why the Arkenstone thread seemed expendable in the name of condensing the story, but I do feel like it was one of the fatal errors here. Without that element, Bilbo and Thorin's argument at the end doesn't seem like a major betrayal on Bilbo's part, causing the friendship to rupture permanently. It just seems like more of the same squabbling they've been doing the whole time.
Wear it proudly, and it will carry you to victory.
Confusticate and be bother, victory. My only hope is to be taken prisoner as quickly as possible.
Those are the words of a coward.
The coward who always went forward while you cringed behind?
You don't see us cringing now, do you?
And when it just seems like more of the same, the deathbed reconciliation is far less meaningful.
Farewell, good thief. I wish to part in friendship.
And then there are other scenes that I have to assume were written but were deleted after the fact.
Run to the Wood Elves' clearing.
Never mind the fact that the audience never once saw us discover the Wood Elves' clearing, we just know about it. But what really makes me sad about the condensed writing is how much of the humor of the book really suffers, as Bilbo and Gandalf's good morning conversation is cut, as is the comic build of the dwarves slowly arriving and overwhelming poor Bilbo. Instead they go for mysterious and spooky.
Enough! I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me!
Gandalf? Not the wandering wizard.
We must away at break of day.
Mysterious and spooky isn't a terrible choice of tone overall, but man, do I miss the book's humor. In one case, they not only cut out the funny part of the book, but in doing so, they fundamentally changed what Gandalf's powers are. Rather than tricking the trolls into arguing with each other until sunrise, Gandalf just makes the sun come up.
Dawn take you all, and
be stoned.
Man, that's a hell of a power. I knew you were the wielder of the flame of Anor, but I didn't know you could control Anor. Did this happen because the screenwriter misunderstood the line, "The dawn comes early"?
How did the morning come so soon?
That's not to say the movie is without its own sense of humor. The movie's sense of humor seems to mostly involve Bilbo whining, which is hit or miss.
Thank you, but I'd appreciate a more pragmatic salute. In other words, extinguish me!
And Thorin using burgle as a verb, which gets old a little faster.
Burglar, do your burgling. Well, you are the burglar. Go down and burgle something. What did you burgle?
Burglar, madam.
That said, the ceasefire between the three armies as the goblins arrive is, well, it's hilarious. I'm assuming that it's trying to be a comedy beat.
Take their heads! Kill the men! Kill the elves! Oh, great elf king, my truest friend and ally, we must join our forces against this common scourge.
But of course, O noble king under the mountain, your people are like brothers unto mine.
Together!
Thorin is correct. I simply do not understand war.
A side effect of some of the rushing is giving Bilbo more agency in minor ways, such as having him directly tell the thrush to deliver the message to Bard, rather than the thrush just overhearing it and deciding to give the message to Bard.
You have seen Smaug. You know his vulnerable spot. Go now to Lake Town. There is a guardsman, Bard. Tell him.
Never mind how I know that you can talk to Bard, just go about it. And earlier than that, Bilbo actively chooses to ask Gollum what he has in his pocket, rather than accidentally asking it, which really sucks. Like, Bilbo accidentally stumbling into asking a non-riddle, and that being what ends up saving him, that is funny stuff, and it's true to his character. But Bilbo deliberately asking a non-riddle in a riddles game?
What have I got in my pocket?
Not fair! Not fair! To us, my precious, but it's got in its nasty little pocket.
I'm sorry, that's my riddle. And if you can't guess it, you lose.
That sucks! You're a no-good cheater, Baggins! They also remove the moment where Bilbo almost kills Gollum after that. They just have Bilbo run away without trying to kill him.
Ta-ta!
I presume they changed that to keep the story kid-friendly, but I feel like we lose a lot there. The pity that stays Bilbo's hand is one of the most pivotal moments in the history of Middle-earth. The fact that Bilbo chose mercy may not make much of a difference in this story specifically, but it changes everything that follows, and it's hard to feel like an authentic Middle-earth adaptation without that moment. Also, this is definitely the revised version of Riddles in the Dark, so the opening credits really had no business saying based on the original version.
Dragons! We hate it! Hate it! Forever!
Look, I know, changing things is just a natural element of adaptation, and trimming things for time, I may not agree with every change, but I at least understand why they do it. And then there are some changes here that I can't even necessarily say they're bad. I just don't know why they made these changes.
Well, first of all, they're not troll make.
Why does Elrond have a beard? Even half-elves aren't exactly known for their beards.
There are moon letters here.
Those aren't the moon letters. Those are the runes that say 5 feet hide the door and 3 may walk abreast. The script knew this because Bilbo referenced them earlier despite them not being visible.
This hand points from these, runes.
Yep, I see these runes, these very runes, look at them. That ring is way more ornate than the ring as described in the book. It's got, like, designs and stuff on it.
There are moments which can change a person for all time. And I suddenly wondered if I would ever see my snug hobbit hole again. I wondered if I actually wanted to.
That is not the attitude Bilbo had climbing the tree in the book. You left the cells unlocked when you freed the dwarves from the Wood Elves' dungeon? You didn't lock the doors and return the keys so they would think the dwarves have a very strong magic to pass through all those locked doors and disappear? I mean, I guess I get it as visual shorthand for they're all free now, but
Sorry you could not find me, but a fine burglar takes expert catching.
Burglar?
Bilbo, why did you show yourself to Smaug? Even in all your growth and newfound bravery, would you really be that cocky?
A battle of 4 armies. 1, 2, 3, yes, 4.
No, it's already 5 armies. The book counts the wargs as a second army separate from the goblins.
The Eagles!
5 armies now?
Actually, no, the Eagles do not count as an army. I don't make the rules, take it up with Johnny Ronnie.
What happened?
We won.
Bomber gone, too.
Bomber died? He didn't die in the book. He lived on so that Tolkien could take some time out of Lord of the Rings, Book 2, Chapter 1, many meetings to further fat-shame him. Bomber was now so fat that he could not move himself from his couch to his chair at table, and it took 6 young dwarves to lift him. I'm not saying I want to keep the fat-shaming, I'm just saying, why did you kill Bomber?
Of our original 13, how many are left?
7.
Only Feely and Keely died in the battle. Wait, did you get that 7 number from the aforementioned many meetings, where Glowin says that only 7 of the original company remain? Because again, he specifically mentions Bomber as one of the remaining 7. Dwalin, Glowin, Dory, Nori, Beefer, Boffer, and Bomber.
And Thorin?
Soon there will be only 6.
Your 7 living included Thorin? You're killing more dwarves in one battle than Tolkien killed over 77 years? Man, Rankin Bass Productions just has some real dwarf bloodlust. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that they're Team Elf after all. So after discussing what this production removes and changes from the book, what does it add to the book? Well, mostly songs. Or that is, mostly music for the songs that are already in the book. There is one brand new song, the theme song The Greatest Adventure, sung by Glenn Yarborough, and yeah, I have a fondness for this, even if I think the sentiment is kinda simplistic, even for this story, but it has a charm that I can't deny.
Greatest adventure is what lies ahead.
The rest of the songs have lyrics adapted by Jules Bass from Tolkien's original poetry, with music by Maury Laws. Most of the lyrical adaptation comes in the form of abridgment, although for In the Valley they straight up changed the stanza structure. The line, and Balin and Dwalin down into the valley in June, haha, gets changed to,
and Balin and Dwalin in June.
My dear Elrond, your hospitality is magnificent.
Now I know what you're thinking right now, but what does that mean for the later stanza they were setting up a rhyme for? And listen and hark till the end of the dark to our tune, haha. Oh, they just cut that stanza, so, solutions. Moving on from elf singing, I have to note that Tolkien describes the goblins singing as croaking, and that their songs sound truly terrifying and horrible. He paints the picture of a very unpleasant experience listening to the goblins sing about whipping and cracking. So naturally, the good people at Rankin Bass Productions decided to turn the goblin songs into absolute freaking jams.
You go my land, oh my land. 15 birds in 5 fir trees, their feathers were fanned in a fiery breeze.
These are the catchiest songs in the whole thing. They are awesome, they rock, they are completely tonally inappropriate for their places in the story, but I love them.
Ask him to explain his weapon. This sword is named Orcrist, the Goblin Cleaver.
Murderers! Elf friends!
I do love how the goblins have squeaky speaking voices, but beautiful, rich, deep singing voices. Thurl paved the way for the latter-day career of Robert Goulet. The soundtrack album also includes a song that didn't make it into the film, Bilbo's taunting of the Mirkwood Spiders.
Hey, Attercop, you can't catch anybody.
I'd be curious to see how this would have been integrated into the animation, assuming that that was ever the plan. Thing is, I've never been able to find a whole lot of behind-the-scenes info on the movie, which made it all the more fascinating to me when at a used bookstore, my family found this, a 1989 illustrated version of The Hobbit using illustrations from the Rankin Bass film. Appropriately enough, a literal Red Book of Westmarch, although I'm sure it originally had a slipcover. But this is the unabridged text of the original book, featuring not only screenshots from the cartoon, but also concept art. So you get some slightly different character designs and some different colors, a shockingly high number of drawings of a green version of Smaug, and at one point in development, apparently the ring had a diamond on it, which would have been just plain sacrilegious. But there are also illustrations of some scenes that didn't make it into the movie. There's exactly one drawing of Beorn in human form, one drawing in bear form, and a drawing of the gruesome fate of his victims. There's an illustration of the Arkenstone, and of Bilbo's meeting with Bard and Thranduil to hand it over. So were all these scenes animated and deleted? Or did they just make it to the concept art stage? Or were they never going to be in the movie and these were just drawn in the movie style for this book? I have no idea. But it's an interesting peek at what a more complete take on the story from this team might look like. I have a lot of fondness for this movie, but I don't think it does justice to the book. If The Hobbit was just another children's book, and this was just one of many adaptations of it, this would be fine. It's like, I don't know, Chuck Jones' version of The Cricket in Times Square. A cute cartoon based on a book you kinda remember reading as a kid. Unless your favorite book actually is Cricket in Times Square, in which case I apologize. Point is, I feel like if The Hobbit was just a standalone book, if this had been released before Lord of the Rings was written, this would feel a lot more serviceable than I find it right now. But the only real authorized theatrical feature film to come from Tolkien's work until Jackson came along is Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings. Now, this movie has been examined all over the internet many times over. Decades ago, the Tolkien Sarcasm page posted a particularly snarky, nitpicky recap that is harsher on the film than I would be, but it does still make me laugh. And more recently, Dan Olson did a more charitable look at the film with a more thorough look at the context of the production. So, yeah. Tolkien fans are divided on this movie. Even among the cast and crew of the live-action movies, opinions towards this movie differ.
My first introduction to The Lord of the Rings was when I saw the Ralph Bakshi cartoon film in 1978. There is one shot which I regard as my homage to the cartoon, because it did inspire me to want to read the book.
Have you talked about the Bakshi version, the Ralph Bakshi version of Lord of the Rings from the 1970s?
Yeah, here and there.
But it was mostly terrible. It was mostly really, really, really awful.
So, since this movie has been thoroughly examined from seemingly every angle, all I can do is express my personal feelings about this movie. Did I grow up loving it, just grateful to have any adaptation of Fellowship? Or did I grow up hating it and waiting desperately for something better to come along? The answer is neither. I didn't see this movie as a kid. I really wanted to, but I could never track a copy down for myself. Like, it was available, it was around, it wasn't out of print or anything. But back then, if your local Blockbuster didn't have a movie in stock, it was not so easy to get your hands on. I really wanted to see this as a kid. I saw both the Rankin Bass movies and I wanted the trilogy to be complete. But the most I saw of this as a kid was the clips used as the opening cutscene of Interplay's Lord of the Rings computer game. I was intrigued to see more, although I was confused as to why the art style looks so different from the other movies in the trilogy. I had no idea. But eventually, long after the Jackson movies came out, my local Blockbuster finally obtained a copy of Bakshi's Lord of the Rings. So I finally got to see it, and I've seen it many times since then. And my feelings about this movie? I love that it exists. I don't know if I love watching the movie itself. There are certainly parts I love about it, and I really admire its ambition, but I have a lot of respect for this movie. And I think I love it as an oddity, as a peculiar piece of Tolkien history and animation history. I think for the most part, its heart is in the right place. But I also think a lot about this film is misguided. The thing that drew Bakshi to Lord of the Rings was the realism it had for a fantasy story.
I mean, it was probably the greatest fantasy for realism. Tolkien is so brilliant, so great. Here's a totally believable world he put together. You know, every page, detail on what they're eating and how they look and how they feel. I've never read anything like it in my whole life to this date.
So he wanted to honor that realism by making the most realistic-looking animation he could manage. Hence this movie's extensive use of rotoscoping.
And you produce photographs from the live action frame by frame. If you put these photographs on an animator's desk and have them draw over the photographs, you now have a pencil drawing of the drawn photograph.
And remember how I said that the advantage to doing Lord of the Rings as an animated movie is solving the problem of scale and scale? Unfortunately, the rotoscoped animation sticks a little too close to the live-action source footage, so the result is a movie with uncommonly small armies, an uncommonly tall dwarf, and an uncommonly short Balrog. There are other interesting visual stylistic choices, particularly in the backgrounds in some sequences, which I don't think is necessarily a bad choice. It helps convey the fears the characters are feeling, but I think it's odd that Bakshi talked a big game about being so concerned with the realism of the story, and then went and added so many deliberately unrealistic visuals. 1 minute Middle-earth is being brought to life in beautiful detail, the next minute we're in an endless void of vague color. And sometimes they don't go with rotoscoping so much as solarization, and I don't want to diminish how much work things took back then, but by 1998, a camcorder you got at Costco could do this effect with the push of a button. And no matter how much work you put into it, you can never hide the fact that this is clearly mostly live-action footage in the middle of your animated movie, and the other characters are clearly drawn and just Roger Rabbited in. Or, since this is Bakshi, I guess Cool Worlded in. The effect can be off-putting, but there is one place where I think this effect actually works really well for the story, and that is the Prancing Pony. It allows them to include the party atmosphere of the Bree of the book, while still making the hobbits look just as out of place and unwelcome as they feel in the Jackson version. This is the place where I think the stylistic choice works best in service of the story and the tone. The rotoscoping has some interesting results, but ultimately this project is an ambitious filmmaker using experimental techniques for a Tolkien adaptation that doesn't necessarily benefit from those techniques. Fortunately, that would never happen again. For his part, Bakshi later expressed regret at how close the rotoscoping stayed to the source footage. Still, Bakshi was ahead of his time with the use of rotoscoping. Using live-action reference to guide the animation, that's like the biggest thing Jackson's Two Towers was praised for. Unfortunately, this production was also ahead of its time in creating a crunch culture.
We were working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. We'd literally leave at 8 at night when it was getting dark and say, okay, I'll see you at sunrise. And you'd come back the next day and you'd work and you'd work and you'd drink coffee.
And a lot of people throwing things away, not good, throwing things away.
Hobbit hair. I got fired once because somebody did a lousy job on Hobbit hair.
You know, the production of the Jackson movies was definitely arduous, but the DVD features at least create the impression that everyone was happy to be there, even if times got hard. The DVD for the animated version of Lord of the Rings makes the entire experience of working on the film sound absolutely miserable. And nobody seemed more miserable about it than Bakshi himself.
You know, the amount of work to produce Rings, the frames, the people, shooting live action and animation. I mean, I don't think anyone ever appreciated I was on the verge of insanity.
But there was so much real talent on this film. So much of Bakshi's reputation was built on his movies being adult cartoons, not like Disney cartoons. So it's kind of hilarious that the rotoscope reference for Frodo was an original Mouseketeer, and the rotoscope reference for Sam and Bilbo would go on to be the original Figment. As for the voice cast, it's all great British theater actors. The most famous is John Hurt as Aragorn.
Here is the sword of Elendil of Gondor, who fought the Dark Lord long ago and was slain.
The most surprising is Anthony Daniels in a rare non-3PO role as Legolas.
What a people you dwarves are for hiding things. On the gates of your most wondrous ancient kingdom you write, "Speak, friend, and enter." And no spell in any language can open the door.
And on a sad note, Elrond is played by Andre Morel, who passed away just a few weeks after this was released. Is animated Elrond just a cursed role? As an adaptation, it's mostly a straightforward adaptation. Obviously, things get shuffled around and condensed, as they do in all adaptations. Very few things are created out of whole cloth for this one, but as is usually the case in Tolkien adaptations, characters get conflated.
Legolas!
Okay. Glorfindel? Everything all right?
Oh, he's been pissed about this longer than the rest of us. He's still mad about the cartoon.
Look, I'm not upset about getting replaced by Arwen in the movies. I get it. She's great. She's the freaking even star, and she's the big romantic lead, so let's increase her role. Fine. Arwen's great.
Yeah, everyone loves our little sister. No hush.
But the stupid cartoon replaces me with Legolas, a freaking wood elf. Do you think that all elven subcultures are just interchangeable, Bakshi? You can't just go and replace a Noldor with a Sindar willy-nilly. The only reason he was in Rivendell was to apologize because he lost Gollum. But sure, give him my role. I died in the First Age and was resurrected. But sure, let the trust fund kid from Mirkwood take over. God, just give all my glory to the guy who already happens to be in the story.
Hey, at least you weren't replaced by the same guy twice.
I will find Éomer and his riders.
At one point, Bakshi wanted to do a full trilogy, but he couldn't figure out how to make the second film work. Little did he know that the way to make the second film work is apparently just to completely screw up Faramir and Treebeard. For a while, there was also interest in Bakshi doing The Hobbit as well, which may have been stopped directly because of the Rankin Bass Hobbit, leading Bakshi to publicly mock Rankin Bass Productions, claiming that his Tolkien movie is not going to have any song for the sake of a record album. But, you know there are songs in Lord of the Rings, right? It's not just to sell soundtracks, it's actually part of the book. You do know this because you did include one of the songs in your movie, even if you didn't include it on the soundtrack album.
There is an inn, a merry old inn, beneath an old grey hill.
Ultimately, it was decided that there would be 2 films, and then there was only one. This is not the fault of the adapters, but it does kind of make the film suffer as setups are introduced without payoff, leaving it impossible to really judge their effectiveness as setups. Many people have talked about how annoying this take on Samwise is, and I really wish we could have seen him actually come into his own at the end of the story to see if this particularly squealy Sam was an effective setup for his arc. Alas, we'll never know. Also, there are plenty of things to nitpick about the adaptation, like the fact that as much as Bakshi bragged about staying true to the book, he'd occasionally subvert a detail. Nothing that, fundamentally changed the functions of the story, like some of the Rankin Bass changes, just little things like how the text deliberately notes that the doors of Durin swing outward. That is such a small nitpick. It is not important to the story or anything. It's just another of those things where I can't imagine why it was changed. Especially since the change makes the Watcher in the water shutting them in look a little clunkier than it would if he was slamming the door in on them from the outside. More prominently, there are some interesting pronunciations in this. I'm not really in a position to judge because I'm sure I've been saying so many character names wrong, but then again, I'm just one dork and not a guy with a production team who can take the time to memorize the pronunciation guides in the appendices. One odd pronunciation choice is pretty infamous, the fact that it was decided to change Saruman's name to Ahriman to make it less confusing with Sauron, but that decision is only used in half of the final film.
I have come for your aid, Saruman the White. That would take the ring too close to Isengard and Ahriman.
And there are other odd or just plain incorrect pronunciations that pop up here and there.
And this is my lord Celeborn.
You come with me to Adoras, my friends?
If Saruman strikes now, he will overrun Adoras in a single night.
I know the language of Middle-earth is important because, well, the languages are the reason there is a Middle-earth, but in the grand scheme of storytelling, the pronunciations are nitpicks. The biggest problem with this movie is it's incomplete. And we'll never know if the completion would have been satisfying because Part 2 never happened. There's a lot of hearsay about why Part 2 never happened, but one of the rumors is that Bakshi walked away specifically because he was mad that they dropped Part 1 from the title and tricked audiences into seeing an incomplete film. The studios were concerned nobody would pay money to see a Part 1 because they'd think it's just half a movie. This was a simpler time in Hollywood. If that is the reason Bakshi walked away, it might be counterintuitive that your revenge for the studio tricking your audience into not knowing the film was incomplete is to never complete the film. I don't know. I don't think the problems with this film, either on screen or behind the scenes, can be blamed on any one person. I don't think this is fully a case of Bakshi ruining the text, nor do I think it's fully a case of those meddling studio heads ruining his vision that would have been perfect if they just gave him free range. I think Bakshi genuinely wanted to do right by Tolkien, and I think he did in a lot of aspects. And then misplaced ambitions sometimes got in the way. I think all of the cast and crew tried their hardest to make the best Lord of the Rings film they could within their limitations, and a confused studio made those limitations even harder than they needed to be. I think ultimately this just turned out to be a more difficult task than expected. But if nothing else, this movie proved that Lord of the Rings wasn't entirely unfilmable, as it had so long been believed. So I will always be grateful to it for that, if nothing else. Without this, we wouldn't have the Jackson trilogy, we wouldn't have any of Lord of the Rings' current resurgence in pop culture. This movie saved Lord of the Rings, you could say, or at the very least, made it possible for it to become mainstream. Bakshi is retired from animation, and he has often said that even if he goes back into it, he's done with adapting other people's work. But as recently as 2018, he said that if the studio wants to conclude his version of Lord of the Rings, he'd be happy to consult. And you know what? I say go for it. Just do it, Warner Brothers. If you can have 18 concurrent unrelated Batman movie franchises, you can have 3 versions of Return of the King. Hashtag release the Bakshi cut. And speaking of Return of the King, let's talk about Rankin Bass's Return of the King.
You won't have to say goodbye.
Oh, now they remember the ring is supposed to look plain. The other movies in this trilogy have their fans, but generally this is the black sheep of the animated Tolkien adaptations. Even the filmmakers weren't particularly happy with how it turned out.
Put all that material into a film is very, very difficult. And we found that, not with The Hobbit. The Hobbit worked, because it's a simpler story. But The Return of the King, we had to summarize what had happened before and put it all together in 2 hours. It's not a very good film.
The fact that it even exists is baffling enough. It's a common misconception that Rankin Bass stepped in to finish the trilogy when it became clear Bakshi's sequel wouldn't happen, tying up the loose ends just so there would be a conclusion. And even ignoring the difference in character designs and voices, it doesn't really tie up those loose ends. Not only does Treebeard completely disappear, but Gimli and Legolas too, although given how they drew Legolas' dad, that's probably just as well. Saruman and Wormtongue also disappear, although that's just a trend in non-extended editions. We never see Merry and Pippin reunite with Gandalf, nor do we see Aragorn leave Gandalf. He's just returning from somewhere. Also, Frodo just has the Phial of Galadriel. We never see him get it in the Bakshi movie. And apparently its magic only works by keeping the star a secret.
The Phial of Galadriel. I can say no more. But if I betray the trust and give the secret, its powers will die.
Okay. And then some characters just never show up in either movie. There's no Shelob, for instance. We just have to assume that the trap Gollum was leading Frodo and Sam to was just these orcs.
She might help us.
And there's no Faramir unless this dude next to Éowyn at the end is Faramir. Or maybe it's Éomer? Or maybe Erkenbrand, Baragond, Imrahil? There's no way of knowing. So if this was made to tie up Bakshi's Lord of the Rings, it does not succeed in that mission. But here's the thing. It wasn't made to tie up Bakshi's Lord of the Rings. The phrase Lord of the Rings isn't even used in the title, or even in that weird based on the original version credit.
Not the one with the hills and beds.
The truth is, Rankin Bass's plan was always to just make 2 movies, The Hobbit and The Hobbit 2, The Return of the King, or The Hobbit 2, Frodo, as was also considered as a title. They began working on their Return of the King before their Hobbit was even released. I can't believe that by never seeing the Bakshi movie as a kid, I was watching these as Rankin Bass intended.
Why did you, just out of curiosity, go straight to The Return of the King instead of parts 1 and 2? Of that trilogy, the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
I didn't know that we could handle it. I didn't know the audience would sit still for it. I was wrong.
So you thought that just telling one story and then the very end of a kind of related story was the solution? I'm going to apologize to Beauty and the Beast live on stage. I take back everything I said about A Series of Strange Circumstances. So, this isn't a conclusion to an epic trilogy. It's just a sequel to The Hobbit. The result is a Tolkien adaptation that has less in common with its own source material than it does with the earlier adaptation of a related but very different piece of source material. Fortunately, that would never happen again! Sure, the movie doesn't make a whole lot of sense as a conclusion to a trilogy it never meant to conclude, but it makes even less sense as the standalone sequel to The Hobbit it actually was meant to be. We just start with this shot of Mount Doom, which is totally different from the Lonely Mountain, and Gandalf tells you that a story's happening.
Hear you now, a story of good against evil.
Then it's Bilbo's birthday in Rivendell, and we're going to tell Bilbo the story, but not the whole story, just the part that starts with Return of the King.
But why destroy a thing of such wondrous magic?
It was an evil thing, sir.
Just trust us, the ring was evil. We don't need any more details about what was evil about it, and never you mind that Gandalf was cavalier about its true nature earlier, and now we're in Mordor. A lot happened off screen. Just catch up yourselves. Everyone talks a lot about how King Aragorn is going to return, and it makes him come off like a mysteriously missing king of old, someone who disappeared ages ago, and generations have been awaiting his return in a Christ-like fashion, which I guess is kind of accurate, but it does not get across the fact that he was just hanging out with Frodo not long ago. Also, they leave in Gollum calling Frodo master, but they do not leave in any of the setup for that relationship.
Wicked master.
Odd choices all around. Being a sequel to The Hobbit, this naturally focuses on the hobbits. Like, look at this cover for one of the later VHS releases of the movie. It makes it look like Frodo is the titular king. Also, it makes it look like dwarves are in this movie. There are no dwarves in this movie. Not even in the flashbacks to The Hobbit. In fact, despite the fact that I saw this movie many times as a kid, before revisiting it for the series, I could not remember if Aragorn is even in this. The titular king made very little impact in Return of the King.
In a distant land, the noble Aragorn, heir to the empty throne of Gondor, awaited with a small band return and become king. But he could not triumph until the ring was destroyed.
Oh, okay, there he is. That's why I couldn't remember. I was getting him mixed up with Hanna-Barbera's version of King Saul. Wrong Greatest Adventure. Houston and Theodore return as Gandalf and Gollum, as well as Orson Bean as not only Bilbo, but also Frodo. Paul Frees steps in for Elrond, and he didn't die until 6 years later, so I think he broke the animated Elrond curse. The apparently forgettable titular King Aragorn is played by Theodore Bikel, making his scenes with Gandalf kind of an African Queen reunion? Nellie Bellflower plays Éowyn, the first female Tolkien character Rankin Bass animated. Seriously, even all the extras in Lake Town were male. What's with that? Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. She's the second female character, if you count Rosie Cotton, in this fantasy sequence Sam has about settling down earlier in the movie. Fourth, if you count the daughters in that same fantasy sequence. Speaking of Samwise, he's Roddy McDowall, and if you liked him talking to himself on the phone in The Cat from Outer Space, you'll love him talking to himself walking through Mordor.
Fighting among themselves? Oh, I could get in. They wouldn't notice me. The ring holds me back. True. Once the orcs saw me, they'd forget their own arguments for the head of an enemy.
God help us!
I believe you mean Eru Iluvatar help us? At least I think so. I haven't read the Silmarillion, but that's what I'm told. Pippin is Sonny Melendez, and Merry is Casey Kasem. And with all due respect to Dominic Monaghan, I think that means that legally, live-action Merry should have been Matthew Lillard. And other animation mainstays joined the cast, including Don Messick, speaking of Scooby-Doo, as both Theoden and the Mouth of Sauron. And the Rocky and Bullwinkle narrator himself, William Conrad, plays a take on Denethor that makes me want to apologize to the live-action movie. I take back everything I said about that Denethor losing his dignity.
Nay, soon all shall be burned. The West has failed. It shall go up in a great fire, and all shall be ended. I have looked inside my palantir.
What is that? Palantir, the stuff of wizards.
You would know that if anyone had animated Book 3, Chapter 11. And once again, the pronunciations are all over the place. Like, Bakshi at least made an effort with authenticity, it's just that some pronunciations slip through the cracks in the chaos of production. But with this movie, these are the people who mixed up the runes on Thror's map. I'm pretty sure they didn't even know there were pronunciation guides in the appendices.
You know the gates to the land of Mordor and your Dark Lord Sauron, Cirith Ungol.
Minus Tirith.
Gorath. And yes, this thing is full of little changes that I have to imagine were in the service of making it more kid-friendly, not too scary. Merry and Pippin reunite happily during battle. Merry has no need for the Houses of Healing.
Hail, proud Merry! Keep on going!
When Aragorn shows up, the armies of Mordor just run away.
Aragorn, he who would be our king, had returned, and the hosts of Mordor were seized with bewilderment, and they fled.
Ah, crap, Aragorn's here! What's the use of trying? And oddest of all, they keep Theoden's death, but they cut the Nazgul attacking him. Instead, how does he die?
The new morning was blotted from the sky, and the dark fell upon him.
No, Snowman, no!
And the dark force had claimed our savior. And what event, at just that moment, caused evil to enlist such power? Nothing here, surely, but in the bowels of Mount Doom.
I have come, but I do not choose to do now what I have come to do.
Frodo fucking killed Theoden! And then, of course, Éowyn does her thing.
No living man may hinder me!
But no living man am I. You look upon a woman. Éowyn am I.
Wait, there are women in this universe? This scene would have been really effective if we had ever met Éowyn before this, or seen the relationship between her and Theoden. As it stands, Merry has to fill us in on why this matters, and that just makes it awkward.
A woman? Éowyn? Tis Lord Theoden's niece. She wanted to ride with us, but he forbade. She disguised as a knight and she came hither.
Uncle, I have avenged thee.
By killing the guy who did not kill you in this version. But as with all of these, there are things I like about this adaptation. I really appreciate that they were smart enough to make Sam the focus. They even give him the pity for Gollum that they neglected to give Bilbo.
How can I kill such a pitiful and cringing abomination? I have come to know the strain of bearing the ring for even a little while. But this miserable creature enslaved to it for years. Oh, curse you, you stinking thing! Be off! I don't trust you, not as far as I could kick you. But be off!
Sam is the POV character more often than not, and I feel like an even lesser production would have just shoved him into the sidekick role. It's not quite the bumbling Bakshi Sam coming into his own, but it is a Sam who has already come into his own and is determined to get the job done. I especially love that they included Sam's temptation by the ring.
I could claim you, ring. I would be Samwise the Strong!
It's such a brief moment in the book that it's easy to forget, and I don't mind when adaptations just eliminate the risk of Sam being corrupted, but I love when it's included. I love that Sam both is tempted and is able to resist the temptation. And I love how wholesome his dark evil fantasy is.
This orc-infested desert of nameless horrors, let it live for Samwise the Strong! Behold, the gardens of my delight!
Gardens everywhere! Mwahahaha! Incessant talking to himself aside, Roddy McDowall does such a good job as determined warrior Sam that I really wish we got to hear him do the beginning of the arc too. Hear him as nervous, scared gardener Sam. I just want one complete Samwise arc in a cartoon. Is that too much to ask? And of course, being a sequel to The Hobbit, there are songs. Problem is, there's less poetry in Return of the King than there is in The Hobbit or even Fellowship, so most of these songs are kind of made up out of whole cloth, although some are sort of inspired by lines of dialogue from the text, and with a few exceptions, these songs are largely forgettable. But they gave them an in-universe singer this time, and yes, he's Glenn Yarborough.
We have brought with us someone who has written a ballad about the adventures of Frodo, the minstrel of Gondor.
Frodo of the 9 fingers and the ring of doom.
Now, the lyrics of this song don't come from the book, but the existence of it does. Book 6, Chapter 4, there's a minstrel of Gondor singing about Frodo of the 9 fingers and the ring of doom. And yet, both Tolkien Gateway and One Wiki to Rule Them All claim this character only exists in the film. I know about a character from the book that the 2 most prominent Tolkien wikis don't. I should not be so smug about this because I'm sure I've been getting so many other details wrong. Anyway, in the book, the Minstrel of Gondor is in Gondor, which makes sense, but I guess he came all this way to Rivendell just to tell Bilbo the story because, well, what else is he gonna do? So he sings a song that's one of the few in this that I kinda like, even if the lyrics need work.
When Bilbo found that shiny ring in Gollum's cave of gloom, he never thought that it would turn into a ring of doom.
Well, in his defense, if a ring of doom had been a concept that was even on his radar, the possibility might have crossed his mind that the one in the Cave of Gloom would become one.
Frodo of the 9 fingers and the ring of doom. It started with a hobbit in Gollum's cave of gloom.
Boy, you were really proud of that rhyme, huh, Jules? As for the rest of the songs, well, there's the song that reprises whenever someone succumbs to the ring's temptation or is on the verge of doing so.
The bearer of the ring, the wearer of the ring, stands on the very brink of fame. The bearer of the ring, the wearer of the ring, the bearer of the ring, the wearer of the ring.
The snarer of the ring, the sharer of the ring, the scarer of the ring, tumblerer of the ring. There's Less Can Be More during Sam's Settling Down fantasy, which musically is like an okay folk music B-side, but the lyrics are at least attempting to engage with Tolkien's themes of the value of simplicity.
Less can be more, and small can be beautiful. I don't want it all, just part of wonderful.
Or maybe it's just the production team trying to justify the simpler TV cartoon rather than a more complete adaptation. There's Leave Tomorrow Till It Comes, a song that seems counterintuitive at this urgent hour in the story.
Leave tomorrow till it comes. Sleep will ease your mind.
But it pairs with this wild dream sequence. So Frodo has some dreams in Fellowship that are usually left out of adaptations. Return of the King mentions uneasy dreaming, but it doesn't really give specifics, so this is pretty much made up out of whole cloth. Frodo dreams of a happier version of the quest where Mordor is lush, orcs are friendly, destroying the ring is simple but apparently still necessary even though there's no evil, and then Gandalf and Sam turn into orcs which are no longer friendly. It's a wild moment, but it is a pretty accurate representation of anxiety dreams. There's The Towers of the Teeth, a taunting song the forces of Mordor seem to be singing at Aragorn's men as they march toward the Black Gate.
If you win, then you will lose. Choice of evils yours to choose. Retreat. 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 Retreat.
Heads I win and tails you lose. Why do hobbits wear no shoes on feet? Retreat, retreat, retreat. There's the victory song in the denouement, which isn't all that memorable, but I do like that it includes a reference to the Houses of Healing.
The end of the ring, the return of the king, he shall rule with a true healing hand.
Throughout Throughout the piece, there's a reprise of The Road Goes Ever, Ever On, which includes a verse about not trying.
It's so easy not to try. Let the world go drifting by. If you never say hello, you won't have to say goodbye.
I am not sure if it's in favor of giving up, or if it's saying, good for you, you made an effort, that takes work. Or maybe it's singing to the armies of Mordor that just immediately gave up when Aragorn showed up. I don't know, it's really hard to read, this one. Also, there's the best song in the whole movie.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
All the Goblin songs, total jams. I don't care that the song is tonally inappropriate for this movie, this universe, this everything. I love this song. I love these orcs. Look at this Muppety orc captain with his wide mouth and a neck that looks like the perfect fit for Carol Spinney's arm. I love it all. And even though this scene makes me want to apologize to Disney's Robin Hood and take back everything I said about its reused animation, it is the best scene in the whole movie. Because it does three very interesting things that aren't in the book. First off, it humanizes the orcs way more than Tolkien ever did.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay.
Yep, big mood. Second, it gives Sam even more agency as he actually fuels the fight that allows him and Frodo to escape.
And you call yourself an orc?
You're right. Rah!
Kill 'em! Bone 'em!
And third, it changes the battalion that they squabble with from other orcs to a battalion of men, which ties it thematically with the notion that the world of man is taking over, a theme that is pervasive in the book, and it's the theme that the movie really seems to double down on, even though I'm not entirely sure how it feels about that theme.
Consider no less than the cataclysmic transformation of that ancient world of wonder and magic to the world we know now of man.
Especially at the end. Sure, they skip the scouring, but since they never show the return to the Shire, they don't outright deny that it was corrupted, so small victories. Bilbo announces that he's leaving Middle-earth tomorrow with Gandalf and Elrond, and Frodo decides he wants to come.
But I thought only elves departed thus. How can Bilbo join you?
Bilbo has served us well. There is always room for a friend.
Have I served thee well?
Need you ask such a question?
I have grown weary of this world. The weight of the ring all these years has worn me far beyond my age. I would, if it pleases you, set sail with you on the morrow.
This isn't exactly decided on a whim, mind you, since he had the thought of doing such a thing earlier in his adventure, but that was a passing fancy that he didn't exactly give much deliberation to.
And only elves can escape Middle-earth. They board the white ships at the Grey Havens and sail off to the lands beyond.
Roads go ever on.
He didn't even really think it would be possible for him to leave earlier. He was just like, that's a nice fantasy. Now he's just ready to go because he's weary and it's the age of man.
Will there be no room for hobbits in this new age of man?
For us all, hobbits are the closest to men. One day they will be as men are. Frodo is a bit larger than Bilbo, just as you are larger than Frodo. And younger still than you and larger are Merry and Pippin.
Nothing to do with Entraft, you're just naturally big.
It'll be those humans who might well wonder, is there hobbit in me? Is there?
Okay, so it's no, well, I'm back, but the idea of the hobbits assimilating into humankind is an interesting note to end the movie on. I mean, it's definitely meant to pander to the child watching at home. You could be a hobbit too. Anyone can wear the fuzzy feet. Into the Hobbit-verse. But considering Tolkien's notion that the hobbits are just really rare now and avoid the big folk, the idea that the descendants of hobbits are among us is interesting. In this moment, it's definitely played as a hopeful, inspiring note, but you could also read it as humanity just kind of taking over hobbitkind and erasing its culture, The gentrification of the Shire? I don't know. And then the very last notion of the movie is a reprise of the notion about not bothering to start.
If you never say hello, you won't have to say goodbye.
What is this movie trying to say? That Sam would be happier if he just never met Frodo in the first place? Like I said, this movie is interesting. And like I said, I don't think this is better than the other two movies, but by being less beholden to the literal text of the book, I find myself spending less time just comparing individual moments to the source material, and more time appreciating the strange but charming mess it is on its own, and scratching my head as I try to analyze the brand new additions it makes to the story. I don't know what all this is going for, but it's definitely going for something, and I have a weird respect for the attempt. And those are the animated Tolkien movies. A TV special, its sequel, and another completely unfinished movie in the middle. And the maker of that movie in the middle was furious about the other two, because he feared his work would be associated with them. And that's exactly what happened. I'm sorry, Ralph. It's a chaotic non-trilogy with a middle entry made by a sincere, if controversial artist, bookended by entries made by more mainstream filmmakers known for their commercial crowd pleasers, the finale of which barely even tries to follow up on the middle entry. And before you rush to the comments with your very clever and original crack about the Star Wars sequel trilogy, just remember that for decades, this was really all we had. For better or for worse, this non-trilogy was the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy. So why did so many of us grow up thinking this was a trilogy? Simple. Because Warner Brothers acquired all the studios that made the films and started selling them together. VHS and DVD 3-packs of the films led people to assume that they were always meant to go together, even though actually watching them should have cleared up that misconception. Warner Brothers took these Tolkien adaptations and disregarded their actual contents. They didn't really think about how they'd fit together as a story. They just knew that it was something they wanted to sell to cash in on people's love for this world. Fortunately, that would never happen again! The most recent DVD release of this non-trilogy really steers into making you think it is a trilogy. Look at this consistent package design, all referring to these as the original animated classics. Of course, when you put the DVDs in, you realize that's all packaging. The Bakshi movie has a DVD menu that indicates that this is a movie they put on DVD on purpose, while the Rankin Bass DVDs are so hastily thrown together using whatever default templates Warner Home Video was using at the time. The Hobbit DVD is even missing a bunch of sound effects for inexplicable reasons, which now haven't been heard since the last VHS release.
Oh, stop complaining! Oh, stop complaining! I never promised to burgle you first-class accommodation.
I cannot believe this DVD is showing such utter disrespect to Tom Clack. The Bakshi DVD doesn't have much in the way of bonus features, but it does have a documentary featurette, which is quite welcome. The Rankin Bass movies just have still slides of Tolkien facts, and that bullcrap cast and crew thing DVDs used to do, except on both The Hobbit and the Return of the King DVD, they just list the Hobbit's cast. A+ work, gang! Each Rankin Bass DVD also has From the Vault, which is just whatever loosely medieval-themed cartoons from the Warner library they felt like including. Couple of Looney Tunes, a Droopy, a Tom and Jerry. They're all fine cartoons, but they're not really a selling point. But now I really wish Warner Brothers had just done like a Carrot Blanca-style Tolkien Looney Tunes cartoon so that could be included. In a hole in the ground, there lived a wabbit. Well, despite my many misgivings, I still really enjoy revisiting this incoherent accidental trilogy from time to time. In fact, I probably revisit it more often than the Jackson movies, if only because it takes me less time to watch the cartoons, and I know many Tolkien fans have re-examined the first two movies in the wake of their Peter Jackson counterparts. And while some fans of the books are divided as to whether Jackson or Bakshi got more of Lord of the Rings right, generally speaking, more fans prefer the simplicity of the Rankin Bass Hobbit to the overwrought Jackson version. Personally, neither of them are my favorite Hobbit adaptation, but we'll talk about that next week. In the meantime, what are your thoughts on the cartoons? Love them? Hate them? Like some parts of some of them? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and until next week, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now, as Tolkien Adaptation Month continues, I'm geeking out over my favorite adaptation of The Hobbit.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Why is The Hobbit so hard to adapt? It feels like it should be pretty easy, but so many adaptations miss the mark. I don't know, is it because it's a relatively straightforward children's fantasy story that happens to be set in a far more complicated fantasy world? Is the fundamental difficulty everyone seems to have in adapting The Hobbit simply because nobody is able to strike the right balance of honoring both the simplicity of the story and the complexity of Middle-earth as a whole? The two most prominent filmed adaptations certainly seem to represent the two extremes of this dichotomy. The Rankin Bass Hobbit has its charm, as I discussed last week, but it was under-researched, to say the least, and it really rushed through the story, barely allowing the character development or sense of humor to breathe. Then there's the Jackson Hobbit trilogy, which has almost the exact opposite problem, dragging things out and shoehorning in not only other bits of Tolkien lore, but brand new characters and unwanted love triangles. And look, if you wanted this to be 3 movies, you probably could have gotten to that length just with a verbatim reading of all the dialogue in the book, without shoehorning in dwarf elf horniness. Yeah, I know books and film are different mediums, but that would not have been worse than this. So yeah, at this rate, we'll probably never get a truly great adaptation of The Hobbit. At least not a truly great filmed adaptation. But there are other mediums besides cinema, and The Hobbit has been adapted to many of them. There have been multiple video games of The Hobbit. Long before the Lego games based on the movies, there was a platformer by Sierra, but not like Golden Age Sierra, just, 2003 era Sierra. While this game was definitely released with the intention to cash in on Jackson's earlier trilogy, it was completely unaffiliated with it, or indeed with any other adaptation. It had its own cartoony style distinct from the Rankin Bass version. And long before that, there was a Hobbit text adventure game by Beam Software. In case you want a taste of what a Golden Age Sierra Hobbit game might look like. Are any of these games the best adaptation of The Hobbit? Maybe. I haven't played any of them yet. So, no, none of these are the one I'm thinking of when I talk about my favorite adaptation of The Hobbit. There is also a comic book adaptation of The Hobbit. I have this copy with a cover that has a completely different art style than the comic itself. Look at this pretty boy Bilbo up here. That guy is definitely a 17-year-old YouTuber I've never heard of with 600 times my subscriber base. Meanwhile, you look inside the comic and Bilbo is straight up Friar Tuck as played by Lou Costello. Hey, Gandalf! The adaptation covers all the essential pieces of the story, and despite this misleading cover, I find the art style in it perfectly charming. In a time when the most prominent visual adaptation of The Hobbit was the Rankin Bass version, I found these character designs to be a welcome change of pace. So yeah, I think this comic book is pretty solid, but it's still not my favorite adaptation of The Hobbit. So is my favorite version the Leonard Nimoy song?
In the middle of the earth in the land of Shire, there's a brave little hobbit whom we all admire. Long wooden pipe, fuzzy woolen toes. Lives in a hobbit hole and everybody knows him, Bilbo.
I do love it, but no. The groovy music is fun, but I'm pretty sure it's not what anyone is seriously looking for in a Hobbit adaptation. Plus, I object to the song's claim that Bilbo is the greatest Hobbit of them all when Samwise exists. Of course, not every adaptation is authorized. Fan projects do deserve a place in the conversation too, since, the Rankin Bass cartoon wasn't authorized either. And out of all the fan projects I've encountered, the most creative was Hobbiton USA. This wasn't a mere piece of fan art, fanfic, or even a fan film. This was a fan-made tourist trap. This was a walking trail in Northern California that had dioramas of different scenes from the story and speaker boxes narrating the scenes. It was clearly not the most expensive representation, but it had the same kind of handcrafted charm that I love from prehistoric gardens and tourist traps like that. My Tolkien-loving family stumbled across this completely by accident when we were driving through Northern California, and we were just blown away. More by the fact that it existed than by the execution itself, but we still very much enjoyed the execution. While an even more condensed version of the story than the cartoon, with even less of the humor and characterization, the unexpected joy of discovering this experience overflowing with creative presentation and homemade charm definitely put it in my top 2 favorite adaptations of The Hobbit. But sadly, Hobbiton USA no longer exists. It was closed down long ago, and most of its elements are rotted away, vandalized, or outright stolen. It's sad that I'll never get to experience it in person again, but there is still another adaptation that I love even more. And oddly enough, it's also one that I first experienced on another family road trip, in the car's cassette player. My favorite adaptation of The Hobbit is the 1968 BBC radio version.
The Hobbit.
Written by actor Michael Kilgariff, this aired on BBC 4 over the course of 8 weeks in the fall of 1968, making it one of the few adaptations to be released during Tolkien's lifetime. I haven't found any record of if he ever heard it or what he thought of it if he did. I'm sure he had polite things to say if he heard it, but probably grumpy things to say too, because, he was Tolkien. But really, it's a miracle I got to hear it. This was almost lost forever when the master tapes were apparently erased because BBC's gonna BBC, but it was saved when a broadcast was recorded off the radio, so all current releases stem from that one backup, and I am so glad it was saved. Now, of course, this is not the only radio adaptation of Tolkien's work. Famously, there was that one Lord of the Rings where Frodo was played by Bilbo. I may talk about some of the others another time, but this is the one I love most. Both the Tolkien radio production I love most and the adaptation of The Hobbit in any medium that I love most. And I'm willing to admit that's probably largely due to nostalgia. Like I said, I first listened to this as a child on a long family road trip, and it made the drive fly by, getting to hear all my favorite parts of my favorite book brought to life. But even revisiting it today, I think this nails the tone of the book The Hobbit more than just about any other adaptation I've experienced. I think this finds the balance between the humor, the adventure, and the characterization better than anyone else.
Off we go!
Yes, but where, Torin?
Where, my little hobbit? Why, there and back again.
Okay, I'm not sure why Torin would be so enthusiastic about back again. Doesn't he want to rebuild his kingdom under the mountain and not return to Hobbiton for no reason? But on the other hand, subtitle drop, take a shot.
A journey from which some of us may never return.
This thing is endlessly quotable. I mean, yes, most of the best quotes are just from the book, but the delivery takes it to another level. These are now the voices I hear every time I reread the book.
We are met together in the house of our friend and fellow conspirator. This most excellent and audacious Hobbit.
Audacious?
May the hair on his toes never fall out. All praise to his wine and his ale.
To this date, nobody in my family can mention the word dark without following it up with, we like the dark. Dark for dark business.
We like the dark.
Dark for dark business.
And there are many hours before dawn.
Of course, there are nitpicks to be had. There always are. Since I brought up mispronunciations in the animated films, it would be unfair of me not to mention that for some reason, they decided that the way to pronounce just about every name is to emphasize the second syllable.
Mr. Gandalf, Torin Oakenshield.
Bjorn himself disappeared.
Okay, that's a little odd, but it's mostly not a deal breaker. But there is one pretty important name whose pronunciation stands out as just plain wrong.
His name was Galoom.
Oh, come on, that's not even how he pronounces it in this production.
Goodness.
He got his name from his harsh swallowing sound, and from a narrator changing completely how the harsh swallowing sound sounds. But that strange note aside, the performances are just delightful. Bilbo is performed by Paul Daneman, and you know how it's said that Ian McKellen's Gandalf is an impression of Tolkien giving a lecture?
And Ian based his performance of Gandalf on Tolkien. I mean, he was impersonating Tolkien.
Well, I'm pretty sure Paul Daneman's Bilbo is an impression of Tolkien just in his normal speaking style.
The actual beginning, though it's not really the beginning, but the actual flashpoint was, I remember very clearly. I can still see the corner in my house in 20 Northmore Road where it happened. I got an enormous pile of exam papers there, and marking school examinations in the summertime is an enormous, very laborious, and unfortunately also boring.
Oh, so I should think in these parts. We are plain, quiet folk, and we have no use for adventures. Nasty, disturbing, uncomfortable things make you late for dinner. You might try over the hill or across the water. Good morning.
Overwhelmed and befuddled are the words to describe it, and I love every stammer, every aside, every desperate attempt to regain composure. This is Bilbo to me. Heron Carvick plays Gandalf, and yes, this is vague, mysterious children's story wizard Gandalf.
Also, Taurine, I forgot to mention that with the map your father gave me this key.
A key?
Here, take it.
Is it the key to the secret door?
Perhaps. Keep it safe.
Indeed, I will.
But unlike in the cartoon, where Gandalf feels to me like a plot device who revolves around Bilbo's self-actualization, here I feel like Gandalf's mysterious actions and choices are motivated. He just chooses to keep his motivations to himself. There's a depth, a texture to the performance that gives me the sense that Gandalf's leaving not just to create more obstacles, but because he has a life outside of the Hobbit and the dwarves.
But of course, and why should they not prove true?
Well, I mean,
You don't really suppose, do you, that all your adventures and escapes were managed by mere luck, just for your sole benefit?
No, but I mean...
You're a very fine person, Mr. Baggins, and I am very fond of you. But you are only a little fellow in a wide world, after all.
Taurine is played by John Justin, and he is great. You really feel the arrogance he has due to his nobility, bubbling into his frustrations as he faces indignity after indignity.
Stand away! I am Taurine!
And yet the warmth shines through when he gradually starts to respect Bilbo.
Well, Mr. Baggins, what do you think is our next move?
I suggest we go into Escaroth.
What, at this time of night?
Certainly. Perhaps the lake men will give us food and shelter.
Yes, I agree. Let us make ourselves known. I am grandson of the last king under the mountain. Escaroth and all these lands are part of my domain.
Making it all the more heartbreaking when that respect is lost during the Arkenstone incident.
It was me, Taurine.
What?
Me. I gave it to them.
You gave it, you miserable hobbit!
Don't strike me, Taurine!
You undersized burglar! By the beard of Durin, I wish I had Gandalf here.
I only tried...
Curse him for his choice of you. May his beard wither.
Taurine, you're hurting me.
Hurting you? I will kill you, you wretched creature.
No.
In addition to a wonderful cast, the story is told so creatively, in a way that honors the source material on a level that the movies didn't really have need to. See, here's the thing. Aside from the contents of the stories themselves, one of the things that makes The Hobbit feel more like a children's story in presentation than Lord of the Rings is the more conversational style of the narration. The narration takes the tone of a man telling the story to children, taking into account the child's reaction to parts of the story, stopping to interrupt himself for clarification, and so forth. Now, canonically, the text of The Hobbit is a translation of Bilbo's memoir, There and Back Again, the first part of the Red Book of Westmarch, and the conversational tone of the narration mostly seems in character for Bilbo, except for the parts where the narrator clearly takes the position of a non-Hobbit. Such as, in the first chapter where he interrupts himself to say, "What is a Hobbit?" These parts can be reconciled in the text as Tolkien himself editorializing when translating the original Hobbit manuscripts, but that's something most adaptations ignore simply by minimizing the use of narration altogether. The radio drama instead steers into that by having two narrators. Anthony Jackson plays an unnamed narrator credited on most releases as the talebearer, who is telling the story alongside Bilbo himself.
A perfectly round door painted green, which opened onto a tunnel-shaped hall with panelled walls and floors tiled and carpeted, and lots of pegs for hats and coats.
But I'm very fond of visitors, do you see?
And he was quite well-to-do. The long hall wound on and on.
The dynamic of Bilbo and the talebearer interrupting each other for clarification is a delightful framing for this children's tale. But the narrators mostly aren't used to excess. They don't include every aside the narrator makes in the original book, so I apologize if what you really wanted out of a Hobbit adaptation was to hear the story of old Bulroar Took inventing golf. On the other hand, admittedly, there are a few parts where the narration is used to rush through plot points.
Well, while we were resting in a cave, some goblins took the Hobbit and the dwarf.
And so Gandalf, by keeping Beorn enthralled with the story of their adventures, was able to introduce all the dwarves into his formidable presence.
On the other hand, there are also a few points where the narration isn't used that it probably should be.
At least I can move about quietly in the woods. It's one thing we hobbits pride ourselves on. We can move absolutely quietly.
Yes, we hobbits can be absolutely silent, completely silent. Let me keep talking out loud and at length about how quiet we can be. Now, one thing that I've seen some Tolkien fans criticize about this production, but I personally really enjoy, is the music. It's not the big, exciting, orchestral Howard Shore score we've become accustomed to recently. It's all Renfair instruments. It makes even the non-diegetic music feel to me like it's really part of this world. As for the diegetic music, it does not include every single song from the book, because again, there are just too many, but I do like the songs that it does include. Wow, they actually did it. They figured out how to make the Goblin song unpleasant and unsettling, yet still really catchy somehow. Not as catchy maybe as the Rankin Bass take, but still catchy enough while still being way more authentic to the way the music is described. But long before that, there's another song that they get even better.
Far over the misty mountains cold.
Now, as far as I'm concerned, there has never been a bad version of Far Over the Misty Mountains Cold. It is one of the highlights of both the Jackson trilogy and the Rankin Bass cartoon for me, but this is still my favorite version. I think the versions in the filmed adaptations are appropriately haunting and eerie, but I think this one adds magic and whimsy to that haunting eeriness. I think it balances a lot of tones and really gives me the sense that the Hobbit would be both creeped out and intrigued by this music, that he would feel the magic flowing through him upon hearing about this, but still be scared of that Tookish part waking up inside him. Now, Misty Mountains is the first song we hear because they do cut Chip the Glasses Crack the Plates, which I miss it, but I understand it. They also cut the auction at Bag End at the end, but those are the only major comedic set pieces that get deleted. For the most part, they really keep the humor from the book, which I appreciate because The Hobbit is a funny book, and you don't need to make it all deadly serious like Lord of the Rings. Though since this was produced after Lord of the Rings was published, they managed to work in a few subtle references to the later books, such as Gandalf's exclamation of great elephants in the book being updated with proper Middle-earth terminology.
Great elephants you haunted told yourself this morning. I can tell that you haven't dusted the mantelpiece.
Or the character that this book only referred to as the Elven King, getting to use his real name as a battle cry, Leroy Jenkins style. But these are just little Easter eggs peppered in to make it feel like part of the same world as the later books. They don't weigh it down like some people did in some adaptations that I am done whining about. But speaking of other Hobbit adaptations, I can't prove it, but I suspect the team at Rankin Bass heard this production because there are a few things they seem to have taken from this that don't seem to appear in the book, unless they were in an edition that I've never come across. First off, they abridged the second sentence of the book nearly the same way. Okay, so here's the line in the book. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. And here's how Bilbo says that line in the radio show.
Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, nor yet a dry, sandy, bare hole. My hole was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort.
And here's how Gandalf says that line in the cartoon.
Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, nor a dry, bare, sandy hole. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort.
Okay, I know that doesn't prove anything. In both cases, they just removed the most superfluous clauses in the sentences. Two adapters could have come to the same decision independently. Similarly to how two adaptations could have independently decided to drop Bilbo's first visit to the Sleeping Smaug before their riddle-filled conversation, the one Balin came halfway down the tunnel for. However, the stronger evidence is the stuff both adaptations add, namely Bilbo asking what runes are.
Runes, Gandalf? Runes are the ancient letters of a half-forgotten language.
Whatever are runes?
ancient writing.
And Bilbo being especially concerned with one specific line in his contract.
Funeral expenses to be defrayed by us and... Funeral expenses?
Funeral expenses?
Again, not proof. Both of these are perfectly in character for Bilbo and make a lot of sense. It's very possibly a coincidence that both scriptwriters made these additions. But I wouldn't be surprised if Romeo Muller listened to this while writing, and if so, this is the basis of all Hobbit adaptations that came after, and for me, it's still the one to beat. I understand for running length reasons why the Rankin Bass production wanted to speed up the introduction, condense the introductions of Gandalf and the dwarves down to a minute and a half, and cut all the jokes. But the radio production keeps the good morning exchange, it keeps the escalating dwarf introductions, and it does it all in under 5.5 minutes. It is possible to keep things moving in a way that feels complete but still doesn't waste too much time, and keep the tone while doing so.
Come, Bilbo, it's not like you to keep friends waiting on the doorstep and then open the door like a pop gun.
Keep friends?
Granted, this still gets the occasional moment of being a bit too rushed. Mirkwood in particular gets rather condensed. The incident crossing the river is mostly reduced to narration.
Eventually they reached the enchanted river. Crossing it presented no problem, for, to their surprise, they found a boat moored to the bank. But even so, misfortune struck. Bumbo,
the heaviest and the fattest of the dwarves,
managed to fall into the water.
But for my money, the parts that are focused on are handled better than just about any other adaptation. Like Bilbo killing his first spider. Sure, in the animated version, it may be a pretty verbatim recitation of the scene in the text.
Now I will give you a name, and I shall call you Sting.
But there's no sense of emotion, no sense of what Bilbo is feeling about this pretty major turning point in his life. The radio version may tweak the dialogue from the text, but only to make it feel more like an authentic reaction from Bilbo.
It's dead! It's dead! I've killed it! All alone I've killed it! No Gandalf or dwarves to help me! I killed it! Oh, I did it! Step ahead. Oh, well, my trusty sword, you saved my life. I'll give you a name. I shall have to call you, yes. Sting. Sting, that's what I'll call you, Sting. That's a good name for a sword.
That's what this does so well. It peppers in all of Middle-earth, but it always brings it back to Bilbo. It never loses sight of the story about an awkward, uncomfortable little hobbit taking his first steps into the world and learning how to be an adventurer. This is my favorite Hobbit because this is my favorite Bilbo. A Bilbo that feels to me like the soul of Tolkien in every possible way. I highly recommend this radio production. It is very easy to track down, so you should definitely get a copy to listen to on your next long road trip or long walking adventure. It's been released on cassette and CD just so many times, and it's available on Audible, and as of this recording, it's available on archive.org if you don't want to spend money, but we'll see how long that lasts. But however you track it down, I highly recommend getting swept up in the Hobbit's adventure through Middle-earth in a way that brings it to life but still leaves so much to your own imagination. We may never get a filmed version of The Hobbit that works on all levels, but with so many mediums that Tolkien's work has been adapted to, nearly every fan can find the one they love most. Movies, radio, comics, video games, Tolkien's work has transcended the written word and been brought into almost every form of art. Although, one does seem to be missing. A pretty major one, if you ask me. An entertainment medium that captures the hearts of millions of people across the globe, but still hasn't included a Tolkien adaptation. Somebody should rectify that. Let's begin this adventure. Hey everyone, Dave here, and today I am obsessing over this one particular thought, so I am making a passionate plea to CBS. I know who should be the next host of The Late Late Show.
Dave's Obsession! Dave's Obsession of the moment!
So for just a little bit of context, the last late night talk show that I really loved was Craig Ferguson's version of The Late Late Show.
It's hard to stay up, it's been a long day, and you got the Sandman at the door.
Craig was playful and goofy and always pushing for absurdism whenever possible. He did sketches and impressions and characters, and he interviewed guests, did monologues, all the things you're supposed to do, but he always put his own unique spin on it. He used the traditional trappings of late night as a framework to do whatever the hell he wanted, and it felt like he was getting away with something. Every episode was like a party hosted by your weirdest, funniest friend, making late night fun while still fitting into the late night box.
Yep, it's another edition of We Don't Give a Crap Television coming your way.
When he left, he was replaced by James Corden, a man I have no particular feelings about no matter how hard I try. I know there are plenty of people who like him, and there are no shortage of people who despise him, and I just can't muster up a feeling. I gave his version a try, and it was fine. Corden surrounded himself with some truly talented people, both on stage and behind the scenes, and he certainly steered into the playfulness of his predecessor, but he didn't quite go for that absurdism that made the playfulness pop. His show always felt like watching rich and famous people play games, which can be a lot of fun if you like those rich and famous people, but nothing about the show's own identity or Corden's identity as a host really drew me in. So now Corden has announced that he is leaving The Late Late Show, and with the caveat that it would be really nice to give the slot to someone who isn't a cishet white man. This is network television, and they're gonna do what they're gonna do. So if we're giving The Late Late Show to another white dude, I think there's only one choice.
My name is Paul F. Tompkins, and I do Paul F. Tompkins-based comedy. If you're not familiar with me, I don't blame you. I'm just getting to know myself. Here's what's gonna happen. It's Paul F. Tompkins time. It's Paul F. Tompkins time. It's Paul F. Tompkins time. It's Paul F. Tompkins time.
The Late Late Show with Paul F. Tompkins? Now I know what you're asking.
What is this? A crossover episode?
Paul F. Tompkins is the funniest man alive, period. The man deserves to be on television more no matter what type of show he's on, but I think he would be especially well suited to a late night talk show because, well, he's great at pretty much everything the job requires. Ostensibly, the number one job of a talk show host is interviewing celebrities, and PFT has proven to be an expert at that. I mean, have you seen Speakeasy?
Welcome once again to Speakeasy. I am still Paul F. Tompkins. And our guest today, you're gonna lose your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, mostly ladies, if we're honest, Mr. Nathan Fillion. Nathan, hello.
On the YouTube series Speakeasy, Paul interviewed a number of celebrities over drinks. Some of the celebrities were friends and colleagues of his, and some of them were people he accidentally created beef with, but they managed to bury the hatchet.
I mean, weird!
The chats were insightful, going deeper than the traditional celebrity interview, and they often reached heartwarming places, but they were still funny throughout, thanks to Paul's quick wit and his instant repartee and chemistry with every celebrity he talked to.
So I've been desperately trying to find stability. I've been trying to get on a TV show forever. I do pilot season every year. I always try to get on a TV show. And this year, again, doing pilot season, I read this script that I loved so much, but it's shot in New York. But it was the first time that I was like, I can't.
Was that scary?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was super scary.
Because the job's a job.
And then I didn't get a pilot. But still, I was like, wow, I'm doing this. I'm saying no. Putting myself first.
How long did it take before that felt good?
It didn't. I guess when I got the next pilot.
So there is a part of me that keeps going, and there is a part of me that gets anxious that I have to keep going because I worked so hard for no money for so long, and now I'm able to support myself a little bit. And there's always that fear in the back of my head that if I stop, then maybe who knows what'll happen.
It'll all go away.
Right. I got here by not stopping.
Yeah.
And so
like
there is
somebody's going
going
to come in and say, you're not allowed to stop.
No, but it was just like a day.
No?
I just went swimming for a day.
No stopping.
And it's going to be
Read
you
the
who does
sign.
it.
It'll be me, yeah.
Yeah, you'll come
That's
in
why I
there.
wear these suits.
We don't explore a lot ourselves, scenes about ourselves. That may be a direction we want to explore more this season. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Mustache. Do you see this?
I see it.
The mustache.
It's happening
now. No one's ever talked about this, but
no, is this the first that's being acknowledged?
He likes it.
It looks nice.
I have two eyes.
Maybe I'm biased.
You're
biased. Yeah. But I grew up watching Sesame Street. I'm a Gordon fan.
Who isn't, right?
Who isn't?
Nobody's not a Gordon fan.
Gordon's very affable.
What's up? What's up? What's up, Big Bird?
He's an officer and a gentleman.
But okay, maybe you're not convinced because Speakeasy was edited, and you're not sure he'd be as good at off-the-cuff interviews. To which I say, have you heard Spontanea Nation? Spontanea Nation was a podcast PFT hosted from 2015 to 2019. I've talked about it before. You remember, fantastic long-form improv, Savannah, Georgia.
In Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah, Georgia.
Georgia. Here we are again, Spain, Georgia.
None of us ghosts.
But before the improv began, every episode had an interview with a celebrity guest, and those interviews would range from hilarious to heart-wrenching. Paul had a knack for really getting personal with guests, and it would be a great asset to late night.
I believe I was afraid to learn how to tell time.
Hey. No. This is an admission that this man is making. We're not going to laugh at his childhood self. Childhood, right?
No, not really.
Okay, but interviewing is only part of the equation. How does he do at monologues? Are you seriously asking that question? No, you're not, because you're just a straw man I concocted to set up each point. But yes, he can do monologues.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been a stand-up comedian since I was 17 years old. 17. I was a child going to work in comedy clubs. It was downright Dickensian. There I was just out of high school, my tattered cap and my sooty face, and I went to a comedy club. Please, sir, may I tell some jokes?
Not only is Paul a legendary stand-up, he can improvise monologues. On the aforementioned Spontanea Nation and his earlier Pod F Tomcast, Paul would start each show with a gently spoken yet hilarious soliloquy off the top of his head.
The podcast started. Which podcast, you ask? That is a strange question for you, because you downloaded this and you're listening to it. You chose to do this. I'm assuming. Look, I don't know what kind of freaky thing you got going on. Some role play that went south.
Okay, but these days we turn to our late night host for political takes. Can PFT provide those? Have you forgotten he's already hosted a political satire show? No You Shut Up on Fusion featured PFT moderating political debates with Henson alternative puppets. The same puppets you see at Puppet Up if you happen to be in LA or at Not Scary Farm. The show was mostly a parody of political television, taking pundit panel shows and turning them into an absurd puppet panel show, but there were still genuine sharp political jokes among the nonsense.
Have you been vaccinated?
Of course I'm vaccinated. I'm not an idiot. I just think idiots should be allowed to die from idiot diseases if they want to. If people don't want to learn from history, that's their prerogative!
So yes, Paul has done political comedy on television before. I'm just asking for him to be offered the same chance without being upstaged by puppets. I mean, nothing against puppets, of course. I won't complain if puppets still make their way onto his version of The Late Late Show. But I'd like to see him host a show as himself. A show built around his full comedic persona and not just this pundit moderator persona version of himself. I'd like a late night show that gives Paul a chance to show his full range. And also that doesn't get canceled unceremoniously without warning. But can he do sketches? The man was on Mr. Show! Yeah, you know, Mr. Show, legendary HBO sketch comedy series. It starred Saul Goodman and Tobias Funke and SpongeBob SquarePants, and as far as we know, only one cast member who stormed the Capitol. PFT was on it as well. I think he has sketch comedy cred. On top of which, Paul has his own regular live variety show, Varietopia. And if you're ever in LA to see the show, or if you just buy the recordings off of Paul's Vimeo page, you know that this show has everything he could need for a talk show. Monologue, interviews, musical guests, and yes, sketches, with Paul playing both wacky characters and the straight man depending on the sketch. The man is giving us everything we could want from a late night show, and he's putting it all together himself. Okay, so Paul F. Tompkins is good at literally everything required to host a late night talk show. But is he famous enough to host a late night talk show? First off, yes. Second off, does it matter? Conan O'Brien wasn't exactly a household name when he started, but his legacy has been cemented so much that he's moved on to taking over podcasting, a medium that PFT has already conquered.
Hi, my name is Paul F. Tompkins, and I feel cautiously optimistic about being Conan O'Brien's friend.
Good Lord, we've been messing around with, I think this is called a podcast. We don't know what this is. It's really, probably doesn't earn the title, but you've mastered this form such a long time ago.
Third off, Paul F. Tompkins already had his own network late night talk show 10 years ago. In the fictional world of the CTV/CW drama, The LA Complex.
What's he doing here?
Well, what are you doing here?
What am I? It's my show, The Paul F. Tompkins Show. You don't even know what job you're interviewing for?
All he said was a talk show.
Do we really want the real world to be worse than the world of a Canadian-American television drama? But the bottom line is, I think Paul has a better chance than just about anyone of bringing the same kind of spark to late night that Craig Ferguson brought once before. Because just like Craig, Paul not only excels at everything I've mentioned, but he puts his own fresh creative spin on all of it. It's kind of his thing. So much of PFT's career is based on blending the aesthetics of classic showbiz with a modern quick wit and progressive viewpoint, taking the trappings of the entertainment he grew up with and doing whatever he wants with it. The exact thing late night needs. Paul F. Tompkins is the funniest man alive, and he's a master of literally every skill set required to host a late night talk show. The only reason not to give him the slot is if he doesn't want it. Which, to be fair, maybe he doesn't. I haven't asked him about it, but until he says, I don't want to host the Late Late Show, you should at least offer it to him. Anyway, I guess the target audience of this video is, CBS executives, so if you are not a CBS executive, I guess disregard, but if you know any CBS executives, please forward this video to them. And if you like this video, you might like other videos in the Obsession of the Moment series where I babble passionately about other dumb things that matter to me, and you might like other videos where I talk specifically about podcasts I like. Not all of said podcasts feature PFT, but you know, most of them do. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off.
Peace with God.
Gather round, kids. It's time for a history lesson from Old Man Dave. You see, in the days before YouTube and wikis, sometimes the only way to figure out how to beat a video game was a strategy guide. Strategy guides were actual dead tree books that were sold in stores, and believe it or not, there was a huge market for them. Sometimes these books were complete detailed walkthroughs, sometimes they just had a small handful of hints, but very rarely did they transcend the strategy guide form to become something more elaborate and weirder, a work of art just as fun on its own as the game it describes. And on the other hand, sometimes you struck gold. Today, I'm geeking out over the King's Quest Companion.
Dave's Obsession. Dave's Obsession of the moment.
Yes, it's no secret that I love Roberta Williams' King's Quest games. Despite all their weird and frustrating moments, the world of King Graham, Queen Balanice, Prince Alexander, and Princess Rosella is an endless source of fun and joy for me. And believe it or not, this strategy guide by Peter Spear gives me just as much fun and joy as the actual games in the series. Now, I know what you're thinking. And no, the King's Quest Companion is not to be confused with the official book of King's Quest. So just put that out of your mind, they're two completely different books. I know you totally knew about both of these books and were getting them mixed up. The official book of King's Quest has a fair bit of history of the development of the series, and it has maps and hints written in that King's Questy sense of humor. Some of the hints are particularly helpful, especially hints that tell you what is okay to ignore, and the more spoilery hints are provided in the way of crossword puzzles. It is a fun read for fans, completionists, and people who would like just a little nudge on puzzle solutions without being completely spoiled, but it doesn't have complete walkthroughs at all, let alone ones as wild as what the King's Quest Companion contains. The Companion, on the other hand, not only spoils every element of the games, it fleshes out the lore of the world of Daventry to a level that would make Tolkien say, dude, chill. It's the Grammarillion. This book was published by Osborne, which was the tech imprint of McGraw-Hill Publishing, which means that this is lumped aside like manuals for Microsoft Outlook. Osborne also published a Space Quest companion, which I haven't read yet because I'm less immersed in the world of Space Quest, but I assume it's similar in nature to this, and I promise you the Sierra Companion series is far and away the most interesting thing ever to be released by Osborne. I first became aware of this book from the collection that made me aware of King's Quest in the first place, the 15th Anniversary Collection, which was gifted to my family alongside a hand-me-down computer from some relatives. Amid the many bonus features in the collection was an excerpt from the King's Quest Companion, which absolutely fascinated me. A few years later, I actually stumbled across a copy of the companion in a used bookstore, alongside a copy of the official book of King's Quest. I guess somebody got over their King's Quest phase in a big way. But my parents said we could only buy one of the two books, and the official book was a bit cheaper, so that's when I got my copy of this, not when I got my copy of this. I didn't get my hands on the companion until years later as an adult, when I just sought out a semi-affordable used copy online. But when I finally did get my hands on the King's Quest Companion, the book was everything I wanted it to be and more. This is the fourth and final edition of the book, which covers everything up through King's Quest VII. Shockingly, they did not update this again for Mask of Eternity, because that would require acknowledging the existence of Mask of Eternity. But this fourth edition is what we're going to be focusing on today. The theoretical selling point for a book like this is that it's a complete walkthrough of the games, not just a hint book, but a solution book. The Read Me First section drops major spoilers for some of the more frustrating puzzles of the series, and then even throws a bit of shade at the other King's Quest book. But while that would be more than enough for most King's Quest players, this doesn't stop there. This is a walkthrough that's also a novelization. A novelization of the King's Quest games. And this is also not to be confused with the 3 King's Quest Expanded Universe novels, which also exist, but I've never managed to track down copies for myself. Those are stories that happen in between the games, but this book is the stories of the games. Every even-numbered chapter in the book is the story of a King's Quest game, telling the steps of a complete walkthrough in a narrative way. Now, the odd-numbered chapters are all expansions of the lore, much like the appendices at the end of Lord of the Rings. Except instead of being at the end, they're interwoven between the main chapters of the narrative, so I guess they're more like the supplemental bits between the chapters of Watchmen. Anyway, that's the basic overview of most of the chapters, and Chapter 1 is something we'll get to in a little bit. Chapter 2 is the story of King's Quest I, Quest for the Crown, as recorded by Daventry royal scribe Derek Carlavagan after Graham told it to him. Remember that name, Derek Carlavagan. It'll be important later. It is for others, at other times and places, to decide the reputation of the man we called, during his own time, King Edward the Benevolent. Elsewhere we have recounted the stories of how he relinquished Merlin's mirror, the shield of Achilles, and the chest of gold. Elsewhere, in this case, being the King's Quest I instruction manual. Chapter 3 is an overview of the world of Daventry and its many neighboring kingdoms. This chapter purports that the oldest kingdom in this world is Serenia of King's Quest V fame, which might be a reference to the fact that Roberta's precursor to King's Quest was The Wizard and the Princess, aka Adventure in Serenia, so Serenia was quite literally the first of these kingdoms that Sierra created. Which doesn't explain why it's not mentioned at all in the pre-King's Quest V edition of the book, but hey. Chapter 4 is King's Quest II, Romancing the Throne, recounted by Graham's Prime Minister and advisor Gurwain. I must confess, however, that I do not think it is proper for a monarch to go traipsing around the world by himself, questing in search of women and adventure. His duties are at home, near to his subjects. This is especially true if the king has no heirs, and Graham has none. I must also confess that I do not think it proper for a king to wed quickly without proper dowry or period of courtship. I do not think it proper that a king wed away from his own land, out of sight of his own subjects. I especially do not think it proper that a king marry without seeking the advice and approval of his own prime minister. Haha, you haven't truly experienced King's Quest II until you've played it, knowing that an off-screen character thinks it shouldn't have even happened. Chapter 5 is an introduction to magic, as written by Prince Alexander after he escapes his captivity as Manannan slave Gwydion. It's mostly here to present the spells from King's Quest III in case you lost your instruction manual, I suppose, but without interrupting the flow of the narrative proper of King's Quest III. Speaking of which, Chapter 6 is King's Quest III, To Err is Human, in the form of Carla Vagan interviewing Alexander about his story for a Daventry newspaper, which is especially useful in covering the looser structure of the beginning of the game. You see, if you haven't played King's Quest III, it's an interesting beast because much of the game is far more narratively linear than the first two, but the first act of the game is very meandering and repetitive, with Manannan sending you on randomly assigned chores and subjecting you to randomly assigned punishments. So this interview format allows the story to cover that sense of drudgery without having to linearly list all the things that can happen in the game and make canonical choices about what order chores were done in and detail all that tedium. Also, there is one point where the novelization makes it much more difficult on Gwydion than it is on the player. On the other hand, I had to get back up to the house with a cup of seawater in one hand and a thimbleful of dew in the other. I was fortunate in that my adventures hunting and gathering had not taken too long a time. It gave me the opportunity to inch up the slippery path with the extra care my burden needed. To anyone who might have been watching me making my snail's progress up the slope, I must have looked a comical sight. Yeah, in the gameplay proper, liquids in your inventory are just safe. This isn't any more challenging than walking up the path normally. It makes sense narratively, it works for the novelization, but it's not really effective as a walkthrough because it doesn't actually reflect gameplay, which is plenty challenging without this added element. Chapter 7 is a tourist guide to King's Quest IV's Haunted Mansion and the many graves of its graveyard. Chapter 8 is the perils of Rosella, recounted by Queen Valenice after Rosella told her the story. I am Valenice of Colima, daughter of Cognice, who was a miller's daughter, and Cedric, a prince of that fair and tropic land. Yeah, this one was clearly written before Peter Spear learned that in the very next game, the name Cedric would have a very different connotation. My daughter loves books. She sometimes would rather read than eat or sleep, and this is a good habit that Graham and I have always encouraged. On her way through the parlor, Rosella spent a moment to look at the few books that remained in their abandonment. There was but one of any note, the complete works of Shakespeare, but it was one of her favorites. The bard's works are rare but not unknown in our kingdom, and my daughter had taken to memorizing many of the better passages and reciting them with dramatic flair. Hey, at least Rosella sometimes stopped performing Shakespeare. There are certain people in Daventry I could name who just always seem to think they're reading from the bard. Whence came this foul tempest? Chapter 9 is another guide to magic by Alexander, this time a guide to King's Quest V's Iconomancy, the magic transformation spells Graham is able to use without any words. This section goes into the history of each spell, and it attempts to subtly explain why the choices Graham makes in the end of the game are the correct one. Rikki Tikki Tavi is a most unusual name for a spell, as it seems to be nothing more than a somewhat pleasing sequence of sounds. So remember, Shakespeare canonically exists in the King's Quest universe, but Kipling, completely unknown. We will get to that. Chapter 10 is Absence Makes the Heart Go Yonder, recorded by Carla Vagan for a different Daventry newspaper and split into parts for some reason. King's Quest V is certainly more linear than its predecessors, but it doesn't have, clearly defined act breaks, at least not ones that noticeably align with how the parts are split here. I don't know, maybe Derek was paid by the part. The last thing Crispin offered Graham was Cedric. Hoo-hoo, me? Cedric hooted. Don't do me any favors. Neither Graham nor Cedric approved of the idea. Now both of you get out of here before Mordak does something worse, Crispin commanded. He nearly shoved the two out of the house. Thank you, sir, for all your help, were the king's last words to the wizard. He was being polite. He didn't think Cedric would be useful at all. That is the most perceptive you have ever been, Graham! In fact, the King's Quest V novelization properly conveys not the Graham-Cedric relationship depicted by the game, but the relationship the player feels with Cedric by having them be pretty sarcastic and antagonistic to each other, to the point that when Cedric actually does give Graham a sliver of useful advice, in an exchange that's made up from whole cloth for the book, mind you, and an exchange that is not so much giving Graham advice as making a sarcastic comment that fuels Graham to get an idea on his own, the book has to clarify that when Graham says, "Thanks for all your help," he does it without rancor. Seriously, by this point, if they didn't clarify that, I would assume it was sarcasm. Chapter 11 begins with a confession and an apology from Derek Karlavagen for lying about his knowledge of the land of the Green Isles, explaining that he visited it when he was young, wrote the guidebook, but promised never to share it with anyone. I'm just picturing Derek giving the YouTuber apology, claiming he didn't realize that respecting the Green Isle's privacy would get him cancelled. Chapter 12 is Heir Today Gone Tomorrow, once again recounted by Carla Bagan, which is appropriate since it was the instruction manual for the game that solidified his place in the canon. In reality, this chapter was written by a guest writer, Eluki Besh Shahar, aka Rosemary Edgehill, a fantasy writer with a long career that I am completely unfamiliar with outside of this mini novelization of my favorite game of all time. To tell you the truth, my hands already itch to take a hold of the threads of Alexander's strange story and weave it into a strong and colorful shape. I really like that line because it's kind of a perfect metaphor for what these novelizations are going for, taking all the random things that you do in these games and turning it into a cohesive narrative, maybe with mixed results, but the effort is always admirable. Interestingly, 6 takes more liberties with the source material than the earlier games, because not only is the dialogue very much not verbatim from the game, but several poems are completely different. I guess because 6 was so dialogue heavy, without changing things up, this would have been more of a transcription than a novelization. Also, it's not a complete walkthrough because it doesn't include every solution to the Cliffs of Logic, or, the short path, but they're going for maximum points with these. Chapter 13 is an oddity because it's a summary of a note from Carla Bagan questioning the veracity of the following chapter, the account of King's Quest VII. Derek is mostly skeptical that Rosella would be so receptive to a romance from Edgar, but it reads like Peter Spear taking issue with Game 7, which is weird because he published the King's Quest VII stuff as its own book so people could buy it separately if they already owned an earlier edition of the companion. So if he does have issue with King's Quest VII, it's weird that he gave everyone 2 chances to help them beat it. Chapter 14 is the apparently questionable King's Quest VII The Princeless Bride, as Valenice and Rosella take turns recounting it to Graham in an exchange that is being transcribed by an anonymous source, potentially a royal scribe. It's unlikely to be Carla Bagan again, because, again, he doesn't think that this really happened, and also because by this point in the narrative he doesn't live in Daventry anymore. That's right, he has his own lore. We'll get to that. Also, this one's split into parts, but so is the game, so it's more understandable this time around. I had hardly arrived and begun to take stock of my situation when I saw a strange creature, something like a large rabbit with very long ears, but on its head were horns like those of an antelope. King Graham laughed heartily. Surely you imagined it. There could be no such animal in all of Daventry. Graham, you condescending douche nozzle, you fed cheese to a wand charger. Where do you get off making fun of anything your wife says she saw? I heard a voice behind me saying, "Welcome, O most wondrously beautiful of all princesses. Welcome to my kingdom." It was a pleasant, friendly voice, but when I turned around, imagine my surprise. The person who was speaking to me was a troll. A troll? Said her father. Was it as hideous as the tales tell? Graham, you've met trolls before. What is wrong with you today? Now to get down beneath the deadfall where the cat had said King Otar was being held prisoner. It looked like I would have to dig, but I had nothing but my hands to dig with. Rosella, you have a shovel! A shovel you mentioned 2 pages earlier, right after getting the horn you're about to blow. I know the shovel doesn't work in this part of the game, but you did technically have something else to dig with. Has the whole royal family of Daventry gone senile? Or is this just an effect of the questionable canonicity for this story only? So yeah, that's most of the chapters. Each chapter also has some illustrations, which probably would have been mind-blowing in the first edition when our visual frame of reference for these characters were just blocks. And there are maps of the lands in each story, but these are artistic renderings, not specific screen layout maps you might get in another strategy guide. Again, it all feels like it's going for a very Tolkien-esque depiction of this fantasy world. So yeah, all that to say, each even-numbered chapter takes a walkthrough of the events a player has to do in each game, and then describes those events as a story the characters live through. But while the King's Quest games are certainly somewhat story-driven, and they got even more so over the course of the series, the early games aren't nearly as dialogue and character-driven as, say, their competition's early games. Sierra's early games were largely inventory puzzles hung on a loose narrative framework, so relaying those puzzle solutions in narrative form can yield interesting results. Look, King's Quest fans are used to having to think outside the box for, let's say, creative solutions, so this series attracts a type. That type being people who will try literally anything to make something work. creative types. Which might be why there are quite a number of King's Quest fan projects out there, particularly fan-made game remakes and fan-made sequels. This is a franchise that rewards creative thinking, or at the very least being able to reverse engineer some rather esoteric creative thinking, and this book, it's an official product, but there is a lot of fanfic in its DNA. There are parts of the novelizations that are basically officially sanctioned fix-it fic, or at the very least, justify-it fic. And since the King's Quest series was already basically fairy tale fanfic, it's the next logical step. But yeah, there's no way around it. There are quite a few illogical puzzles in the King's Quest games, so much of the book is spent bending over backwards trying to rationalize why characters make the choices the player has to make. And King's Quest 1 especially is not necessarily the most illogical of the games, but being so early in the medium, it can feel kind of directionless, so the novel makes a point of conjuring up some direction for Graham that tracks with the story as we know it from the instruction manual, but is still kind of made up out of whole cloth. The only leads to the missing treasures the young knight had to go on were slim. 1. The dwarf who had taken the magic shield of Achilles had been seen disappearing into a hole in the ground. 2. The shape-changing witch who had stolen the chest of gold escaped on her broomstick into the clouds that clung to the peaks above Daventry, solid-seeming masses that looked like snow cornices, impossible outcroppings poised out from the mountains with no support. 3. The nameless sorcerer who had absconded with Merlin's mirror had said it would be kept in a safe place, guarded by some fearsome beast. There were no easy answers in the list, but that was all anyone knew about the mystery. Yeah, that's way more than the player knows about the mystery. Unless you've read this book, you don't have those hints while playing the game. Now, I applaud Spear for actually making a connection between which characters the manual claims stole each treasure and where the treasures are actually found in the game. It was a storytelling problem worthy of a King's Quest puzzle, with a solution that was even a little less forced than most, but it still gives Graham, the novel character, way more to go off of than Graham, the player character, has. In fact, there are multiple places where the character gets more clues than the player gets. Rumpelstiltskin not only says the word backward twice, he calls Graham "you alphabetical imbecile," which is about as forced as a hint can be. And Alexander finds etchings on the wall of the labyrinth that lay out his pathway, unlike we the players who just have to wander around aimlessly and save our games constantly before we fall into any bottomless pits. Now, when you're playing an adventure game, you have to try everything, no matter how little sense it would make for a real person to try it, and that includes picking up a lot of inventory items that no real human would want to carry around on a quest. So to rationalize that behavior, Peter Spear gives Graham a mantra that comes from his father. My daddy used to tell me, "Boy, if I've learned anything in my life, I have learned this. When in doubt or in trouble, pick up anything that is not nailed down, and if it is, check for loose nails or boards. Check carefully into, under, above, below, and behind things. Read everything, you might learn something. Wear clean undergarments, brush after meals, and always remember, nothing is as it appears." So, that's nice and clean. It gives Graham a personal reason for doing adventure game stuff all the time. And yet, despite giving the characters a verbalized commitment to picking up everything, some items the player has to collect are given additional motivation for their collection. Like the pebbles on the side of the river, which Graham picks up to appease the river gods as part of a Daventry tradition whose backstory involves some fools drowning on a raft made of pig's bladders. Creative. Some decisions the player character makes are even called out by the narrator of their particular story as being stupid things to do. They just happen to work. He had no weapons and knew words would do no good with either the wolves or the queen. He said that he hoped to distract or placate the beast when he began playing his harp. I, for one, find the action quite illogical, especially given the circumstance, but the king maintains that it was the only idea he could come up with at the time. And after all that, there were still some choices the player characters have to make that just couldn't be rationalized, or at least Peter Spear couldn't figure out how to rationalize them. So like any good fanfic you retcon, these choices were mistakes. So here are just a few things that the characters in the story did accidentally, even though the players of the games have to do them deliberately. Moving the rock to uncover the dagger, using the elvish ring, rubbing the lamp, bridling the snake, and dropping the gold ball. Also, Graham looks for the needle in the haystack because he tried taking a nap in it, and he reflexively throws the pie at the Yeti because he happens to be holding it, even doubting himself afterward. Graham also falls in the water climbing down the well accidentally, but since it's possible for the player to do that accidentally, I'm gonna let that slide. And then there were some moments where Graham's desperation just matches the player's desperation. "Maybe odorous old cheese is what powers it?" he mumbled. "It most certainly smells that way, and stranger things have happened in this adventure of mine." Now, you may be aware that several puzzles in the King's Quest series have multiple alternate solutions. And the stories here describe the actions required to get the maximum number of points. But in the prose, the alternate solutions are often addressed as an option the character considered, and any items used exclusively in alternate solutions are mentioned in the text as being collected by the character, they just don't get used. I guess the opposite of a Chekhov's gun is a Roberta's slingshot. There are also a couple of moments where they try to work the functions of gameplay into the reality of the story, like giving Mananan a magical clock that Gwydion uses to track the time the way the player tracks the time from the header bar, or mentioning that Kalima is placed under a spell of containment which causes it to cycle back around itself, which is a weird thing to mention because this is true of each of the first 4 games, but only with Kalima did they make it part of the story's reality. And the Iconomancy passage turns game function into fiction by having Alexander coin the phrase click, as in the magician clicks on the spell in his mind.
I'm pointing, I'm clicking, it's like an adventure.
So all in all, these novelization chapters are purporting to be the true events, what really happened, which is a bold move for any kind of fanfic, even authorized fanfic. The cockiness of a spin-off claiming to be the real version of the story while the version it's spun off from is just an interpretation is usually reserved for television adaptations of hit 80s comedies, or feature film retcons of a 90s animated character source material. But the book treating only itself as canon and the games as interpretations is useful for consistency, and useful for explaining away story beats that just can't be squared. Like how Alexander's dear friend Derek has spent time in the Land of the Green Isles and wrote a guidebook which is essential to victory, a guidebook Alex thanks Derek for in this book, despite Alex claiming in the opening cutscene of the game that nobody's even heard of the Land of the Green Isles. Still the best game ever made, though. So with all the effort made to offer mostly complete walkthroughs of the game and try as hard as possible to make them make sense as a story, you would think that the last thing this book would want to do is just provide straightforward instructions. And yet, the last several chapters of the book are called The Easy Way Out.
The Easy Way.
And while they still contain some of Peter Spear's humor, commentary, and editorializing, they are just straight walkthroughs telling you every step and every alternate solution, alongside a list of every point you can get in each game, and maps that are less artistic descriptions and more of those just charts of each screen that I mentioned you'd expect from a book like this. Again, these were the days before you just Google that information. I'm just imagining the person who just wanted a simple walkthrough and someone told them this book has King's Quest walkthroughs, and so they read through everything else, all the prose and the lore and bizarre little flourishes just trying to find their puzzle solutions, and then after all that they realize these are here at the end. The Easy Way Out chapters also point out some of the Easter eggs you can find in the games that don't affect the story or the gameplay. Note, there is a bottle floating around in the whale's belly. If you get the bottle, get the note and read it. You might be amused. Then again, you might not. Some people find plugs amusing. And those people are Comedy Bang Bang listeners. Side note, The Easy Way Out reinforces the idea that the spell of containment happened in Colima, but it goes out of its way to mention that it wasn't true of Daventry, that it's only a gameplay function there. I have zero idea why. Also, Peter seems to nitpick a lot of elements of King's Quest VII in its Easy Way Out chapter, adding to the idea that he really seems to have a grudge against King's Quest VII. Again, very bold of this adaptation to not only consider itself the real version of all these stories, but also give itself an out to consider an entire one of these stories non-canonical. But mostly this book doesn't subtract lore, it adds it. Throughout all of the chapters, both the main stories and the supplemental chapters, there are a lot of little touches of lore additions, such as giving names to characters and objects left nameless in the games. And appropriately for King's Quest style of remixing existing stories, many of these names are corny pop culture puns. For instance, we know from the game that the bookseller on the Isle of the Crown is named Ali, but the book tells us that the pawnshop owner is named Hakim. So put them together and you've got an Oklahoma reference, baby. We also learned from the book that the minstrel in Tamir is named Frankie of Avalon, and the town in Ludor is named Port Bruce, with a newspaper called The Bruce Banner. There's also mention of a friend of Graham's named Sir David of Bruce, which might be a reference to Banner's television name. And very appropriately, the beast's true name is revealed to be Prince Cocteau. I don't know if these names come from Sierra's notes or if they're Peter Spear's invention, but either way, they are properly corny for King's Quest. Beyond character and location names, there are also additional pieces of lore casually dropped that are plausible, but don't seem to come from the games themselves, like how the gnome in King's Quest V is suggested to be the same one in King's Quest 1 and 3, or the casual mention that Hagatha is Manannan and Mordak's sister. The only game I've seen mention that piece of trivia is King's Questions. There's also a nice little note when Frankie of Avalon plays Greensleeves that it was the anthem of Graham's court, a nice nod to the fact that it's the theme music of the first 2 games. And there's a running gag about the inhabitants of Daventry's distrust of technology. Several times over, nobody in this universe likes the idea of technology. It's possible this is another bit of a Tolkien homage, what with his vilifying of the machine. But it's also very likely that this is just a deliberately ironic joke about how a franchise that was built on pushing the boundaries of technology would center around characters terrified of that idea. So all that seems like a lot, right? More than enough, in fact. A unique walkthrough format and an expansion of the lore of the games. They certainly didn't have to go this extra with this, but you can see why I found this book so fascinating, right? A weird oddity that serves as a history, encyclopedia, and complete narrative of this fictional world from this specific esoteric fandom. Yeah, that's all a lot. Boy, this is a crazy book, isn't it? Would you believe me if I told you that we haven't gotten to the weird part yet? Nothing I've mentioned so far could prepare you for the most baffling element of this book. The part that's just 8 steps beyond what anybody could possibly have asked for in a book they just got to tell them the way out of Mordak's dungeon. The single most inexplicable thing about this book, and the thing that for me shoots it into the stratosphere as a must-read, is the framing device. Let's go back to that read me first part. Like I said, without warning, it drops solutions to some of the more frequently asked puzzles from the games, and then with even less warning, it springs this on you. Oh, Daventry is a real place. I hope that got your attention. Then we get to the introduction, which is appropriately cheesily melodramatic for a King's Quest-related work, as Spear waxes philosophical about rational explanations and scientific inquiry, and about how he was doing serious work about famine in Ethiopia. That warranted a mention in a King's Quest walkthrough book. Peter Spear made his own life and career an essential piece of the narrative here.
I've written myself into my screenplay. That's kind of weird, huh?
Spear talks about when he first discovered King's Quest and when he met Roberta Williams and how she hinted that her games may be more than just fiction.
It's all real.
Oh my god, I knew it!
He also mentions that she did not come outright and say that, just that he read it into the way she talked about the games, which makes him sound just as potentially delusional as it makes her sound. Then he describes getting emails from Daventry, emails that contain most of the contents of this book. He describes suspecting hackers or pranksters of setting him up, but the deeper he digs, the more real it all seems. Derek Karlovagan emailed these stories to Peter Spear from Daventry, and Spear collected them into the various editions of this book. That's right, in addition to having way more lore for Daventry than anyone asked for, this book has overly complicated lore about its own existence. Spear doesn't definitively say whether Roberta also received these emails or if she just dreamed of these stories. The book posits that our universes are so close to each other that we sometimes dream of each other, so maybe Graham's adventures came to Roberta in her dreams, Andrew Lloyd Webber style.
You're a guy who is a dreamer, I would say. You're a guy who has a lot of ideas.
I do my work in dreams.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's how I write my musicals.
They called me a fool when I said I could get 2 comedy Bang Bang references in a King's Quest video, but who's the fool now? But either way, whether Roberta read Graham's stories or merely dreamed them, the conceit of this book is that Roberta Williams is not actually a creative game designer who came up with puzzles and remixed fairy tale lore, but instead she's just making games based on things that happened in another dimension. It's an entire book of that Onion George Lucas editorial. And at no point is the pretense dropped. Even in the acknowledgments at the very beginning, Derek is casually thanked amidst the real people who made the book possible. That is total commitment to the concept. So at long last, it's time to talk about the part of this book that was teased in the 15th anniversary King's Quest collection, the part of this book that intrigued me so and made me want to track it down for so long. it's finally time to talk about Chapter 1 of this book. Chapter 1 is called The Eye Between the Worlds, and it is a greeting from Derek Karlavagen explaining the world of Daventry and how he started to reach out to Earth. We here in Daventry are your own descendants, the sons of your sons and the daughters of your daughters from generations and centuries back. And that's just the human folk. We are also your dreams and nightmares, your myths, legends, and stories. We are the reality that much of humanity has rejected over time. The unicorns, centaurs, and demigods. We are the other races of beings who evolved alongside humanity. The dwarfs, elves, gnomes, giants, and fairies. We are the users of the magic that you say does not and cannot exist. We are the truth behind what you dismiss as mere legend, and we are the flesh that became your fairy tales. We are the champions, my friend. We're the kids in America, whoa. We are the youth of the nation. We are the very model of a modern major general. Once you could see the other creatures that shared your world, once you too could create ointments of invisibility, once you too could talk with the animals, and they would talk back. And once, you too could mount a winged horse and fight the dragons of the earth. Now you say that if you cannot see, feel, touch, hold, measure, dissect, count, smell, taste, deduce, or duplicate something, it cannot be real. If you cannot find its bones, it never existed. You see yourselves as the center of the universe, the focus of all creation, and you see that it is good. Okay, I didn't come to a video game hint book to be ego-shamed. So basically, our world, the real world, is the original reality, and once magical creatures lived here too. But as the world grew more and more skeptical of magic, all the magical creatures bandied together to create a new world elsewhere in the multiverse, where magical creatures and humans alike would be safe to thrive in harmony. The verb that the book uses is withdrew. The magical creatures withdrew from our universe into their own. It's not just another reality all its own, it's like a spin-off of our reality. It's our Frasier. As far as I can tell, I think this is meant to explain why, despite having a completely different world from Earth, stories familiar to Earth exist in the King's Quest universe. Did characters like Little Red Riding Hood exist on Earth and then withdraw, but we pass down our memories of them? Or were they born in the Daventry dimension and our storytellers dreamed of them? The book doesn't lay it out on a case-by-case basis, so I guess it's up to you to decide. But we do know Shakespeare existed in our world, no matter what Roland Emmerich may say, so I guess someone who withdrew just took a couple copies of his complete works with them. But no copies of Kipling. Where those first folk went and where I live now is as real and solid as your world, the one we call the other world. It exists as just one universe, amid infinite others, in the greater reality of, for want of a better name, the multiverse. That's right! This book about computer games based on fairy tales was decades ahead of Hollywood trying to hop on the multiverse trend. It's everything everywhere all at once upon a time. Daventry exists just over your shoulder, if you could only turn around fast enough to see it. So then Derek gets into his own story. He moved into Manannan's house sometime after King's Quest III to try and learn more, and he discovered something in Manannan's study, which he calls an eye between the worlds. It's a computer. He found a computer in Manannan's study. On this computer, he found the King's Quest games. He realized that in our world, King's Quest is a fantasy entertainment, and he decided to try and figure out how to send our world the true tales of Daventry. So basically, this entire book hinges on Manannan having a computer on his bookshelf. Spear even draws attention to what he thinks the computer is in the easy way out for King's Quest III. The chapter that's supposed to be a straightforward walkthrough for the third game takes a moment in the middle of its walkthrough to point out what at best is an Easter egg of a computer to fuel the book's own meta-narrative. Here's the thing. I have no idea what Peter's referring to there. He just says, on the bookshelf. What on the bookshelf is supposed to be a computer monitor? They all just look like boxes, so I assume they're all books. It's possible that this entire book hinges on a guy reading way too much into the shape of a pixelated box. Again, nothing about this needed to go this extra. But I am so glad it did. Also, I guess if Roberta made the games before Derek started sending these emails, I guess that answers the question. Roberta wasn't getting emails from Daventry, she was just dreaming of Daventry. Unless she was getting emails from someone else. Oh my god, is Roberta Williams in league with Manannan? That would explain why she keeps trying to kill us. Peter also provides evidence that these messages are real by mentioning in the introduction that in the first edition, Derek speculated that Manannan was plotting his revenge, long before Roberta started writing King's Quest V, centering on said revenge. Of course, Derek now speculates in Chapter 10 that Manannan may be plotting further revenge, and that was never followed up on, so checkmate atheists? Also, probably not the best evidence to mention the first edition of this book, which makes no mention of Serenia, despite all the post-King's Quest V editions claiming it's the oldest land here. Anyway, the meta-narrative continues to get pushed in the second half of Chapter 11. After Derek's confession about his lies regarding the land of the Green Isles, Spear writes that Eluki Bey Shahar reached out to him saying that she received the King's Quest VI novelization from Derek, despite her claiming that she had never even heard of King's Quest, and Jane Jensen received the guidebook to the land of the Green Isles from Derek, just to further push this mysterious narrative of messages from another world. Finally, Chapter 13, which I said seemed to be Spear editorializing about King's Quest VII, Spear reports on Derek's skepticism of the story, but also Derek's theory that potentially this is a fiction in his world based on the fiction in our world, that our worlds have begun to influence each other, and the fiction that came from Roberta's dreaming of Daventry has now led to a fiction within Daventry of a Daventry writer dreaming of Sierra Online. What? Despite my wisecrack at the beginning of this video roughly 3 hours ago, I really wish another edition of this had been published. I would love to see how much wilder this would have gotten once Peter incorporated Mask of Eternity. Reportedly, he was working on it, but he didn't get very far before the publisher canceled the 5th edition. And now that the King's Quest universe has been completely rebooted, a continuation of this version of the world is sadly unlikely. Unless, of course, it continues that weird thread Derek was going on of his world dreaming of our world's dreams of his world, and it was like a fiction within the fiction within the fiction within the fake reality of this fake story. Oh my god, I want them to keep updating this book. But as it stands, this book is a wonderful, bizarre, inexplicable delight. It is truly worth reading, even if you've never played a King's Quest. In fact, for some of the games, reading the book might be the ideal way to experience the story. It's messy, confusing, sometimes trying too hard, sometimes frustrating, and a whole lot of fun, just like the games. And I highly recommend you track it down. Physical copies are still not impossible to find, but they may not be cheap. But fortunately, as of this recording, a website called the Museum of Computer Adventure Game History has PDFs of the first 3 editions of the book, and I was able to find a PDF of the 4th edition on Google, and I've got all those links in the description for you. So, have you read the King's Quest Companion? What did you think of it? What was your favorite part of it? What did you think the most inexplicable thing about it was? And if you haven't read it yet, give it a read, it's completely awesome. And if you enjoyed this video, you may enjoy my other videos about adventure games, or you may enjoy some videos about some other things I obsessed about during other moments. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hey everyone, Dave here, and right now I am preoccupied with the other Tolkien movies and TV shows. There's a lot.
Dave's Obsession of the moment.
We're all here for Tolkien Adaptation Month because we're celebrating the anniversaries of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings movies. And last year, I talked about the other Tolkien movies, the animated Trilogy. And as far as most fans are concerned, Jackson's 2 trilogies and Warner Brothers' retrofitted trilogy are the 9 Tolkien adaptations that exist. But they were all of them deceived, for there are other Tolkien movies. Mostly foreign movies, and mostly using the word movie incredibly loosely. and the vast majority of these are available on YouTube with English subtitles, and I'll have a playlist to where I found them all at the end of the video, but these are some real interesting takes on Tolkien. So today I am going to discuss all of the other Tolkien motion picture and television adaptations that I've managed to find, and I'm going through them in order of release. Strap in, folks, this is going to be a long one. Our journey begins in 1967. Yes, 1 year before my favorite Hobbit adaptation, there was nobody's favorite. The story behind this adaptation has been documented elsewhere, but the short version is Rembrandt Films bought the film rights to The Hobbit, but had to deliver a full-color film by a certain date. And when the budget for their ambitious project wasn't approved, they just sat on the rights, not expecting to do anything until the sudden uptick in popularity of the books pressured them to make the bare minimum of what the contract would consider a film before they could sell the rights back to Tolkien. So yeah, this is pretty much the Roger Corman Fantastic Four of Tolkien movies, just cheaply rushed out to technically fulfill a contract. But what's the film like itself? Well, it's not very much like The Hobbit, I'll tell you that much.
This is the Arkenstone of old.
Boy, really taking the heart of the mountain literally there.
Suddenly, it was all destroyed by the monster lizard Slag the Terrible.
Yep, they renamed Smaug to Slag because this was before the invention of Urban Dictionary.
Only 3 survived the flames. A watchman who slept when the dragon came creeping.
You had one job, and you look real bored about your failure to fulfill it.
Thorin Oakenshield, general of the now destroyed garrison of Dale.
But he's still keeping his rank even if he has nobody to follow him anymore.
And Princess Mika Milovana.
Ooh, I loved her in The Fifth Element.
Gandalf, whispered General Oakenshield. Only the great wizard Gandalf can help us now.
Oh, you're just saying that because you're desperate to see another character who was actually in the book.
So it has come to pass, said the great wizard, that Dale has been destroyed by Slag, and that he nests on the treasure in the carved halls under Lonely Mountain, just as it is written in the great book.
Okay, fine, I'll read the Silmarillion already.
Then it is clear that the time has come. The time of the Hobbit.
It's the time of the Hobbit for loving. I'm done. So rather than most versions of the story where Gandalf just seems to take a special interest in Bilbo and pushes him to be a burglar, here there is an actual prophecy, not just that the dragon will someday be defeated and the Mountain King will return, but that Bilbo, specifically, will kill the dragon.
You shall lead this group over the impassable Barricade Mountains, through the impenetrable Mirkwood Forest, across the poisonous desolation of Slag, to Lonely Mountain itself, wherein the horrid creature lies. You must creep into the deepest great chamber of the old jewel mines of Dale, and kill the fire-spitting dragon Slag. A fascinating story, said the small hobbit. And now, if you have all finished your breakfasts, it's been a great pleasure to meet you, and I wish you lots of luck and all speed.
Okay, that was a legitimately good comic turn there. This short has its moments.
That dragon has killed my father and all of my people. He has burned to ashes my golden land of Dale. Now he sits on our treasures and waits his time to strike other lands, maybe even here.
No, the Shire's safe from outside world and filmed adaptations. Nothing bad will ever happen to the Shire, no need for any sort of scouring.
If you are all afraid, then I shall go alone. Bilbo was shocked. He shouted at Gandalf, "But this is crazy, she's only a child."
Oh, I see, that's why they need Bilbo. It's not the prophecy, the princess just needs a babysitter.
The conscripted dragon slayer and the 3 survivors of Dale struggled across the great barricades. Gandalf the Grey watched from his own distance. He knew well what terror waited along this craggy path.
So he'll gladly send the company into danger, but he won't actually be helpful. That depiction of Hobbit Gandalf might be the most faithful part of this adaptation. Anyway, they do the troll scene, except the trolls are called groans for some reason, and Bilbo does the ventriloquism instead of Gandalf, so this is officially the earliest instance of a Hobbit adaptation giving Bilbo more agency than the book gave him. And in the grand scheme of things, this is not a terrible scene to do it in.
As they moved forward again across the great barricades, the survivors had a new opinion of their small hobbit dragon slayer. Perhaps he might prove useful after all, thought Torrin Oakenshield.
Aw, that would mean something if you had shown Thorin doubting Bilbo and not just pleading with him to join the quest.
Suddenly, Bilbo was gone.
Oh, maybe he'll find Balin, Dwalin, Feely, Keely, Oin, Gloin, Ori, Dori, Nori, Beefer, Bofer, and Bomber wherever he is.
Down to the roots of the mountain. Down to where there is none but gloom.
Wait, is this where the 1968 radio version picked up that pronunciation from? Did everybody's least favorite adaptation influence my favorite adaptation? Probably not, it's probably just coincidence because basically nobody saw this film, but huh.
A weak and rejected creature found what Gandalf the Grey still seeks, the one ring of power.
Spoiler alert, we don't actually see the Ring of Power being powerful in this version of the story, not even turning Bilbo invisible.
Bilbo did have the ring.
See? Perfectly visible.
Magically, the one ring of power had found its true bearer.
Is this also part of the prophecy? That only a hobbit can wield the power of the ring? If so, can the Samwise the Strong fantasy come true? Anyway, they have an uneventful trek through Mirkwood, they find the dragon, Bilbo realizes that they need to shoot him with the Arkenstone, which isn't the worst idea for a Chekhov's gun, it's better than whatever Jackson was doing with the Black Arrow, so he bravely steals the Arkenstone with the token note that it might have been the power of the ring that gave him the bravery, but that sounds like a Michael Secret Stuff gambit to me, and they bravely band together to kill the dragon in his sleep.
And so he did it. Just as Gandalf knew he would. And the city of Golden Bells was built again, and Bilbo and Mika reigned there together. But this is crazy. She's only a child.
Well, and that's the first known filmed adaptation of Tolkien. It's an inauspicious start to the legacy of Middle-earth on film, to be sure. As an adaptation, it's truncated at best, completely unfaithful at worst, and as a contractual obligation, its existence is crass, to say the least. But even though it's a cheap scam, I don't hate the stylistic choices. I like Adolf Born's artwork here, and the use of still images and narration brings to mind, like, those videos you'd watch in grade school that have, like, Aesop's Fables or other classic stories. You know the ones I'm talking about, where it'd just be a narrator and illustrations, but it would be on VHS. Am I just old? That's what this feels like, and that's how this works best. You know, if you think of this as The Hobbit, the movie, obviously it's terrible, but if you think of it as like another retelling of a children's story that has been retold and changed and adapted throughout the generations, it feels exactly like that. And if Tolkien's goal was to create a mythology for Europe, a true sign that the goal has succeeded is seeing the mythology get retold and remixed over the years, with different versions of the tales being told in different ways, many being wildly inaccurate to the original tale. So on that front, I like that this exists as a piece of Tolkien ephemera, even if just to fuel the meta-narrative of Lord of the Rings being Europe's mythology. It's just wild that technically, this is the officially licensed animated Hobbit movie, and the Rankin Bass one isn't. That one that so many people love and grew up with, that's just a fan film. But this is the one that's legal. A scam, but a legal scam. Anyway, let's move on to 1971, 6 years before Rankin Bass's The Hobbit, and 7 before Bakshi's Lord of the Rings, for what, as far as I've been able to find, is the first ever filmed adaptation of Fellowship, and the first of many foreign language productions we'll be covering today. A Swedish film called Sagan om Ringen. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but it translates to Saga of the Ring. This two-part production for Swedish television was directed by Bo Hansson, based on his own album, music inspired by The Lord of the Rings. So I guess this is technically as much a music video for a concept album as it is a book adaptation. You can kinda tell. It's kind of an abstract visual representation of the story, but it's certainly creative. There are hand-painted backgrounds with the occasional bit of live action blue-screened on, and it also cuts to what appears to be stock footage in the middle. It feels like a kid's show, humans in a cartoon storybook world, like a proto-Blue's Clues or Well, Well, Well with Slim Goodbody. Again, am I just old? There's also no diegetic sound, it's just voiceover narration as we watch silent footage, and the actors all have an interesting look about them. They all kind of look like they're mumbling their way through something, and the very calm narrator is explaining the world-ending stakes of everything they're discussing.
Ja, Frodo. Ringen du håller I fick den allra största makten. Därför kallas den mästarringen och härskar över dem alla.
Also, despite the chroma key, zero attempt is made to make the Hobbit smaller than the other folk, which will be a trend in a lot of these productions.
Mitt under festen gjorde Bilbo sig osynlig.
I like how nobody even notices Bilbo disappearing from his own party. That's the ultimate dream, ghosting a party and nobody cares.
You're looking at the master of leaving parties early.
Who knew Bilbo was both Tim Canterbury and Jim Halpert?
Gjorde sig osynlig med hjälp av en ring han hade hittat en gång. Senare på kvällen gav Bilbo ringen till hoben Frodo I födelsedagspresent.
That is an abnormally large ring. I don't know if they're playing to the cheap seats or if it's like meant to be a prop in a 3D movie.
Så Frodo iväg till rådslaget hos alfkungen Elrond, där alla de olika folken skulle bestämma vad som skulle göras åt ringen. Under vandringen till rådet fick Frodo sällskap av 3 andra hober, Sam, Merry och Pippin.
I'm pretty sure that basically every single filmed adaptation of Fellowship skips the fact that Merry joins up with Frodo, Sam, and Pippin later. Also, the hobbits all appear to be completely different ages, which is not inaccurate, but I don't think Sam should look like everyone else's dad. Despite both parts together totaling less than half an hour, they cover a lot of the journey to Rivendell. They skip Farmer Maggot and the Barrow-wights, but they include Gildor's tribe, Old Man Willow, Tom Bombadil, meeting Aragorn at the Prancing Pony, and they describe the attack at Weathertop in narration, even though they don't show it. And as far as I found, this is the only filmed depiction of Glorfindel.
You don't have to tell me that.
We then get the Council of Elrond, where Gandalf tells about being held by Saruman. We don't see Saruman, but we see Gwahir, played by stock footage of a real eagle, and we see Gandalf superimposed under him in one very brief shot. Don't blink, you'll miss it. And we see Shadowfax.
Skuggfaxe kallar männen I Rohan honom för. Det bestämdes att 9 personer skulle ge sig av till eldsprutande berget I Mordor och kasta ner ringen I domedagsklyftan. De som skulle följa med Frodo blev Sam, Merry och Pippin och Gandalf. Av alverna valdes Legolas och Gimli gick för dvärgarna och Vidstige för människorna.
That doesn't add up to 9. Did Boromir die already? But in covering basically all of Book 1 and the first 2 chapters of Book 2 in under half an hour, it naturally rushes through points, so there's no time to dwell on characters' emotions or their journey. Basically, the only emotional beats come in the House of Elrond, where Frodo is in awe of how old Elrond and Gandalf are, and when Sam beats himself up for not bringing rope. It's not a very character-driven version of the story. But, it's more faithful to the plot points of its book than the Rembrandt Hobbit was, and it's an interesting look, once again, at the tale being, retold throughout the ages. In this case, literally, because this is an adaptation of an album that was inspired by the book. And it's interesting seeing other cultures take on this story. But now let's move back to the English language, and back to The Hobbit, for a 10-part episode of the BBC children's series Jackanory. If you include the opening credits, this is the only Tolkien adaptation to include Babar. Unless he was one of the Oliphants. This was a show that featured actors reading children's stories to the audience to stimulate interest in reading, a sort of precursor to shows like Reading Rainbow and Storytime. Their take on The Hobbit aired in 1979, 2 years after the animated movie. I talked last year about how the text of The Hobbit takes a conversational tone, a tone of someone telling a child a bedtime story, so a show that's literally just actors telling bedtime stories is a good use of the text. The story is narrated by Jan Francis, so that's already more women than Rankin Bass put in their version.
In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit.
Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole. No, it was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort.
The role of Bilbo was essayed by the late, great Bernard Cribbins, and what a fantastic Bilbo. He doesn't quite surpass Paul Daneman in the radio version as my favorite Bilbo, but he is up there. It's fantastic casting.
Well, first, I should like to know a bit more about things, said Bilbo. So far still tookishly determined to go on with things. Also, I should like to know about risks, out-of-pocket expenses, time required and remuneration and so forth. By which he meant, what am I going to get out of it, and am I going to come back alive?
The other roles are split between Maurice Denham, who plays Gandalf, among others.
Yes, my dear sir. And I do know your name, Mr. Bilbo Baggins. I am Gandalf. And Gandalf means me.
Gandalf? Gandalf, good gracious me. Not the fellow who used to tell such wonderful tales at parties. Not the man that used to make such particularly excellent fireworks. Oh, I remember those. I beg your pardon, but I'd no idea you were still in business.
Oh, where else should I be? All the same, I'm pleased to find you remember something about me. Indeed, for your old grandfather Took's sake, I will go so far as to send you to this adventure.
I'm sorry, I don't want any adventures, thank you. Not today. Good morning.
And David Wood, who plays Thorin, among others.
Gandalf, dwarves, and Mr. Baggins. We are met together in the house of our friend and fellow conspirator, this most excellent and audacious hobbit, to discuss our plans, our ways, means, policy, and devices. We shall soon start on a long journey, a journey from which some of us, or perhaps all of us, may never return.
Like I said, this is actors telling a story, not really filming the story. The visual elements are limited to a couple of props and the occasional cutting to the maps. But hey, unlike Rankin Bass 2 years earlier, they got the runes right.
There is one point that you haven't noticed. You see that rune on the west side and the hand pointing to it from the other runes? That marks a hidden passage to the lower halls.
Of course, it does copy Rankin Bass's stupid thing of Bilbo deliberately asking a non-riddle.
And there, he found the ring he'd picked up in the passage and forgotten about.
What have I got in my pocket?
Not fair, not fair. It isn't fair, my precious.
What have I got in my pocket?
It must give us 3 guesses, my precious. 3 guesses.
I was on the fence about whether or not this should even count as a filmed adaptation, since it's more of a filmed, abridged table read. But the thing is, it might be the best filmed adaptation of The Hobbit, at least in terms of faithfulness to the text. And anyway, it's really charming, and I wanted to acknowledge it. These episodes have never been released on home video, reportedly because the Tolkien estate blocked them because they did not want to flood the market with too many different Hobbit home videos. That's what the claim is, anyway. Sure, whatever. Reportedly, it was released on audio tape for home purchase at one point, and it's on YouTube, so, watch it on YouTube. Again, I'll have the playlist at the end of the video. And then, 6 years later, we have the first attempt, to my knowledge, at an actual live-action filmed production of The Hobbit. It's a 1985 Soviet television play whose name translates to The Fabulous Journey of Mr. Bilbo Baggins, the Hobbit, across the wild land, through the dark forest, beyond the misty mountains, there and back again. Nobody can adapt The Hobbit to live action without unnecessarily extending something, even if it's just the title. The low budget is immediately apparent when you look at this thing, but it's not really a movie, not even a made-for-TV movie. It's a televised play, so it's like children's theater sets telling this children's tale, and I think that could work for The Hobbit. And, I think the handcrafted nature of this whole thing does have a certain charm.
Ничего волшебного в хоббитах нет. Они одеваются ярко, башмаков не носят, потому что от природы у них на ногах теплый пушистый мех.
This cross between Sean Connery and Dabney Coleman plays the professor, who is presumably supposed to be Tolkien himself. I kinda love that as a device. Again, the conversational, telling a child a bedtime story tone of the Hobbit's narration lends itself to having an actual narrator. Why not have it be old Tollers himself?
Еще, что в такое дивное утро очень хорошо посидеть и подышать.
Bilbo is played by this Gordon Jump type here, and man, he really hits that exasperated and overwhelmed note hard. I mean, look at the arrival of the dwarf sequence.
Я вижу, наши собираются. Балин к вашим услугам.
Бильбо Беггинс к вашим. Не угодно ли чайку?
Меня больше бы устроил стаканчик кваса, если он у вас найдется. Но не откажусь я и от кекса с изюмом, если вас это не затруднит.
Ничуть.
It's so sitcom-y, just running back and forth, running out of breath. Like, I don't know the reason for Bilbo to take off his scarf when he answers the door and put it back on when he goes back to the dining room, but it is a good bit of business that helps sell how overwhelmed he is. Of course, the visual's kind of overwhelmed too. I can't really see what's going on in these shots of the foyer, but, it's otherwise a very, very effective version of the sequence, I think.
Все-таки приятно, что вы кое-что обо мне помните. Это значит, что вы не совсем безнадежны. И ради вашей матушки я дарю вам то, что вы у меня просите.
Gandalf is played by the older version of Vincent Price's hairdresser disguise from Theater of Blood.
Hello, I'm Butch.
This is a surprisingly sinister take on Gandalf, or at the very least, mischievous. Like, he feels kind of prankish. Like, he is just delighting in how miserable Bilbo is through every part of this journey. It's very weird.
В полбутылки, в печку салфетки, в печку салфетки. Будет порядок, только скажи.
Chip the Glasses, Crack the Plates is, if anything, more organized than most versions of it are, but Bilbo still feels overwhelmed until even he has to get into the spirit of the music. And again, Gandalf is just delighting in how much misery these dwarves are putting this poor hobbit through. Like, did he take special interest in Bilbo just because Gandalf's a bully and this is his chosen victim? We also have another solid version of Misty Mountain's Cold. It might just be a song that it's impossible to get wrong.
Белый туман, священный миноры, уйдет караван за быстрые воды, уйдет до восхода закладом старинным из сказочных стран.
But after that promising start, then things start to get a little rushed. Not to the point of the Rembrandt Films Hobbit, of course, but things are kinda breezed through pretty quickly. Like, Rivendell is completely skipped, and the trolls, wargs, and eagles are all relegated to Bilbo's dream in the Misty Mountains. But also some of them maybe really happened? Yeah, the play better explain that too, since we only saw it in a dream. Like, they have this narrator, and they have no problem using the narrator to just relay plot points that happened off camera.
Вы спросите, что было дальше. Слушайте.
So why do they need to relegate pretty important plot points to dreams? By the way, Down Down to Goblin Town is not the total jam that Rankin Bass turned it into, but it is still pretty upbeat and accompanied by a ballet from dancers of the Mariinsky Theater. Behold, the Orc of the Dance. Then we meet Gollum, looking for all the world like a Martian ready to be conquered by Santa Claus, but, it's a good children's theater version of Gollum. And then we get Riddles in the Dark.
30 белых коней. Друг другу навстречу помчатся скорей. Ряды их сойдутся, потом разойдутся и мирными станут. До новых затей.
Старье. Зубы, моя прелесть. Зубы. У нас их 6. Вот раз, два, три, 4.
But this production also does the stupid, deliberate non-riddle thing.
Слушай, что у меня в кармане?
Это нечестно. Потому что нечестно спрашивать меня, что у этого мерзкого Бегинса в кармане.
Нет, ты отвечай, что у меня в кармане.
Is it just me? Does that not bother other people as much? Like, I really think it fundamentally changes Bilbo's character to have him cheat in a riddles game and not just fall backwards into something that works even though it shouldn't. But the big difference they make to riddles in the dark, Gollum actually sees Bilbo disappear with the ring.
А в самом деле, что у меня в кармане? А сейчас посмотрим.
Куда он подевался? Мы догадываемся. Это он!
Also, Bilbo seems unsurprised that that worked. Like, did he somehow already suspect that this is what a magic ring would do? Also, like Rankin Bass, they skip the pity that stayed Bilbo's hand, which, what you gonna do? They also have Bilbo be way more taunting towards Gollum. And rather than actually follow Gollum out, he just overhears Gollum explain that there is a way out, and, well, that's all the info he needs. And like Rankin Bilbo did with Smaug, he takes the ring off for one last bit of mockery.
Ненавистный! Навсегда ненавистный!
Эй, моя прелесть, прощай и пораскинь мозгами.
Why do so many adaptations think Bilbo's best trait is taunting? And again, like Rankin Bass, we skip Beorn. And since we already had the wargs and the eagles just be in a dream, we go straight from leaving the Misty Mountains to the spiders of Mirkwood, just right outside the cave. And Bilbo's newfound confidence taunting Gollum gives him the confidence to taunt the spiders.
Эй! Жирный паук сгромоздился на сук и не видит меня среди белого дня.
I mean, that's something he actually does do in the book, so I'm fine with it. Then we skip the elves and go straight to Lake Town, where the ballet company returns to dance the prophecies of the Mountain King's return. And this is the first time we're having big folk interact with the dwarves.
Я Торин.
I thought they just weren't going to bother with scale, but I guess Gandalf is a hobbit wizard in this universe. Bilbo goes into Smaug's cave, and I can't tell if he's supposed to be wearing the ring and only we in the audience can see him, or if he straight up forgot to wear the ring. If he's not wearing the ring, since we skipped the elves, he basically does not use the ring at all to help on this journey. Which I guess is kind of like the Rembrandt Films Hobbit. But he finds the misshapen Arkenstone, and then the Smaug puppet appears. It's kind of adorable.
Я тебя чую. Я слышу твое дыхание.
I kind of want to build my own papier-mâché Smaug after seeing this guy. Smaug attacks Lake Town, and there's no thrush in this version, so Bilbo just personally tells Bard about the weak spot, which, at least, he relayed the information somehow, unlike in the Jackson version where just he and Bard found it out separately, and Bilbo finding it out doesn't pay off in any real way. Anyway, Bard deals with Smaug quickly.
Стойте! Сюда приближается войско гоблинов!
Oh man, the ballet troupe is gonna have to fight themselves. So then the battle of some number of armies happens. Gandalf is just real chipper about the whole thing. Bilbo and Thorin have their deathbed reconciliation. Bilbo goes home. It's not a less faithful adaptation than Rankin Bass's, so whichever one you like better probably depends on which visual style you prefer. Or which TV movie you have more personal nostalgia for. 6 years later, in 1991, there was another Soviet television play, completely unrelated, this time based on Fellowship of the Ring. Yes, unrelated Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies so close to each other isn't just for American animation studios. This is called Kranidali, or Guardians of the Ring. This aired once on television in the final days of the Soviet Union, and it was thought to be lost until it was uncovered only last year. Which means that there might be other Tolkien adaptations out there that have yet to be uncovered. Boy. No, this video is going to be long enough as it is. I will get to those another time if they ever surface. According to the cast, this was shot in about 9 hours, spread out over the course of a week. That is a really quick time to shoot a Tolkien adaptation. But, you know, I appreciate the effort. It starts out with a lot of footage of black riders and hobbits and a giant foil ring while the ring's poem is put to music.
Девять людям Средиземья для служения черного.
It's abstract and probably confusing if you're unfamiliar with the story, but I kind of dig it. The sets and the locations don't quite mesh with each other, but nothing is as jarring as when it suddenly goes to blue screen. I'm not one to judge when it comes to bad keying, but some of these shots probably didn't need to be keyed.
Сегодня наш рассказ пойдет о хоббитах.
There is once again a narrator, played by the fourth McElroy brother here, but for most of the production he doesn't really narrate. They just keep cutting back to his face for reasons I absolutely cannot fathom.
Спешите, друзья. От задуманного не отступайтесь. К северу с ветром у левой щеки, с добрым напутствием в сердце. Вставайте. Счастливо! Счастливого пути!
He really loves that pipe, so he could still be Tolkien, just a young, sexy hipster Tolkien.
Долг вел меня навстречу тебе, мой Фродо. Ты мой дорогой.
Maybe it's just to remind the audience that this is all a story. I don't know, it's an interesting choice, but I'm going to take it to heart. I'm just going to keep cutting back to myself without making comments.
Мы должны решить, кто отправится дальше. В страну черного властелина. Мордор.
Нет, надо все-таки их разбудить.
Просыпайтесь, просыпайтесь.
Бильбо Торбинсу сегодня исполняется 111 лет. Ведь хоббиты жили долго. И даже в свои 111 Бильбо выглядит, наверное, на 50, не больше. Ведь когда в душе не живет жадность и злоба, тело долго остается молодым.
Well, and when a magic ring unnaturally prolongs your life like butter stretched out over too much bread, but potato, potato. So we start with Bilbo's birthday party, as Bilbo has the greatest mutton chops I've ever seen.
Друзья мои, страшно рад видеть вас здесь, у себя.
Incidentally, this Bilbo is way more patient with Lobelia than most.
Моя кузина, дорогая моя Любелия, рад тебя видеть. Рад тебя видеть.
Бильбо, ты опять расточителен. Сколько ты истратил на угощение? Бильбо.
Любелия, ля кошель, она всегда в твоем репертуаре. Любелия, перестань думать только о содержании моего ля кошеля.
I know you want me dead, you old bat. Now I am charmed by this.
Великий маг и волшебник! Брат мой, я знаю тебя, 100 лет рад тебя видеть.
This is a much more accurate Gandalf than the one in Soviet Hobbit. He's got the silly playfulness, but he still has the solemn seriousness, and he does not seem to be laughing at anyone's misfortune.
Давненько не видал тебя. И вот тебе от меня.
The lack of a budget is readily apparent with the outdoor shots that look like the snowboarding video your friend shot on a VHS camcorder in middle school, and the fireworks of Gandalf's, which are... You couldn't even just find stock footage of actual fireworks in the sky to cut to? Man, this makes Gwahir in that Swedish version look great. In the middle of Bilbo's party, Bilbo and Gandalf slip away for a private talk.
Я делаюсь тонкий-притонкий, как масло на хлебе у скупердяя.
You should probably tell the narrator about that. He thinks your prolonged life is all about your spirit staying free of greed and malice.
День рождения моего племянника Фродо. Ему сегодня 33 года, пора совершеннолетия, и он мой наследник.
Frodo, depending on the angle, looks either like Blackadder or like the lost Kevin McDonald character. The only one who looks more Kids in the Holly is Gollum.
Why won't you let me forget that I have a cabbage for a head?
Отбываю.
Ты кое-что забыл оставить, Бильбо.
Where have I seen that motion before?
Как? И кольцо? Он и его мне оставил. Чего бы это? А впрочем, может пригодится.
Может пригодится, а может и нет.
Shadow of the Past is interesting because Gandalf is like good and solemn, and Frodo is clearly a whirlpool of attention deficit issues, switching from casually whittling to hiding under a pillow with no notable change in temperament.
Кто такой властелин колец?
Черный властелин царит над темными силами.
Мне видеть этого не довелось.
Выбирать судьбу.
This is the wormiest Frodo I have ever seen in my life.
Перед кольцом не умирает, но и не живет по-настоящему. Он просто тянет лямку жизни, без веселья, без радости.
Again, should probably tell the narrator that's what's going on.
Я видел Горлума.
Выкладывай, как ты взял кольцо.
Это мое кольцо, моя прелесть. Да? Мне оно досталось по наследству от бабушки.
От бабушки? Что ты врешь, приятель?
Stop lying to me, pal. Gandalf's like a tough guy shaking someone down for the Corleone family. I love it.
Какие-то новые чудесные друзья. И они покажут, кому надо, где орки зимуют.
Орки, ужас, какие орки.
Это враги хоббитов. Это узнаешь.
If their entire role can be reduced to the enemy of your species, Frodo should probably know about them already, pal.
В недрах горы Ора-Друин. И только там его можно уничтожить. Если, конечно, ты по-настоящему хочешь, чтобы оно исчезло.
Гэндальф и так долго рассказывает, что мне уже есть захотелось.
Come on, Frodo, get a diagnosis already.
Я волшебник. А истребить кольцо может простой хоббит.
So in this version, is this another shoehorned-in prophecy, or is it just that only hobbits have the fortitude to withstand the ring's evil? We're never gonna know.
Только вы двинетесь в путь, вас сразу ждет испытание. Начнется зима.
Man, people were not kidding about George R. R. Martin drawing from Tolkien.
Так, я боюсь холода. В Хоббитане всегда лет, никуда не пойду.
Да, в Хоббитане всегда лето, а в дороге зима.
I feel like the winter is coming thing is just to justify the fact that all the outdoor scenes had snow in them, but none of the on-set scenes had snow in them, so they make that part of the magic of Middle-earth. Okay, work with your limitations.
Пойдут твои друзья.
Мои друзья.
Да, веселый Мэри Бренди Зайк, жалостливый Сэм Скромби, сильный как бык, Пин Кроу.
Пин Кроу сильный как бык.
С ними в путь?
And so the hobbits reenact the Can't Buy Me Love scenes from A Hard Day's Night. Just imagine the mashup yourself. I am not dealing with one of their copyright claims today.
Путь в Забриндию, в трактир Бирюка.
They encounter Farmer Maggot, who, despite being an innkeeper for some reason, is still a more faithful depiction of Farmer Maggot than Jackson gave us.
Слышу, собаки мои истошно лают. Стучится в ворота страшный всадник.
Какой ужас!
Весь в черном. И на черном коне. Ну, а дальше что? Я все спрашивал. Не знаю ли я, куда ушел Фродо Торбинс из торбы на круче, да 3 его друга? Скажи, мол, где они? Я тебе золото привезу. А сам страшный такой, шипит, хрипит, к земле клонится, будто не живой. А ты ему что? Да. А я ему убирайся, говорю. Ничего не знаю, вези свое золото кому захочешь, да я ничего не знаю.
That's right, Maggot. You stand up to that Nazgul. Hell yeah. You're better than both of Peter Jackson's farmer maggots put together.
Золото ему не надо. А нам говорил, денежки плати, а?
Да, за еду и питье, конечно, платите. А за предательство и денег не надо. Я честный человек.
I love this Maggot. I want a whole series about him. But alas, we must move on to the Old Forest.
Какой-то опасный путь. Мы идем, чтобы помочь тебе. Кольцо, ты сказал, Мэри, кольцо? Кольцо? Откуда ты знаешь? А что ты думаешь? Мы не в курсе, да я 100 лет назад знал об этом кольце. Еще от самого Бильбо. Только уж если ему хотелось скрытничать, так я и не болтал.
Я знаю про кольцо, да. Случайно, да.
А когда Гендальф попросил нас помочь тебе, мы ему ни слова поперек.
Oh, yeah, we do a quick outdoor conspiracy unmasked, which I'm happy to see, but Gandalf already said the other hobbits would be joining him on the whole journey, so it seems kind of redundant.
Ко сну я засыпаю.
Фродо, не спи.
Почему?
Это не сон.
Это сон.
Это дурман какой.
Нет, бреди, зайка.
Я тоже засыпаю.
Я тоже засыпаю.
Это ясно.
Yes, Old Man Willow bores the hobbits to sleep with an interpretive dance.
Песня! Помощь близко! Ребята, со мной!
Here comes Bombadil, and he seems like a pretty accurate depiction, except for one interesting detail.
Ну что кричать-то, а? Полегче. Я Том Бомбадил, здешних мест хозяин.
Okay, I know that the Russian translations of the book were heavily censored, so did they just not include the line about Bombadil being not quite as big as one of the big folk?
Мочь вам на вашем нелегком пути.
Спасибо.
Покажи мне ваше волшебное кольцо.
It's like they swapped out his Hey Doll, Mary Doll with a Fee-Fi-Fo-Fum. Not only are the Bombadils unnecessarily giant, but Goldberry is the Emma Thompson version of Frasier's ex-wife.
Well, I was going to start by singing the Doodlebug song.
I wonder who the Laurie Metcalf version's going to be.
Лучи моих глаз!
Ah, apparently the Barrow White is played by Puddle's Pity Party.
Сейчас, ребятки. Сейчас я вам помогу.
Bombadil saves them from the Barrow Whites by shuffling things around below frame, and he sends them on their quest.
Трактир горцующий пони.
Держит лавр наркиз.
So they get to the Prancing Pony, and Barlam Butterbur appears to just be straight up Basil Fawlty.
Ты пристал к путникам, дай им отдохнуть с дороги. Мистер, мистер, я советую вам, отойдите.
Good thing Bernard Cribbins wasn't a hobbit in this one.
He wants to...
Frodo here isn't necessarily trying to keep the low profile he should, and in fact he seems desperate to prove everything's fine, so he jumps up and joins in song rather than being pressured into it.
Мне нечего скрывать, я никого не зарезал, никого не убил, никого не ограбил. Давайте веселиться, друзья!
Also, the Brelanders start singing first, so I guess Hey Diddle Diddle isn't a Bilbo original here, it's just a song everybody knows. Makes as much sense as Jackson making it a dwarf standard. God, this poor Bree girl just dealing with wormy Frodo dancing up on her. But rather than just accidentally slip the ring on, Frodo just suddenly feels the pressure of everyone in the room staring at him, including Patchy the pirate. So he deliberately disappears, which is a very different characterization for Frodo.
Что-то не то происходит.
Однако, сударь, довольно вам баловаться с вашей игрушкой.
Barliman gives the hobbits the note from Gandalf, and Frodo, oh so smoothly, puts Strider to the test.
Уважаемый бродяжник, я сейчас вас проверю. Твое настоящее имя? Ну?
Such a wormy Frodo. So you know how I talked about last week how Jackson amped up the intensity when Frodo was stabbed at Weathertop? He's basically just on death's door between then and the flight to the ford. Well, this version amps up the intensity even more between those points by combining them.
Кольца вы не получите никогда. Я не ваш. Я вам не дамся.
Yeah, Weathertop and the flight to the ford are all like a single incident, and in terms of abridgment, that's an interesting adaptational choice.
Что со мной?
Ты в замке властелина раздола.
Frodo is stabbed at the Morgul Blade. He wakes up in the House of Elrond. I think that works as a condension tool. So then we have the Council of Elrond. Boromir's there this time, and
С юга рыцарь Боромир.
He seems to be played by that old friend of Frasier's that John Cleese played.
That's it, I've died and gone to hell.
Why are so many people in Middle-earth either John Cleese, someone from Cheers, or both?
Эльф Леголас.
I'm sorry, is Legolas played by Lori Loughlin?
Соскучился по нему, Фродо.
Lori Loughlin?
Я побывал в замке Скальбург у белого мага Сарумана.
Вот объединиться нам действительно надо. Это верно. Но объединиться за тем, чтобы кольцо всевластия стало нашим.
Oh god, I'm glad this didn't resurface until well after the glory days of Tumblr. The world is not ready for fangirls of young, queer-coded Saruman.
Время прошло.
Перед новой силой бессильны прежние союзы.
Pretty cool that Saruman has the power to provide his own Instagram stickers.
И как же ты спасся, Гэндальф?
Why are you so suspicious, Frodo? This is Gandalf we're talking about.
Мне помог сильнейший из горных орлов ветробой.
Okay, choose your fighter, low-budget Gwahir edition.
Друзья мои, какие будут предложения?
Фродо, я предлагаю вернуться назад.
Вернуться? Мы можем только с победой. Или, по-моему, с поражением.
С позором?
Или с позором?
Ой, нет.
Я предлагаю продвигаться вперед.
Я тоже так думаю.
That's what you were asking, everyone? Do we keep going or go home? That's the big decision you needed help with? God, this fellowship is screwed, aren't they?
Фродо!
As far as I found, this is the only filmed adaptation to include the warg attack by Caradhras, and Oh my god, I love these Lunar New Year parade wargs. I want 5 for my own. Then we get to Moria, and this is where the whole thing kind of just falls apart and gets confusing.
Держись, Фродо, сейчас мы тебе сколько возни с тобой, дружище! Ты как ребенок! Вот таки посмотреть себе не можешь! Весь ты истину в облаках ищешь!
Дим! Давай!
Держи!
Руку давай! Да руку давай! Руку! Давай руку!
I did not edit any of that. Good luck following along.
А где же Гэндальф?
Yep, no Balrog. Gandalf just fell and he can't get up.
Кто видел его последний? Фродо? Неужели он остался в пещере? Эй. Боюсь, что он погиб.
I like the automatic assumption that because Gandalf fell out of sight, he must be dead. Aragorn might not exactly be a master of object permanence. Then we arrive in Lothlorien. It's not the same kind of sinister that Jackson made Lothlorien, but it's still kind of sketchy with these elves luring the Fellowship into a creepy sleep.
Вы хотите остановить зло? Это невозможно.
Почему?
Я предсказательница Галадриэль, и я говорю, зло непременно порождает зло.
Frodo looks into the mirror of Galadriel.
Ты в эту волшебную чашу, но не прикасайся к воде.
Это я, черный властелин Саурон! Я слежу за вами! Отдай мне кольцо, Фродо!
Okay, that one had to be a comedic take on purpose, right? That was supposed to be funny. Just like, hey there, it's me, Sauron! Like, okay, I get that, you know, low budget Eye of Sauron, that's how you're gonna do it, but him self-narrating, like, that had to be played for laughs, right?
Я могу его получить?
Да, конечно. Но ты спасешь нас.
In place of a Dark Lord, you would have the ancient Booer from The Princess Bride.
Никому не могу доверить кольцо. Прощай.
Фродо, вернись.
And then, almost right away, it's the breaking of the Fellowship. Frodo and Sam go off on their merry way. And as far as I know, this production team never went on to do The Two Towers. And that was Guardians of the Ring Russian Breakout, and it is really interesting. There are parts that look like a significant improvement over Soviet Hobbit just 6 years earlier, and then there are parts that look like a significant downgrade from Soviet Hobbit, but it's all just super fascinating seeing this slapdash stage production being filmed of Fellowship of the Ring. I kind of love parts of it, and then other parts are just really hard to watch. Not because, like, it's cringy, like, not because I don't like the earnestness, but just because it's literally difficult to watch. Like, the attempt to do special effects just looks so ugly to me. But there's a lot of other real charm in this movie, and yeah, it's just fascinating. But it doesn't stop there. That same year, 1991, yet a third unrelated Soviet team attempted another animated Hobbit production, but it was never complete.
Много лет тому назад король гномов Трейн-старший, странствуя по Средиземью, открыл эту гору.
Now, I specifically have not been talking about adaptations that weren't made because there are just so many of them. My friends at How Did This Not Get Made covered the broad history, but this one had actual footage leaked and it looks really cool.
Добро и веселье, веселье и смех сияют, улыбки на лицах у всех, и души, как окна, распахнуты настежь.
Sure, it's kind of visually chaotic and overwhelming in certain shots, but look at this stylization, this combination of hand-drawn animation and stop motion and puppetry.
На смену веселью приходит беда, с огнем и мечом никого не щадя. Пока вас 13, вы беспомощны.
Что же нам делать?
Нужен еще один, 14-й.
If this film had been complete, maybe it would have been a complete mess. Maybe it would have been terrible. Who knows? But if it had kept up this level of quality through the whole thing, it's possible that this could have been the definitive Hobbit adaptation. Alas, we'll never know, so we can only speculate on what might have been. But now we move on to 2 years later, 1993, for a different television production in a different European country, Finland. This is Hobbitit, or The Hobbits. We've got Tolkien turned into Russian fairy tale movies. We've got Tolkien turned into Finnish fairy tale movies. Before this, my only experience with either Russian or Finnish fairy tale movies was Jack Frost. Now, considering Finnish is one of the primary languages that Tolkien drew from when developing its own, I think it's only right that Finland had its own crack at a Lord of the Rings adaptation. And this was a 9-part television version of Lord of the Rings based on a 6-hour play that told the story of the whole trilogy, but focused on Frodo and Sam, which means that large battles could be left out, which, you know, not a bad way to do it. So, much like Rankin Bass's Return of the King, this puts all the focus on the 2 hobbits, and also like Rankin Bass's Return of the King, it means they can really focus on their emotions. Don't worry, it's handled better here than it is in Rankin Bass's Return of the King. In fact, the story is narrated by an older Sam, telling the tale to Hobbit children. I really like that as a device, even more than I like in-universe Tolkien as a narrator. It makes sense that the Hobbit who's keeping up the Red Book of Westmarch would be the one who's telling the tale to future generations.
Hei, sinä et kertonut sanaakaan Frodosta. Niin.
Hänenkin aikansa tulee vielä.
Episode 1 is a little shadow of the past, but it's mostly riddles in the dark. The only major adaptational change to the latter is, much like in the 85 version, Gollum actually sees Bilbo put on the ring. Oh yeah, usually when someone puts on the ring, there's an explosion when they disappear. This might be a nod to Gandalf setting off a firework when Bilbo disappears at the party in the book, but it just happens indiscriminately, which is an odd choice. But unlike the 85 version, or the Rankin Bass production, they keep the pity that stays Bilbo's hand. In fact, Sam really emphasizes it.
Huomatkaa, vaikka Bilbo joutui kiusaukseen surmata klonkkumiekalla, sääli esti häntä toteuttamasta aikeen. Palasi kotiin seikkailultaan kesäkuun 22. päivänä.
I like these establishing shots using scale models. They're really cute. They're a little Thomas the Tank Engine-esque. From the Isle of Sodor to the land of Mordor.
Konnussa tapahtunut mitään ihmeellistä ennen kuin Herra Reppuli aloitti 111. syntymäpäivän.
So then we have Bilbo's birthday, and this older Bilbo doesn't have the button chops, but he sure does have the facial hair of a dwarf.
Vaikka en tunne teitä puoliakaan niin hyvin kuin pitäisi. Enkä pidä teistä puoliksikaan niin paljon kuin ansaistisitte. Mutta.
Gandalfin maine konnussa perustui siihen, että hän käsitteli niin hyvin tulta ja savuja ja valoja. Mutta hänen todelliset tehtävänsä olivat paitsi vaativampia, niin myös vaarallisempia. Mutta siitä me emme konnussa mitään tienneet. Meillähän oli vain yksi juhlien kohokohdista.
These foreign Gandalfs keep on getting better and better. During the serious moments, this is the most solemn Gandalf we've seen yet, but he also has the warmth and playfulness he needs in his friendship with the hobbits.
Tämä on Herra Sormus. Se sormus, jonka Sauron kadotti kauan sitten. Hän iloitsee sormusta kovin, mutta hänen ei tule sitä saada.
I really like how he plays his temptation by the ring.
Sinä olet viisas ja mahtava. Ota sinä tämä sormus.
Älä kiusaa minua.
We were this close to Dark Lord Gandalf, weren't we?
Sormuksen. Minkäköhän vuoksi? Voi sitä kyllä olla hyötyä.
This Frodo is not nearly as wormy as Soviet Frodo. In fact, he gets pretty gruff.
Onko mitään toivoa, että se ikinä onnistuu? Ja jos onnistuu, onko todennäköistä, että me, sinä ja minä, enää ikinä tarvitsemme leipää?
I think that's supposed to be the power of the ring weighing on him because his voice is getting really close to Gollum's voice. Speaking of Gollum...
Mitä sillä on säästäisissä taskoissa? Me tarvitaan tietää se, mitä sillä on taskussa.
I have not found any confirmation about whether or not Andy Serkis ever saw this production, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did because this is very close to the Gollum we know and love today, other than being played by a live actor in makeup. A live actor who incidentally is the same actor who plays Aragorn in this.
Todellakin kutsutaan täällä päin konkariksi, herra Alismäki, mikäli vanha voivalvatti ymmärsin nimenne oikein.
Again, I assume that's a holdover from stage where roles are doubled up, but I'm not sure what the point of doubling up those two characters are. Like, usually in a play, when major roles are doubled up, there's a thematic reason. Like, in most stage productions of Peter Pan, Captain Hook and Mr. Darling are the same actor, but I don't know what we're getting out of Gollum and Aragorn being the same actor other than they don't have any scenes together. But the guy's good at both of them.
Sormusta ei voi enää piilotella konnussa. Itsesi ja muiden takia sinun on lähdettävä repun päästä.
So the hobbits head to the old forest, which, based on the music, seems to be in Eddie Valiant's office. We get Old Man Willow, who swallows the hobbits up using clip art effects. And we get an older, chiller, more mellow Bombadil.
Mikä hätänä, pikkukaverit? Mihin te olet matkalla? Ettekö tunne minua? Olen Tom Bombadil.
And a mostly off-camera Barrow White, which Tom shows up to deal with without the hobbits even singing for help.
Pois häivy haudan haavu. Katoa auringossa.
This Bombadil's not bad, but I feel like the inexplicable Soviet giant is still the most accurate, other than the inexplicable giant part.
Vanhat veitset käyvät hobittikansalle miekoista.
There is one scene that's added that's not in the book and doesn't focus on Frodo and Sam, and I imagine it was a scene added in the play version for a set change or something. We actually do see Gandalf give the letter to Barlam and Butterbur, and it pretty much sets up their dynamic pretty well.
Anna tämä viesti hänelle. Viljami. Muista.
Mikä?
Viesti.
Juu, voit luottaa minuun.
He couldn't. They arrive in Bree, and this features the best depiction of the start of the Hey Diddle Diddle scene, with all of the awkwardness of Frodo pulling attention away to start the song.
Oli vanha iloinen kapakka.
But it still looks like Frodo pretty deliberately puts on the ring for reasons that aren't entirely clear, which I guess it's hard to film the ring accidentally slipping on his finger. What you gonna do? They meet Strider and they continue on their journey.
Sitä paitsi sormus vetää niitä puoleensa. Eli jos minä liikun, minut nähdään. Jos taas pysyn paikallani, vedän ne puoleeni. Sinä et ole yksin, Frodo.
This Frodo is great. He captures the devastation he feels in the futility of the quest. No matter what choice he makes feels like the wrong one, but he can't just do nothing. Much like Soviet Fellowship, this also conflates Weathertop with the flight to the Ford, and yeah, it's just a good, efficient way to do it when you got to abridge things anyway.
Missä minä olen? Rivendelissä. Elrondin talossa.
Gandalf.
Niin. Minä olen täällä.
If I were Frodo, I'd probably be a bit alarmed to be waking up in Rivendell since it looks so much like a low-budget heaven, but hey, time for the council.
Tässä ystävät on se hobitti, Frodo Drogon poika. Harvoin on kukaan koskaan tullut tänne suurempien vaarojen läpi tai tärkeämmässä tehtävässä. Teit hyvin kun tohit.
Unnecessary facial hair aside, I also dig this Elrond. He's not given a whole lot to do, but he has a great presence.
Valtioiden puolesta ja Gimli Gloinin poika kääpiöiden puolesta.
I love how Gimli is just every techie in your college theater department. And now, the moment you have all been waiting for, Samurai Boromir!
Antakaa minun ensin kertoa Gondorista, sillä totisesti Gondorin maasta olen minä tullut. Olisi hyvä kaikkien tietää, että vain meidän uljautemme pitää yhä aloillaan idän villit kansat ja Mordorin kauhut puolustusasemissa.
Another thing that the Peter Jackson production may have taken from this is moving the discovery that Frodo's wearing mithril to right after he gets stabbed in Moria and not a little ways after they get out of Moria.
Mitrilpaita. Hopare. Siunattu Bilbo.
Sydämeni iloitsee nähdessäni, että sinulla on moinen sotisopa. Älä riisu sitä edes nukkuessasi.
Ei ole aikaa kummasteluun. Tiehenne joka sorkka.
Yeah, there's no need to wonder. We have the answer, Gandalf. Also, much like Soviet Fellowship, there's no Balrog, and Gandalf just kind of seems to slip and fall, which kind of takes away from all that great gravitas we've been seeing from him elsewhere. Still, at least it is confirmation that Gandalf actually fell, unlike Soviet Aragorn just kind of guessing. God, where have I seen that blue screening before? Oh yeah, I myself did it in 2003. Ha, you're gonna have to dig deep back in the Patreon if you want to see any more of that.
Hyvästi, Gandalf. Eikö minä sanonut sinulle, että jos kuljet Morian porteista, niin varo?
Well, you didn't on camera. Then they get to Lothlorien, and Galadriel is the lady in the lake. Or the reflection of the lady in the lake.
Tervetuloa, Aragorn, Arathornin poika.
Galadriel valtiatar.
So Galadriel just lives inside her own mirror? Interesting take.
Enkä minä tule olemaan musta, vaan kaunis ja kauhea, kuin aamu ja yö. Ihana kuin meri, aurinko ja vuorten lumi.
They keep Gimli falling in love with Galadriel, and this Gimli is giving it his all.
Miksi tuli mukaan tätä tehtävää täyttämään? Minulla ei ollut aavistustakaan, missä suurin vaara piili.
But it is kind of the last thing Gimli has to do in this story, and Legolas gets even less to do. No wonder Rankin Bass just cut them all together.
Sinun se on vain onnettoman sattuman kautta. Se olisi voinut olla minun, ja sen pitäisi olla minun.
So Samurai Boromir tries to take the ring, so Frodo and Sam go off on their own. Boromir regrets his decision, but is killed, and we actually see Aragorn's personal crisis and self-doubt.
Näin lähtee Boromir. Denethorin perillinen.
Oi Boromir,
Mene rauhassa. Tämä on surkea loppu. Saat tuon hajalla. Minä olen epäonnistunut. Turhaan luotti Gandalf minuun. Minne menen minä nyt?
That's right, give me that vulnerable Aragorn, baby. You know I love it.
Me nostimme taakat harteillemme.
But then we just follow Frodo and Sam for the rest of the story. Narrator Sam just kind of fills in the blanks on what happened off screen.
Merri ja Pippin joutuivat törkkien vangeiksi.
Another thing they do that Jackson would do later is move the discussion about it's a pity Bilbo didn't stab the vile creature to significantly after Shadow of the Past. Except they change even more about it.
Sääli, ettei Bilbo pistänyt sitä kuoliaksi.
Sääli. Oli sääli pidätteli hänen kättään.
Yeah, they give Frodo's lines to Sam and Gandalf's lines to Frodo.
Tuo ansaitsee kuolemaa!
Ansaitsee totisesti. Monet niistä, jotka elävät, ansaitsevat kuoleman. Ja jotkut, jotka kuolevat, ansaitsisivat elämän. Pystytkö sinä, Sam Gamgee, antamaan sen heille?
Having Frodo be the one who imparts this wisdom onto Sam really turns Sam into the true protagonist of this story, and I'm all for that.
Mitä me syödään sitten, kun se loppuu?
Oh. Kuulehan nyt, Samwise Gamgee. Rakas pikku hobitti. Ystävien ystävä. Meidän tuskin tarvitsee miettiä, mitä sitten tapahtuu.
Sometimes Frodo's gruffness makes him seem a little impatient with Sam, but he still does actually appreciate Sam. It's a tricky thread.
Mutta sinä unohdit nyt yhden päähenkilön. Samwise sankarimielen.
And yes, their take on Sauron is similar to the Soviet take on Sauron, but not nearly as goofy. I think it does work a lot better here. Faramir is completely skipped, which is better than what Jackson did to him, and much like the Balrog, Shelob is not seen, but she is mentioned by name as being off camera. It's just another scene of confusion as Frodo is clearly poisoned by something.
Sam, pian pakoon. Takaisin. Takaisin.
Yeah, basically the place that this show falls apart is anywhere there's a giant creature.
Lukitaan saisen. Me saamme
But Sam rescues Frodo, they make their way up the mountain, Gollum attacks them, and because they drove it home so hard before, of course they keep Sam's pity for Gollum.
Olkoon sitten. Häivys siitä. Senkin julma haisuli.
Then the actual climax is kind of rushed, but, you know, low budget. So that's just how people fall in this version of Middle-earth, huh? I wonder if they go clockwise in Finland and counterclockwise in New Zealand. Then Sam wakes up in another heaven-looking room to be greeted by someone he thought was dead, but he's as okay with it as anybody could be.
Mä luulin, että sinä olit kuollut. Mitä? Mä luulin, että mä itsekin olin vähän kuollut.
You know, I'm okay with the way they've been rushing through set pieces if it means getting these extended scenes of characters processing their emotions. This series has a grasp on Frodo and Sam that a lot of other adaptations lack.
Tulee mieleen kevät talven jälkeen. Ja aurinko. Ja lehdet ja torvet ja harput ja kaikki hiton laulut, mitä mä olen ikinä kuullut.
It probably comes from the fact that this adaptation was originally written for the stage. It's much easier to do characters processing their emotions on stage than it is to do, you know, big action scenes. And this is what you go to the theater for, to hear characters processing their emotions. Or to see big musical numbers, but this isn't that kind of show.
Kestääkö varmaan viikkokausia ennen kuin me saadaan tästä kaikesta itokaa selvä? Varmasti.
But do you know what the best thing about this production is? Do you want to know? Do you want to know what the best part of this is? They keep the scouring!
Merri puhalsi Rohanin torveen ja ilmoille kajahti Pukinmaan torvimerkki. Ja pian oli koko kylä jalkeilla. Ainakin 100 vantteraa hobittia aseistautuneena kirvein, karakkoin, vasaroin, metsästysjousin ja läheisiltä tiloilta tulvi koko ajan lisää väkeä. Kyläväki oli sytyttänyt soidut ihan vaan huvin vuoksi ja siksi, että johtaja oli sen kieltänyt.
Well, okay, they keep part of it. They don't actually show the hobbits confronting Saruman, but the scouring happens in this version. Is it everything I want from a scouring depiction? No, it's still this low-budget television version based on a play. It's still not perfect, but they have the scouring. As far as I know, this is the only film depiction of the scouring of the Shire. It's not the complete scouring. It's not even like a third of the scouring. I'll take what I can get.
Mutta Frodo ei tullut koskaan entiselleen. Ja eräänä iltana hänen aikansa oli tullut.
So Frodo leaves, but not before taking one more line from Gandalf.
Minä en sano, älä itke. Sillä kaikki kyyneleet eivät ole pahasta.
And we get this I Will Remember You montage, which is kinda cheesy, but shut up, it's working on me.
Länteen päin, on päivä laskussahansa.
And then Sam finishes his story, and then he goes off towards the Undying Lands to be with Frodo. That's a nice way to end this. I like this version. Of course, not everything in it works. Some of the things that don't work are a result of their own limitations. Some of them are just creative choices that I really think are weird. But it's a mostly functional version of the complete trilogy, you know, just skipping over parts Frodo and Sam aren't in. And as far as I can tell, before Jackson came along, this was the only filmed production to finish the trilogy. And including Jackson, it's still the only production to finish the trilogy because it includes the scouring. So, if nothing else, it deserves a lot of credit for that. Then the Jackson movies came along, and people thought doing new takes on Tolkien was a fool's errand when everybody loved those so much. But of course, there was another Tolkien adaptation. Not of his writing, but of the man himself. Yeah, I bet some of you forgot this happened. I kind of did too, and I just watched it an hour ago. Tolkien is a 2019 biopic that was in the English language, but The director is from Finland, so that kind of ties it back to the previous adaptation I was talking about. Kinda. This movie has its moments. The actors are all good, and there are a couple of scenes that I actually really liked, but it's overall just standard schmaltzy biopic fare. And there's a reason that biopic is a genre that now has three essential feature-length parody movies. I think part of the problem is that the things that most Tolkien readers really want to know about his life are things that are inherently uncinematic. Like, we want to learn about him actually crafting the Legendarium. We want to learn about him getting the ideas, writing out, creating this world, and that would just be a guy either sitting at a desk or a guy just having conversations about, I was thinking maybe spiders would be big. The ways this movie does tie in with the Legendarium are having Tolkien basically hallucinate fantasy elements while he's on the battlefield, which I get it as a device, but it's really reductive. Like, everyone knows that Tolkien's time in the war definitely influenced his writing, but the manner and degree to which it influenced his writing is a subject of debate and has been basically since his books were published. And reducing it all to he saw a flamethrower and hallucinated a dragon really does a disservice to, well, everything. The parts I really like in this movie is when Tolkien is having conversations about language, his one true passion.
I think that's nonsense.
I mean, it is if you say it like that.
A word isn't beautiful just because of its sound.
The cellar door.
It's the marriage of sound and meaning. The door to the cellar. A place where something magical and mysterious might happen.
Sorry, have you just dismissed the basis of my entire language?
Your language isn't worth anything unless you remember this important fact.
Oh, is that right?
It is, yes.
But those conversations really harp on the fact that words are beautiful because they have meanings. So when this movie ends with him inventing a word with no explanation for the meaning of that word,
Hobbit.
Now, to be clear, I think it would have been really bad if they had said, oh, he chose the name Hobbit because they reminded him of hobnobs. Like, if they had shoehorned in a fake meaning behind the syllables in the word Hobbit, that would have been bad too. It just sits in sharp contrast with everything else the film was saying about language. But yeah, this movie ends with Old Toller's about to start writing The Hobbit, so it's basically the Walt before Mickey of its time. You don't remember that movie happened either, did you? I'll talk about that another time. I get what they were going for with ending with him writing the famous opening line, but also that is inherently an uncinematic thing to happen because the phrase just popped into his head randomly, seemingly unmotivated by anything other than his own boredom, and that is not a satisfying conclusion to a movie. The film also, takes liberties with Tolkien's life, as all biopics do, and the Tolkien estate put out a statement saying they did not participate in, nor do they endorse this movie. But, they didn't really endorse Jackson's movies either, and everyone loves those, so that's not necessarily a sign of quality. But when you're talking about a man's life, it helps make it feel more authentic if you actually talk to the people who are caretaking that man's legacy. I think the only way to do a Tolkien biopic that would actually give Tolkien fans what they want, like get into his creative process and everything, would be to make it a movie about the Inklings. Have them meeting at the Bird and Baby, have them discussing their processes, discussing their stories, developing their ideas, having them all together. And apparently there was a Tolkien and Lewis biopic that was in development, but it got scrapped before this one came out, so that one probably wouldn't have been great either, but it could have had more of the scenes that Tolkien fans want. But, if you like biopics, this one is fine. Anyway, I guess I should talk about the most recent adaptation. I don't really want to. Not because of the show itself, but because the discourse is, frankly, exhausting. On the one side, you've got the dumbest people in the world mad that there are some actors who aren't white on the show, or that a girl is a good fighter, and they're yelling at Neil Gaiman about it. Again, dumbest people in the world. On the other side, you have the very legitimate concern that this Tolkien adaptation can only legally use material from some of the books that barely touch on the era the show is set in, so most of the show has to be made up from whole cloth. And that exacerbates the issue you get with any Tolkien adaptation, the fact that all this lore was created by one man, and now a team has to figure out how to filter it to a different medium and capture that man's spirit without that man's input. But on the plus side, you do have the fact that the Tolkien estate worked much more closely with the creators of this adaptation than just about any other Tolkien adaptation, But that's still not the same as the man himself working with the creators of this adaptation. And oh yeah, then there's the Oliphant in the room that this Tolkien adaptation is being funded by the actual real-life Sharky. This is all the stuff you have to wade through before you even watch the show. Oh my god, this discourse is exhausting. And then you have the uphill battle of first-time showrunners being tasked with making modern prestige mystery box television and condensing the events of an entire age into a much shorter span of time, when really the best way to cover the Second Age would be an anthology series, so that we can really spread out the time frame and not need to follow the same characters in every episode. We already have plenty of episodes that regular characters don't show up in. This was an option. I mean, basically the entire Harfoot subplot in season 1 could have been a 2-part episode on its own had it not cut to all the other subplots. Hell, go in the opposite direction. Each race or kingdom of Middle-earth could have gotten its own TV series. But barring that, each season could include like a handful of Numenor episodes, a handful of Moria episodes. Like, there were ways to do this that would cover the vastness of Middle-earth without really compressing it and making it feel so small. But whatever. For whatever reason, these were the decisions that were made. This was the show they were tasked with making. And hey, I talked just last week about how I liked when Jackson compressed the timeline, so compressing the Second Age down to a 5-season arc isn't entirely a deal breaker for me. So I watched the first season of Rings of Power. Do I like the show? I like it enough to wish that I liked it more. There are things that I really enjoy in it. I enjoy the breathtaking vistas, seeing Numenor and Khazad Dûm in their former glory. I like all of the actors, and I like most of the character relationships. I'm legitimately invested in the friendship between Elrond and Durin, and the developing relationship between Arondir and Bronwyn, and the sisterhood between Nori and Poppy, and they're taking care of the stranger, this whole Iron Giant, Frankenstein's monster dynamic they've got going on. I love Adar as a villain. I think he's great. I love the Harfoots, I love the dwarves, I love so much of what's going on, and then there's just so much other stuff that bores or annoys me. I spent the entire season just having zero feelings about Halbrand, good or bad, until the final episode, when the feeling I had was basically, oh. And while I liked seeing Numenor itself, the Numenorians as people seem kinda stupid. Elendil and Miriel are the only ones who seem to have a hint of the Numenorians of legend. I'm sure Isildur will grow into his own, but he's not there yet. I was impressed by the Numenorian landscape, underwhelmed by the Numenorian people. Speaking of growing into their own, I really do dig Warrior Galadriel, but I wish it was tempered with Galadriel's actual wisdom, because boy does she spend most of the season being blinded by revenge, a trait that I could see taking Galadriel for maybe a moment, but not for this long. And I suspect that they're setting up an arc to have her grow into her wise self that we all know, but she should already have more wisdom than this. But there's still a lot of what I love from Tolkien and Tolkien adaptations in the show. Tolkien's often contradictory themes of great men rising to the occasion and small acts from humble people turning the tide are both at play here, and I think they're both handled well. And yes, there are other things that don't feel Tolkien-esque that take me out of it, but that's true of just about every Tolkien adaptation, no matter how good.
Let us hunt some orc.
Ultimately, this first season had some high highs, though not nearly as high as the highs of the Jackson Rings trilogy, and some low lows, though not nearly as low as the lows of the Jackson Hobbit trilogy. I liked it enough to keep watching next season, and I hope it gets even better. I think every single problem that I personally have with the show stems from applying modern sensibilities to this lore. Now, I don't mean making it woke, because if that's legitimately a thing you're complaining about, don't worry, you'll be old enough to get a learner's permit someday. I'm talking modern, capitalistic, studio-driven filmmaking sensibilities, trying to reach all 4 quadrants, drive engagement, all those good boardroom buzzwords. I'm not definitively saying that the problems were all from studio mandates. Maybe this was the show the writers wanted to make. Maybe it's even the show the Tolkien estate wanted. But the sensibilities that led to these decisions, whoever made them, were influenced by the way modern content is. And as much as I love a lot of modern shows and movies that are made with these same sensibilities, marrying those sensibilities to Tolkien's world felt hollow to me. But that's the cultural landscape this show was made in, just like all these other adaptations were made in their own cultural landscapes, with all the good, the bad, and the confusion that entails. And as such, Even if I don't love all the results, or even if I think the attempt itself may have come from a misguided place, I can still appreciate the attempt to filter Tolkien through this lens, just like I can appreciate all these other attempts. Every adaptation I've talked about today brings something different to the table. They were all made by different people for different reasons, and whether influenced by outside forces or from their own creative passion, they all put their own spin on Tolkien. Some of those spins are definitely not the spin I would have put on Tolkien, but it doesn't matter, because the original text is still there. Having more versions of it does not ruin Tolkien. And like I said at the beginning, having all these different interpretations that don't all fit together, don't all make sense together, that just really makes Middle-earth feel like the folklore, like the myth that Tolkien wanted it to be. It makes it feel like a story that has been passed down from generation to generation. Some things have gotten lost in the telling, some things have gotten embellished in the telling, but all of this serves the purpose of making Middle-earth feel real, even if some of these depictions of it feel really fake. And that, as far as I've been able to find, is every other Tolkien movie or television show. That wasn't just made for the internet. I'm not getting into fan films today. I'm tired. Of course, there are other takes on Tolkien, takes that don't even attempt to be reverent, takes that make, dare I say it, fun of Tolkien. And we'll get into those next week. But in the meantime, have you seen any of these? You can watch them all. They are all available either on YouTube or elsewhere. And if you've seen them, what do you think? Which one of these is your favorite? Which one of these do you think is the best? Which one do you think is the worst? Which one is the most baffling? Which is the most interesting? What are your feelings on all these Tolkien takes? And have you found another one that I somehow missed? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and until next week, this is Dave, signing off.